The dogs of where?
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, the atomic.
Yeah. The dogs who were left behind in Chernobyl. How do you pronounce it? Chernobyl, right. The dogs who were left behind in Chernobyl to see if they can learn any lessons for being kind of which could help us in in nuclear zones or radio. Yeah, I've sent the link directly to Alan. So they're calling them the dogs of whatever you said.
I'll take a look at that link, Peter. I wonder what kind of scientific study this is. In other words, in addition to taking ice baths, I should take a bath in nuclear wastewater?
No, you'll be great at reproducing, Alan, after being irradiated.
I'm really a little bit skeptical of the idea of someone being immune to radiation sickness, other than perhaps
read the article.
Perhaps okay, but perhaps having the ability to recover a little bit from low level. But there's radiation sickness. Radiation is ionizing radiation. There's kind of it's difficult to fend it off with slightly different genes. So we'll see. Maybe there's faster recovery from the symptoms of mild radiation poisoning. But if you get a couple of sieverts, you've got enough stuff knocked out that So I'd be interested in reading the paper and seeing within what limits that is happening.
Yeah, well, I've just sent it through to Alan.
Well, thank you, Peter. As I say, I will open it. If anyone wants to see how agonizing radiation sickness can be, all you have to do is look at photographs after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I find, if it's a scientific study, I find it highly doubtful, but I will take a look at it, Peter. Yeah, okay. But it's not. I don't know. In any event, if you do want to see evidence of just how agonizing radiation sickness is, as I say, go to the history, look at the photographs from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's not. I don't want to be exposed to it, and I don't want the world exposed to it. Clyde, please go ahead.
I did have back to Ukraine. I had a military question that I had read somewhere, several places, that potentially Ukrainian pilots on their off time for months now have been flying F-16 simulators. Is there any credibility to that? And if so, what does that do on the training cycle if this ever does go ahead?
A good question, Nick. I think you possibly have an answer for that. Your hand went right up.
No, I put my hand up because I have another unrelated point, and I wanted it to be there as an aid memoir for me and you. I'm afraid I don't know anything about this particular question. My timing was not good putting my hand up.
So this is something we discussed with Malcolm Nance when he was here, and what Senior Chief Nance reported to us that he seems to know from his own information is that yes, in fact, simulator training is going on. We also discussed another air platform, the A-10, because A-10 simulator training seems to be going on, even though compared to the F-16, it does not seem as likely that the A-10 will be shipped over to Ukraine.
And these are
So it is going on. So the question is what would that do to the training? The training cycle, the impact. I mean, if there are a group of say 50 Ukrainian pilots that have been flying F-16 simulators for months on their off time, because they have more pilots than they do airframes, is what you guys have always said. I mean, the potential shortening of the training cycle could be huge, correct?
I don't know how huge it could be, Clyde. It could potentially shorten it, but simulators are only part of the training you need to fly an F-16 effectively in combat. But it's a step forward, and I don't think there are that many Ukrainian pilots who have had the opportunity to fly these simulators. Chris, what do you know about this?
Well, just to say, I don't know how accurate it is, but there's an article in the Drive, which gives a lot of detail on the timescales for training and that. So, I mean, it probably needs to be verified by Colonel Jeff or somebody, Alan. But it may be useful if it is accurate and that, then it may well give the answer. I sent it to you, Axel. I sent it to you. I tagged you on a tweet that I did with it. I can send it to you directly.
Really yes, that's much more appreciated because the tagging me does not help.
Okay, well, I might not be able to do that now, but I'll send it to you later on. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Axel, has this been taken up by the Doolittle Air Wing, or have Zagolman, Latin, Colonel Jeff talked about a simulator?
I didn't hear what the connotation was. That's my question. So
that's
what I was asking.
The question was, Axel, or the observation in question follows: Ukrainian pilots are flying F-16 simulators, training on F-16 simulators. Will this shorten their training time to become combat ready?
It is part of the training.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
it's just part of the training. That's what you do.
Yeah. There isn't some kind of alternative training in which on day one they put you in an F-16 and sort of, yeah, precisely. I mean, airline pilots, before they let you take off in a 737, you spend, I think, presumably quite a few hundred hours of flying the simulator.
Yeah, but it's easier. They're bus drivers, so different thing.
Well, we should go back to Peter and then to G-Man, and then Nick, we will pick up your topic. Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, didn't the UK say they were training pilots on what they classified as NATO aircraft rather than specific aircraft? And I'm just wondering if it could possibly be in the UK at all, or whether it would be in America.
No, the Typhoon training is in the UK.
Right, so that would be, when they referred to NATO aircraft, that would be Typhoon only, not F-16.
Yeah, nothing else makes any sense.
Yeah, just quickly go to type ratings. I mean, on private jets, you can do a complete type rating in about 6 weeks to 2 months. And that is basically classroom and then simulator work. And you can actually be type rated without actually setting foot onto an aircraft. So,
which is a bone of contention.
Sorry. Yeah. I mean,
which is a bone of contention because, for example, there's a couple of associations which do not quite like that fact.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they should be able to learn a lot about the aircraft on classroom work and simulator work, and then they obviously have to do the air work too, because obviously a fighter jet is very different because you're going completely out of the box with it. But yeah, I would have thought it would help a lot in speeding up the process. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it is part of the process. So it really is what you have to do anyway. But you need to be, the thing is, what's worse is if you were to only do simulator training and not real life training, you don't get the impact, you don't get the effect. That's the whole point. Yes, they're great simulators. There's fantastic simulators today. There's simulators which really press you hard and they overwhelm you on everything and they even push you around. But it is absolutely no replacement for pulling 6, 7 Gs and being exposed to it.
Yeah, well, I usually go to CAE because I hold American ATPL as well, and I usually go to CAE in Dallas for that. And when you go onto the time scale that you were talking about, I mean, you know, I would be there for a week, and you would get there, and you know, the time difference was so great that you would be kind of at the school there all day. 6 o'clock, they give you like 3 hours work to do, but by 6 o'clock, you're absolutely dead. And so a way of getting around that, I would kind of go to bed at 6 and wake up at 2 and then kind of work through from 2 until breakfast and then do the day at the school. So that's just talking about the time differences. But obviously Ukraine is going east, so their time is going a different direction, or their daylight hours are going a different direction.
All I can say is I do not want to fly with a pilot who's only flown on a simulator. That would be something like flying with me. G-Man, and then to Nick's topic. G-Man, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Hey, just a couple of things. I just wanted to check in and see if there's an update on Bakhmut holds so far, or when that will be.
Fighting in Bakhmut just simply continues to be intense. I believe Chuck Ferrer has reported earlier today about the situation in Bakhmut. I'll put that map up in the nest for everyone to take a look at. There is street fighting still going on in Bakhmut. To the northwest of Bakhmut, Russian attacks might have gained a little ground. To the southwest of Bakhmut, Russian attacks have been repelled. So really, the situation has not changed. Roads into Bakhmut that can supply Ukrainian troops are still open, and I don't think anyone has a notion of whether or not Ukraine commanders have decided to conduct an orderly withdrawal. I think that either they have not made that decision or there are no indications that it is about to be made.
Yeah, no, I've read and I reposted 2 articles, one by Mick Ryan, War in the Future, and the other by Philip Parsons O'Brien. And both were talking about Bakhmut, and while it mentioned this possibility of a withdrawal, it's still speculation. And it seemed to indicate, both articles also seem to indicate that it may, you know, the decision may well be to continue to reinforce, because this is where Russia are sending their troops to die. So that's that. I noticed on Telegram from the Kiev Independent that the Russian propagandist Vladimir Solyov was under fire today. He was visiting a Russian Marine brigade near the town of Vilidar in Donetsk Oblast, so that was good. Unfortunately, he's still alive, I guess, so that's not so good. And Schultz is saying that the West is ready to give Ukraine security guarantees after the war's over. Well, thanks for that, Olaf. Thanks for nothing. That's all.
Thank you, G-Man. I mean, I think I said just an hour ago when I came up, you know, we do focus always on Bakhmut and on Kremina, on Vuhledar, but there is intense fighting all along the line of engagement. For example, I believe today the Russians have shelled Kupiansk. There is an ongoing artillery duel back and forth across the Dnipro River. Kherson is shelled almost every day by the Russians, and the Ukrainians shoot back at these Russian artillery installations. Now, there have been reports of some special force operations on the Kilburn Spit and on some of the islands in the Dnipro River. I don't think those are confirmed, but Ukrainians are also continuing to strike behind the lines at logistics and command centers. For example, there were 2 explosions in Melitopol. These have been reported by the exiled mayor of Melitopol, that is Ivan Fedorov. He's been here as a guest. And almost simultaneously, 2 Russian command and control centers in Melitopol were destroyed earlier today. So this is important to note. The tempo of fighting all along the line of engagement may have gone up a little bit in the last few days, and I'd want to wait for Chuck to come back and talk to us about that on Tuesday, or maybe a special visit tomorrow if the situation changes. But it is simply difficult to describe the intensity of fighting all along this line of engagement, particularly in Bakhmut and in Kremina, just as the 2 hotspot examples we discuss frequently here. And again, you need to remember, Russians have absolutely destroyed not only Bakhmut, but Avdiivka and Marinka. And of course, early in the war, absolutely destroyed Mariupol. And there committed just a gross war crime. And this was a flourishing city of over 800,000 people, and there is next to nothing left of it. And we don't actually know the number of civilian casualties in Mariupol. It's something we will learn. It's something we must learn in the course of this war. And it is such a crime that must be investigated and prosecuted, and it will be.
Absolutely. Just on Mariupol, and I posted a number of articles on it. I post quite a lot, and to Randy's point earlier, you know, trying to counteract, talking to the MAGA type community, and trying to talk to the sensible ones and the non-sensible ones, but the AP and some commentary around it on Mariupol, and got all the normal sort of propaganda tropes thrown at me, and worked busily to counter those, and that sort of thing I'm trying to do to the best of my ability as well. So cheers.
Nick, I see you have a hand up.
Yeah, 2 things. Peter, did you say something like Ukraine's clocks are changing in a different direction to the United States?
No, I didn't say,
Oh, okay.
I just said they're due east, say from us, so their actual sunlight times are going to be different.
Yeah. Okay. No, I put my hand up. Actually, it was when we were talking about that alleged radiation study by so my day job. I mean, I'm retired, but my other day job is looking at dodgy scientific papers, and quite by coincidence, an hour and a half ago, somebody sent me a paper called "Impact of Coal Exposure on Life Satisfaction and Physical Composition of Soldiers." I think there's something lost in translation there, because I don't think the physical composition of soldiers changes very much, and basically recommending cold water exposure. And I started reading it, and I got the data set, and I've already found that there's one participant who is in both the control group and the experimental group. And the well, the whole thing goes downhill from there, really. So there's lots and lots and lots and lots of terrible science about, and by a coincidence, some military-related terrible science went past my desk this evening. So I just thought I'd mention that. These days, when I hear somebody say there's this study showing that X, I'm afraid my reaction is normally it's probably wrong, and it's a terrible feeling, because science is sometimes all we have, and but there is so much horrifically bad science out there, particularly on headline grabbing topics, that we really have to be careful. So when Alan said he was a little bit skeptical, I was very skeptical too. I do not see how you develop any form of meaningful immunity to radiation sickness any more than you develop a meaningful immunity to being shot. But we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I will look at the paper if you can send me the link.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. It was just an interesting thing. That was all. Okay.
Thank you, Peter. I suppose in that that cold temperature study, Nick, the control group and the experimental group, you say there was one individual in both. Maybe it was a total group of just that one person.
Well, no, but the reason we know that there was one individual in both is that when the authors uploaded the data set, they left all of the personal identifying information of the participants in the data set, which they weren't meant to do. So we've written to them. My partner in crime and I have written to them to say, dude, take this file down. But in the meantime, we've got a copy and we're having a great deal of fun with it. But yeah, I mean, so yeah,
Nick,
this
is that what you call sciencing?
A colleague of mine actually invented this. Is that what we call what sort of science?
No, we call things when people do science, meaning as in they are very actively engaged in science. We call it sciencing. Because they're not scientists.
Well, a friend of mine ended up being the translator of the report of the Dutch Commission of Inquiry into a fraudulent Dutch social psychologist called Diederik Stapel many years ago, and the Dutch phrase "slordige wetenschap" was translated by my friend. I didn't know he was translating it. Slordige.
Yeah,
and any speaker of any Germanic language, even if they don't know Dutch, will hear the word slordig and they know what it means. And it became sloppy. So what we're looking at here is an example of sloppy science. And
Nick, you should have it.
Yeah, slaughter is so beautiful. I mean, Nick, thank you for bringing this up, because the old German word is schluderig, and that puts it right. That's how it's so dirty on your piece of paper that you don't want to touch it.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, I don't, because there are other words in Dutch. But anyway, slaughter, you immediately know that it's not good. It's not a word you want to have the teacher writing next to your work. Peter.
Nick, I've DM'd it to you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I think we should move on.
And the question always is, where to? I think, let's see, what have I covered in the news so far today? Did I mention that there's a large fire in Moscow? I think I did, at a Coke processing plant. And as I said, this is not Coca-Cola. It is it's the ore used in making steel, right? Nick, Axel? I don't want to.
No, it's not. It's not an ore. It's a carbon component, I believe, that goes into steel. But the ore is iron ore, and then you start with pig iron and whatever. But it's a component of making steel. But I don't actually know at what point it is used. But anyway, yes, it's something you need to make steel.
Well, then I consider that I get a green check mark for that question. Thank you very much, Nick. I'm not sciencing. I'm just dredging up what little I know from the depths of my brain. You know who we do have with us who will have news is Will Thiel. Will, welcome. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Alan. Yeah, that coke and gas plant is coke, as Nick basically said, is carbon. So it's better than coal, right? It's this is amorphous carbon that would be deposited on the inside of a shell during a refining operation. Because you notice they said it was a coke and gas plant. So they'll take a gas or a liquid material that is not really valuable in its current state. They'll vaporize it and produce coking coal on the inside of a flash drum, and then basically get it to deposit out, and it will produce a higher quality gas. So they're using, some fractionator or some type of equipment like that to basically coke coal.
It generates high heat.
Sorry.
It generates extreme heat.
Yeah, well, primarily what coke does is it provides, they coke out carbon on the inside of a flash drum to basically then produce pure carbon, which then they feed into, as Nick said, the steel manufacturing process, because there's a certain.
I'm looking at the chemical equation here. Basically, it runs at a hot enough temperature. I mean, the equation is fairly simple. That iron oxide, which is the ore, iron oxide plus coke gives you iron and CO2. So it's used very early on in the process of manufacturing, not just steel, but in fact iron. Although obviously the principal use of iron these days is typically to make steel.
So because it drains the oxygen.
It reduces, as I remember from it reduces the oxide to the iron, and takes the oxygen away in the form of CO2. So it's a very basic process before you even get to steel. This is just making the basic iron. So it's a very fundamental thing that you need an enormous amount of if you're running an industrial society.
Yes, but a coke and gas plant will be coke being produced from a gaseous material that's less valuable, and combust that at high heat in a low oxygen environment, and you'll get coke.
Nick, I can report that the General Staff of Ukraine's armed forces has exposed a conflict, a possible conflict among Russia's military top leadership over significant losses and lack of success in the combat zone. They're focusing currently on Vuhledar, and the General Staff statement here says, and I quote, Putin promoted Rustem Muradov, commander of the Eastern Military District, to the rank of Colonel General for his report of successes of the 155th Marine Brigade on the Vuhledar front. Well, of course, we know that is the brigade that was absolutely smashed by the Ukrainians, and it's at Vuhledar that the Russians lost at least 130 armored vehicles. But now, Shoigu, the Russian defense minister, is demanding that this general prove his rank, his promotion, and take Vuhledar at any cost. And as Chuck has pointed out, Vuhledar has as much strategic or tactical importance as Bakhmut. In other words, next to none. And so once again, we see Russia pointing at a town on the line of engagement to concentrate on that will make a little difference in the wider war. It will not give them a particular opening if, in fact, they they took Volodar or achieved a breakthrough, which they probably won't do, because they've been smashed at Volodar. They're being pinned in Bakhmut. They're being repelled in Kremina. So again, Russians are expending thousands of lives, almost 1,000 losses a day to move a few yards in some cases, or a kilometer or less, and are being stymied by Ukrainians all along at the front. Now, I also saw a report today. I was absolutely astonished that Russian soldiers are reporting that they are being sent into battle with shovels. I don't think there are probably enough shovels to arm the entire Russian invading force in Ukraine, but I don't know. G-Man, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I had read that story just a few minutes ago as well about the shovels. Just one thing, I wonder if we could make a request here that we no longer call Russia Russia. I think Russia is a fraudulent name deriving from the Kievan Rus, and we should call them Muscovy or maybe Rashist, but not Russia. That's just a tongue in cheek, but maybe not.
I'm happy to call them Muscovy and take them back to their 1471 borders.
Exactly.
There you go. Anyone can look at the 1471 borders of Muscovy and see it was not a very big place in any regard.
That's the sort of revisionism I'm all for.
And how did they grow to the size that they've grown to? Through imperial conquest.
Yep. That
has gone on for hundreds of years, and that they are now trying to relaunch in Ukraine. And this is something that we all need to pay attention to. We have to bring this era of imperial conquest to an end. It's not the 17th century. It's not the 18th century. There can no longer be such wars. There is an international rule of order that we have invited Russia into, and to observe these rules, and they break the rules. If you don't want to live by the rules, then you're going to be treated like North Korea, which also does not live by the rules. And so I will make an effort, G-Man, to refer to Muscovy and not to refer to Russia in the future. Although it confuses people a lot.
Yeah, I know. But the Muscovies, they'll not like it. They'll not like it.
Oh, they hate it. Dr. Nick has spoken about that frequently. Just how much they hate this reference to Muscovy. So, I guess that makes it a good thing to do.
It's a good thing indeed. As people will not get this reference, but as Corporal Jones from Dad's Army famously said, they don't like it up him.
There you go. I've also seen reports today that Ukraine launched along the line of engagement. I think primarily between Kremina and Bakhmut, and they did take out again some depots, some Russian air defense and control systems on the ground. So I just do get the feeling, and when Chuck comes back on Tuesday, or as I say, maybe on Monday, I just do get the feeling that the tempo of fighting has picked up in the last couple of days. I could be completely wrong about that. I would wait for an expert like Chuck to set me right, and he will do that on Tuesday. Will, was there anything else that had caught your attention today?
Well, actually, something that caught my attention particularly was yesterday with the revelation that the Ukrainian armed forces have apparently developed their own long-range rocket that'll fit in the HIMARS system that has a significantly longer range and a higher payload than the extended range Gimlers that they've been provided. And the connection might be that the push in Vuhledar that doesn't seem to make much sense from the Ukrainian side, it might be explained by the fact that the Russians believe that somewhere near Vuhledar is the closest location where they could be firing those new missiles from to reach places like the airfield in Yezhi, where the Su-34s were hit a while back. So, I mean, I don't know that, but it's an odd coincidence that they're putting so much attention in Vuhledar when there's really nothing there that we know about. But if they believe that there's HIMARS there that are able to reach their air bases and obviously pepper Mariupol, maybe there is something to that.
Vuhledar is an attack vector going northwest, which is why Russia had actually initially at the beginning of the conflict, that is in April, bombarded Vuhledar and literally flattened it and its surroundings. It is there's a junction there which is quite important. That's where it comes from. It's not the Vuhledar itself, it's what you can achieve when going past it.
I think, in other words, Axel, if the Ukrainians do move south of Vuhledar, they are well within range of a railway and a highway that goes east to west across Zaporizhia Oblast between Vuhledar and Melitopol.
Yeah, and there's also, you have to understand that there's one road which goes from Vuhledar to the completely obliterated Volnovakha. And Volnovakha, you may remember, a couple of journalists in Ukraine do derive from there. Isn't it also that Ponomarenko is from there? I'm quite sure. I have to check. I think he is. And Volnovakha was completely, utterly flattened by the Russians. And that goes down to the H20, which is the direct roll north to south to Mariupol, which is interesting. And that's why Vuhledar is so important. You need to capture it. And there's a very, very large area of remaining old forest area, which they need to circumnavigate. That's Hravske, which is actually an area which is interesting in one regard because it's very, very muddy. There's a lot of say remaining waters and the likes, and ridges which are very difficult to pass. So you actually have to go south of it and then pass by, which they can technically do if and when the ground is not as soggy, because there's only this one little stupid road and a couple of very strange country roads which are not as well armed. And you can't go through Olinka because then you end up at a crossroads which is extremely well fortified. So that's why Vuhledar matters a great deal. So it's not Vuhledar which matters, but it's the access it provides for both.
Understood. Thank you, Axel. I'm all. What am I coming up with? of David Brookfield, among other co-hosts. I often smile at David's running commentary of what he's doing with buttons on Twitter, and so one thing I'm looking at is an interview with Kirill Budanov, who is the Ukrainian top military intelligence officer. I don't know what his official title is.
He's the head of military intelligence.
Thank you. And this is an interview published in USA Today. today in the United States. Which, I mean, USA Today is still a widely read newspaper online and in print. You can still find it in the airports as you travel across the United States. And as I'm scanning this interview, I see nothing that he's saying that he hasn't said before. In summary, simply that the Russians are expending lives and materiel to no success anywhere on the battlefield. So one thing that I did see, and that he also mentions, is in Bakhmut, Ukraine, and this goes back to the discussion we had just a little bit earlier with a speaker here. You know, when and why will Ukraine make a decision to make an orderly withdrawal from Bakhmut? Well, that time will come when the calculation of inflicting death and destruction on the Russians falls. Right now, it has been reported that the for every single Ukrainian soldier killed or wounded, the Russians are losing 7. That is a pretty good ratio. At some point, even though the ratio may fall to 6 or 5 or 4 to 1, at some point the Ukrainians will make the decision that we are not killing Russians at a high enough rate to continue defending Bakhmut, and therefore will withdraw to new defensive lines. But a 7 to 1 differential is significant and demoralizing for the Russians. Prince, please go ahead and welcome.
Thank you, Alan. I have been overwhelming your DMs. I apologize, but sort of not. But I've been overwhelming them with things that I thought might be interesting. Because earlier you said send me info, so I've been sending you info. But one of the things that I thought would be great to highlight, because you like to highlight wonderful things about MriyaReport. And I saw a tweet today that made me very happy. And it is highlighting the fact that MriyaReport now has 60,000 followers, which is pretty good. We've achieved that goal. And we're very, very thankful to all of our supporters and contributors who have supported us and are working together for a free Ukraine. So I sent you that tweet, and I just thought it would be a good time to come up and highlight that we here at MriyaReport are here 24/7. We have been here since the beginning of the illegal invasion of Russia into Ukraine, and we also, we also like several charities, but we always highlight MriyaAid.org. They are very easy to donate to, and they are 100% of the donations go to Ukraine. They do not have an overhead, and they have done an audit that can show you that. So when you find a place that can show you the receipts, you got to back them, and MriyaAid does that for us. So we here at MriyaReport appreciate all of you and getting us up to 60,000 followers. And please continue to retweet the space and come up and ask questions. And if you're afraid to ask a question, you're more than welcome to DM the co-host, and they will do their best to try to get that for you. So I just thought that would be a really good thing to highlight, Alan. So I wanted to come up and highlight that we've got 60,000 followers.
I think it's a fantastic thing to highlight, Prince, and thank you for reminding me. Because honestly, I probably would have forgotten as the night goes on. Excuse me for one moment. a sneeze. I usually sneeze 3 times, but right now only once. But 60,000 followers is a pretty significant milestone for MriyaReport. And it translates, of course, into an even larger and larger audience with tweets and retweets about what we're talking about here at MriyaReport. And it translates into tens of thousands of people who listen to recorded interviews on Spotify. So lots of people don't realize that MriyaReport archives interviews with Ben Hodges and Nick Ryan and Chuck Farrer, with Ukrainian officials, the head of the Ukrainian railway, etc. You can find them all on Spotify, and they are a source of information you can only get through MriyaReport. So I would encourage everyone to take a look at Spotify, download these interviews, listen to them on long drives, play them at the dinner table so your whole family can be more informed about what's happening in Ukraine. Just listen to them for the sheer pleasure of it. For example, listen to Thomas Tyner, the military analyst and artillery specialist, talk in the most colorful and candid and honest ways about what is happening in Ukraine as Russia continues this invasion. Now, some of those podcasts go on for a while. Thomas Tyner has been interviewed at length for 5 hours and 7 hours. This is why his interviews are called Tynertons or Tynerthons after the marathon. If you can run with Thomas Tyner for 5 or 7 hours, you will have completed a race of a lifetime. And I guarantee you will listen to every single minute of that interview because there's just no one like him. And you can find him at Spotify. And very soon he'll be back here at MriyaReport. So, Prince, yes, 60,000 followers, huge news. Thank you.
No problem. Do you want to hear something that's not so nice and a little bit difficult, but I think is very, very important to highlight?
Yeah,
I didn't get the
yes, I do want to hear about that. I'm looking at my DMs right now, and this is something that must be discussed. So please introduce this topic.
yeah. Yesterday, the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, spoke at the justice meeting that they've been having in Lviv over the last several days. And one of the things that was said at that meeting is it's something that we know is happening, and now my computer's freezing up, so I can't find the words. There it is. She reported, and I'm sure there are more. These are just ones that they have documented very well, I'm sure. 171 cases of sexual violence by Russian occupiers were recorded in Ukraine, per Mrs. Zelensky. Yeah. According to this figure, women are not the only ones. 39 men were among the victims. 13 are minors, including a boy. We know only about these cases because these people found the strength to speak. We do not know how much to suffer in silence, especially on occupied territories. So I think there's a little bit of translation issue in there, but I think you get the point. We have no clue actually how many there are, but these are 171 brave people, men and women, who have come forward to report this. And we can only think of the ones that have stayed silent. And now I'm going to go to a slightly different thing, but very possibly related. I cannot say for sure. Yesterday, I saw a message about a child, an infant, an underweight infant that was abandoned in a safe space at a hospital. Um, and yeah, left in like the safe drawers that they've had in hospitals for a while. The child was underweight, and there clearly had been no prenatal care. And fortunately, the child is doing better. The whoever abandoned them after DNA and tests and things like that could reclaim the child. But there's just something in my gut that wonders if this child is a product of a rape by a Russian soldier, um, that that ended up producing the child, and the mother just can't handle it, can't deal with it. And so I am very proud of the mother for taking the child to a safe place instead of letting something else happen. But it's something that's difficult to talk about, but I also think it's something that's important to talk about. I'm restructuring the way I keep my notes for subjects on MriyaReport, and this one filed under crime and justice because this is a crime. The rapes that have been reported are crimes, and I am very happy to see how proactive the First Lady of Ukraine, Mrs. Zelensky, matter with the justice conference that has been going that went on in Lviv for a couple of days that we know Merrick Garland attended and has gotten some attention, and so I'm very happy to hear that. Very sad to hear that these things happen, but we know they're happening, and I don't think we'll ever truly know the real number, um, but we have to try to know the true number and hold the people accountable, and and think about people who are going to be in the situation where this mother. I can't say for sure that this child was a product of rape. It was just one of the first things that came to my mind. Um, but I'm thankful also that Ukraine has a way, like many countries do, to um, to drop your child off at a safe spot if you can't deal with it. So anyway, I'm going to hand it back to you because I've blathered on a little bit. Um, but that's something that I wanted to bring to the attention of the space because it's something we need to keep in mind as we talk about all of the military things, the progress Ukraine is making on the ground in taking their territory back and freeing their important, but we can't forget this other stuff and all of the crimes that are happening. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Heather, and thank you for bringing up this topic and bringing this topic to our attention. And yes, of course, this this infant could well be exactly as you say, the result of a Russian soldier raping a Ukrainian woman. And Russians have used rape as a weapon of terror in the course of this war, and against Ukrainians, as you point out, not only women, but also men, and also children. The conference you're referring to, this is the United for Justice conference, which concludes today, I believe, or therefore has concluded today in Lviv. And yes, Merrick Garland was one of the participants. But this conference was organized specifically by Ukraine to bring together prosecutors and war crimes investigators from Europe and from Ukraine, and obviously from the United States as well. in order to push forward this agenda to investigate and prosecute the war crimes committed by Russia. And just think about how many war crimes those might be. The last count I saw was more than 65,000. 65,000 cases that are being investigated, 65,000 cases that must be prosecuted. So I believe that Ursula von der Leyen also spoke at the conference in Lviv, perhaps by video connection. I don't think she was there live, but key prosecutors, legal minds, judges from the EU who have responsibility for prosecuting war crimes attended this conference, either in person or virtually, and it will help move prosecution of war crimes forward. Prince, we'll continue to talk about this, but I do want to go back to Nick for one moment. Nick?
Just to say, we're having a co-host change, so I will be stepping down. Will be getting into the first officer seat next to Alan. Thank you all for listening. I hope it's been. I hope there's been some value added, and I shall hopefully be back tomorrow or Wednesday. Tuesday's a busy day, but tomorrow or Wednesday. Thank you, and good evening. Have a good evening to the Americans. Have a good night to the Europeans, and get back to work, those of you in Australia and New Zealand.
Nick, thank you.
Nick.
Thank you very much for your time here tonight, Nick. Really appreciate it. I'm just scratching my head about how to readjust my sundials in the event of these time zone changes that are occurring. I think that as long as I live in the United States, my sundial will now forever be an hour off. But I don't know. Who knows what the United States will do with time zones. Just to remind folks, you are listening to Maria Report, MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We now have a following on Twitter of more than 60,000 people. And I hope one of them is you, whoever you are, whether you're listening or whether you will come to us and listen on Spotify. But please retweet this space. Bringing verified news from Ukraine to the world is what Maria Report tries to do. Diffusing Russian disinformation and propaganda is another thing that Maria Report tries to do. Talking to everyone about why Ukraine is fighting for all of us is another thing that Maria Report tries to do. And we do have to remember, Ukraine is fighting for all of us. We owe them our thanks. We owe them our support. One way each of us can support Ukraine is by going to MriyaAid.org. It's MriyaAid.org. You can make a contribution there to send humanitarian supplies to Ukraine, to the front lines, and to the civilians in Ukrainian cities. Now, Maria Report, Maria Aid, these names sound almost alike. We are different organizations. Maria Aid is a Canadian charity. Maria Report is a global news channel of a very new kind. It has grown organically here on Twitter, and it will continue to grow well beyond 60,000 followers, well beyond. Carrying news of the day around the world, carrying news of Ukraine's heroism around the world as well. So Nick mentioned that we were headed towards a co-host change. We are indeed. I'm relying on my new co-host to bring important news to me and to you. But in the meantime, what do I have for you? Let's just see. You can tell I'm buying a little time by speaking relatively slowly here. So I see that there are air raid alarms going off in Kyiv, in the Kyiv region, also in the Zaporizhia region. There are reports of explosions, and air raid alerts are alight in eastern Ukraine. So we will keep an eye on that. I don't know if these are incoming drones or the first signal of the possibility of an incoming missile attack. We'll bring you up to date as we do get the news. Actually, you're still with us. I'm surprised by that, and by calling you out by name, I am keeping you awake. No, Axel has actually fallen asleep. Additionally, Olaf Scholz has returned to Berlin, but he did have a pretty
Axel has not fallen asleep. What did you ask? Seriously,
well, I was just about to move.
Just dabbling with 3 phones and a computer and dogs. How can I help you?
I was just going to go to the Scholz meeting with Biden in Washington. I know that that was last week, but there still have been no significant reports about what they talked about. I believe a readout has been released by the White House today, and I'm looking for it right now.
It says absolutely nothing, and I DM'd the link to
you. It shouldn't say anything. You need to get used to good old diplomacy.
I think here is the most significant sentence from the readout, Axel. The leaders also exchanged perspectives on other global issues. That tells you a lot.
Yeah, that they really stopped wondering about interplanetary constellations.
Well, of course, we know they talked about Ukraine primarily. That was the entire reason for Scholz's visit. And one would suspect that they talked about supplying Ukraine with Western jet fighters, and I don't know what else. I mean, Axel, you had an idea of what the agenda might have been, or had you been Joe Biden, what you would have made the agenda.
I shall hope that at the tender age of which President Biden has reached, I shall still be in office, albeit that I tend to believe that medical science will allow me to do so, unless I run in front of a bus, or face other challenges of which I know nothing at the moment, I hope. Having said this, I think that I would never feel comfortable putting myself into the shoes of the most difficult job in the world, being the scheduler of the White House.
I'd vote for you.
No, being the scheduler of the White House. No, but I'm joking. Of course. What's there to say? There's tons of issues. There's tons of challenges. There is. Let's start with this. Spare parts for Typhoons / Eurofighters. Release of, say, war economy footing without war economy across Europe. Cleaning up the proliferation of procrastination in German politics. pressing Germany to fulfill not only its 2% criteria in NATO, but actually doing relevant steps in terms of procurement, replenishment of existing stocks, replenishment of ordnance stocks, organizing logistics with allies faster, better, more comprehensively, removing one or two not so kosher people in the German intelligence services. Oh, Jesus. Ensuring that the pressure on Switzerland, which Germany and Italy need to bring to bear, is effective. By that means probably helping Italy delivering to Greece more than just the 70s, maybe an IRST, by means of having Germany vouch for it so that it could be produced more quickly, alongside everything Deal and Hensoldt need to produce for Ukraine. Speeding up the process of delivery of additional components such as APCs from Germany, ensuring that Germany backs up FFG, and our friends from KMW as well as Rheinmetall in uplifting the spirits capacity and capability of the Leopard 1s existing in both environments and influence spheres, buying out together with the Italians, the RUAG, the Swiss Leopard A1s, then making sure that the pressure on Switzerland, as I said, is not taken off, but it's becoming significantly more, say, pertinent in regard to issues Switzerland really wants resolved, of which there's many economic, a lot of science issues to be resolved, specifically between the University of California and a lot of money to be released to the Swiss from the EU, which won't happen unless the Germans and the Dutch opine on it. So getting Mark Rutte and Olaf Scholz doing it. What else do you want to know? I can go on for about 10 minutes like this. There is a long list of issues which they should have gone through and will not have gone through, because that's the current problem. We are not seeing business as usual. We're not seeing that, as everybody says, oh, all these issues are being dealt with on the work level. No, at the moment, there's a massive backlog amongst European leaders because there's so much fear, confusion, and complete, what the Germans call Schockstarre. It's so to say the silent version and the complete and utter static version of shell shock, meaning the person doesn't move anymore within many organizations on the political level. Whilst the German Bundeswehr and lots of logistics parties work exceptionally fast, there's a number of politicians on lower level, medium level, who simply don't do their job. And lots of bureaucrats who do not do their job, who do not want to make decisions, because obviously beforehand, the decision-making process has been so conflated, so utterly confusing, so resistant to change, and the likes. All of this needs to be resolved. Therefore, it needs l'ordre de mufti, as the French would call it, a push from above. And that's difficult. And therefore, sorry, would you mind letting me finish? Would you mind letting me finish? And therefore, it falls into the hands of what is, in this case, an elderly gentleman who really would like to make sure that he can bridge gaps, talk sense, reduce messages. But he is burdened now. He is burdened now by granular detail, of which even Olaf Scholz has very little know-how. And that's difficult. And that makes the whole dang thing so complicated, which is why I presume this White House visit evidently took a lot longer in terms of timing from the moment when Chancellor Scholz entered the building up until he departed. The meeting was long. I'm sure the briefing was long and comprehensive, and he will have had a lot of information coming through a skiff into the White House Situation Room, because otherwise he would not be able to link up with all the data. I doubt that he had all the data in his bag, as he obviously typically runs around with his schoolmaster or the headmaster's bag or the principal's bag, depending on which area in the Commonwealth you're from. So this was complicated, and this was imposition. Mr. Scholz was imposing his level of insecurity and his failures in terms of making decision and the procrastination and the backlog upon the White House. And that's what, unfortunately, the Biden administration has to deal with. And this is only the stuff we know, because we know that they haven't made these decisions beforehand. And now we haven't heard anything much about these decisions being carried out quite yet. But your readout, or what people would like to have as a readout, will be in the pudding, meaning in the action, in the eating of the pudding in the coming weeks. And I shall believe that within a few days from now, we will see some of the backlog being cleared off.
If we were to focus on just one issue that Schultz and Biden might have discussed, and I will point out,
of a list of 100 issues.
I know there are 100. I just want to choose one, because I'm that kind of focused guy. But this was not a state visit, by the way. This was very much a working meeting. But if we focus simply on Switzerland and what pressure can be brought to apply to Switzerland, and for what reason? Does it have to do primarily with the release, the sale back to Germany, I believe, of Leopard tanks?
No, it starts generally with ammunition and technology exports as a general principle. And then it continues with the sale back of the Leopards. But the sale back of the Leopards, the Germans already had to really crouch down and say, oh, this is only for backfilling of different European nations, and we buy them and we distribute them so that they can release tanks to Ukraine. Now, some of the people in the current Swiss legislative and executive environment don't like it, and they fear that they might still be blocked by a referendum, and the Swiss are prissier and holier than the Pope. So that's difficult. Then there is the acquisition of the Leopard 1s by RUAG, which is a Swiss weapons system asset manager, if you want to put it this way, from Italy. The tanks are still in Italy. They are 1A5s. They're in very good shape by comparison. Yes, they need updating, they need up-arming and all sorts of shit, but still, they're good enough. And there are 96 of them. So that just like the 96 A2s, which are in mint condition because they are Swiss maintained. They have been unmothballed, so to say, demothballed every year, tested, driven around, reordered, repackaged, remothballed, reoiled, and everything else in between. So if you take those 62 Leopard 2s, which should be coming in, then these 62 technically would allow the Germans to either refill some of their coffers, or not just their own, but others, predominantly Polish ones, because these are A4s and nobody in Germany wants to drive the A4s anymore because it makes no sense. And as a consequence, you would bring those A4s either to upgrade them to a higher level to our friends at Rheinmetall and KMW, despite the fact that they shouldn't be dealing with shit, because essentially you wouldn't want to clog up their lines for other production. And so they have to go to Poland for that matter, and others. And then Poland will almost likely use this immediately in order to turn around and give more of the existing Polish ones over to Ukraine, which is fine too. So, and then there's the Gepard ammunition, where still the Swiss are blocking it, although that block may be dissolved. At the same time, the Swiss wanted to say, we're due to a Supreme Court judgment of theirs, if you want to call it this way, about at risk of giving precedence to Russians using funds given back to their legal sphere and their, say, free disposal for collateralization of deals which could be done as a barter. And I described this a little earlier today in a scheme where how this could actually be done, how they could make use of the money despite the fact that they can't send it anywhere because they're sanctioned. But it doesn't matter if you have them. If you have the money without encumbrance in your account, and the account is held, for example, by a company you own, there's ways of skinning the cat for that money to be used for purchases. So as a consequence, this is very complicated. This needs to be dealt with, and the Germans have a very, very intricate and complex relationship with the Swiss, as have the Italians. The Italians tend to be what we call ungehobelt, meaning without any kind of concern. They simply hit the Swiss as hard as they can, and they do it relentlessly, and they don't care, and that's fine. And that's what's needed. So the Germans and the Italians together need to gang up on the Swiss to hit them hard, because the Swiss will reject everything and anything the US does, up to the point that the US takes out the big guns, which they've used once when it came to Jewish money. And meaning money which the Swiss had held and were, shall we say, reluctant to hand back to rightful beneficial owners, where the Swiss, for very formalistic reasons, believed that this was not something that they could easily do. So, long story short, lots of stuff. And that's just Switzerland.
Well, the Swiss neutrality really throws a wrench in lots of transfer of.
Yeah, but it's not neutrality, it's the interpretation of neutrality and its current usage as an excuse, as an exculpation of the Swiss government not taking the right actions. It's a different thing. Neutrality has absolutely nothing really to do with it. And we discussed it here in this space with Florian and the likes, and quite some in Pendolino and others. It's actually, there are solutions for this. You just have to use them. This is all about the fear of the Swiss of their local, rather navel-gazing, slightly more conservative, as well as some part of their French opposition. French Switzerland, they always want entitlements. And the conservative German Swiss want to be isolationist. And as a consequence, they end up with a system where anyone can simply collect some signatures in order to put up a referendum. And if a referendum against a decision now would be made, then no export of any of those products would be possible for at least a year until the referendum is over. And that is the risk the Swiss government doesn't want to run, but at the same time, they have political infighting. So it's, again, domestic politics. Now, these domestic politics can be resolved, but you have to have goodwill and political acumen and zest for it. And I'm not quite sure whether you've ever managed to associate zest with anyone Swiss, other than maybe Pirmin Zurbriggen, if that tells you anything. And that's it. And that's it.
But the inability for the Swiss to export arms or to sell arms back to Germany, or for that matter, to continue to manufacture them because they will be withheld from export, wouldn't that be crippling to the Swiss economy?
No. It would be annoying, but it's not crippling. The Swiss economy is completely independent from that. Switzerland makes a lot more money on many other things. It's of course, it's bad. It has an impact. It has the immediate impact on employees and everything else, and it's strategically wrong. And yeah, it's all bad. But will it kill Switzerland? Of course not. Is it critical? I mean, if I'm a Swiss patriot, I would say it's critical, yes, because it matters a great deal that they have the technology in the country, that they develop it, they make use of their strengths and not, get rid of them. But can they survive without? Yes, of course they can. If they're really super stubborn, they can do it.
So they can run their entire economy on chocolates, cuckoo clocks.
Oh, come on. Alan, please. Yeah. Da-di-da-di-da. Come on, please. Let's be serious.
Okay.
Switzerland has high precision optics. It has a fantastic chemical industry. It has loads of technology, electrical engineering. It has absolutely fantastic financial services. There is so much good about Switzerland. It's completely crap to admonish them for only being supposedly reliant on chocolate and cuckoo clocks because American tourists know nothing else. Come on.
I'll be serious. They have a great medical technology industry. They
For
make
example?
Yep. And you pointed out the optics. Yep. I know. The Swiss economy is diversified.
Not dependent on us telling them what to do. That's the whole point.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry I was not serious for a moment. Sometimes that does happen to me.
Oh, come on.
I know that you are always serious, Axel.
I'm laughing my head off here. So, but you come on, Alan. We just covered one of the topics.
One of the 100 topics. I
Exactly
do understand that. I do understand that.
Imagine what kind of a meeting this must have been with Headmaster Scholz traveling to what can only be the trust chairman of the school.
Exactly. That is exactly the relationship between Olaf and Joe. Joe is the chair of the board of trustees, and Olaf reports to him. He has a contract that can be canceled, not by Joe Biden.
And what don't you do to the chairman of your board of trustees? You don't bother him with details. But if you come with a whole bag of details, what does it do to the chairman? He has to listen to you, unfortunately.
And usually he admonishes you, and very simply, why haven't you dealt with this?
Exactly. I would hope that he has done that. And this is, by the way, this should be the perfect readout. He should admonish him, put him in his place, tell him, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Would you mind to have another performance review a little earlier? Shall we maybe do this quarterly? You know what I mean. And then get it done. And in the meantime, give him advice, guidance. Maybe tell him who else in his college to work with. Preferably not the French.
Olaf, get some aviator glasses. Axel, we have a few hands up. We'll go to Richard, Nick, and Ivan. Richard, please go ahead.
Oh, hello there. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, excellent. It's the first time I've chatted to Maria. There's a particular specialism that is unbelievable that you're talking about in such a narrow term tonight about Switzerland and their difficulty providing aid. And there's a particular sort of specialism they have in Brugg AG. If anyone wants to Google that, they'd probably be able to find it. Brugg, not Bruges, but Brugg.
Yeah, in Aargau, we know.
Yeah, there's a bridging camp. They have a particular specialism in bridging, which of course is not an offensive act. It's not a military thing particularly. It's not, destructive. It's just bridging. And Ukraine needs that, I guess. And I've never been able to contribute anything useful. And couldn't some pressure like Axel, ex-tankers, or anyone who might know anyone related to anyone training there, that could be a useful
I'm not quite sure
resource.
what about Brugg is your key. Is it the fact that they are in their organization, they focus on what can only be described as some of the most resilient twisted steel pipes? Sorry, twisted steel threads. Let's put threads.
Sorry, no, I'm not talking about Brugg company. I'm talking about Brugg location in Switzerland, where there's a training camp due to
that's a different thing. It's also
sorry,
but,
yeah, due to the river that flows there. There's a training camp that's quite extensive. It looks like quite a big deal to me as a non-military person. And they've got a particular specialism in those lovely pivoting, bridging tanks. That I guess they might have the capacity to train people and use them, and that would be
okay.
Let's
put it this way. This is we call it the guineas. They do very good stuff there. I have a few should we say, Swiss friends who are engineers there, and they're superbly cool, no question. But I doubt that any of the Swiss troops will be involved in training anyone who ever does anything in Ukraine. Because that would mean that the Swiss army were to lend a hand on matters which are considered to be conducive to warfare, which is a pity because they're very good. The chaps are great, no question.
So you know the place I mean, and the capacity
We call
got.
it Génie Corps. It's from génie, from French. It's a thing. They're very good.
Richard, thank you for very much for coming up as a first-time speaker. Really appreciate it. Do you have a follow-up?
I can't. I mean, I can't say what this space has meant since, I don't know, a few weeks into the genocidal, illegal invasion of Ukraine. I mainly listen when I'm at work and just soldering circuit boards, manual work. I can't respond, so I listen in a purely passive way. And I go through that arc of listening to people and agreeing with them and finding them amusing and funny, and then probably due to my personality rejecting that and finding them annoying and
Well, Richard, I do want to thank you for moving from the passive voice to the active voice tonight here at MriyaReport, and thank you for listening and being a loyal listener all these long days of war. I do thank you, and please retweet this space. Bring others here who need the same kind of information that you've sought.
Yeah, but the main thing would be Switzerland has got excess passive resource. It's passive. So if there's a key point to make, it's a passive resource that they could give that's not destructive. So why can't they give that? And that's what I'd ask to Axel, if you can still hear me. I think that'd be great.
We agree, and we're going to do everything we can to help people put pressure on Switzerland to get moving, and as you did, to change from the passive to the active voice. So thank you very much, Richard. I want to move on.
Thanks so much for listening. So.
Thank you. I just Nick, you had your hand up. Put it down. Are you?
That's fine. Cancel.
Okay, we'll cancel it and go on to Ivan and then to John. Ivan, please go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, so just following on that Switzerland discussion, I guess I'm struggling to understand why Swiss neutrality would be a barrier to manufacturing weapons or ammunition, because I don't think that's what neutrality means. I mean, like, and basically, how does that even work? Like, how are your companies going to win future contracts if the recipients won't be able to get resupply when there's a difficult time? So I guess I'm just struggling to understand why the Swiss would even claim that neutrality prevents them from selling weapons, and why they would shoot their own industries in the foot that way. I just don't understand it.
Really good question, Ivan. I have the same difficulty understanding what neutrality means to the Swiss. Same difficulty understanding what neutrality means to the Austrians. These are both neutral countries. Way of thinking, it creates problems for both. And maybe Nick, you have a take on this.
I mean, it doesn't matter what we think neutrality means. It matters what Switzerland thinks it means. We're not going to get into some kind of argument with them where they sort of agree, suddenly go, oh yes, you have a better semantic. The Swiss, for as long as I can remember, have been happy to sell arms to anybody who wasn't involved in fighting. And as soon as they get involved in fighting, the Swiss say, "Oh well, come back when the war's over." So if you want to rely on Swiss weapons, buy enough of them that you aren't going to need to replenish them during your war. Seems to be the motto. And I mean, I think had the Soviets, had the Warsaw Pact rolled into Germany, I think perhaps the Swiss might have moved a little bit, but that's kind of the threshold. Is are the Soviets invading Germany? Otherwise, they like Axel said, they like living in a world where nobody else can tell them what to do, and I think that's kind of their definition of neutrality, staying out of other people's quarrels. But if in the meantime, I mean, the logical thing to do would be to declare themselves not just neutral, but also pacifist, and not have an arms industry. But precision engineering and arms industries go quite well together, and make money. And the Swiss have always been entirely clinical on the matter of money, as we know. So it doesn't matter. They will not get involved in active conflicts, and it's one of their principles that they will only give up under, I think, very extreme circumstances. And in that respect, I admire them for it, even though I wish they would change their policy in this case. I think it's possible to say, look, they've built their country, they built their position in the world around this principle. It took them a hell of a time to join the United Nations, and to some extent, I admire them for that, even though at the moment I don't like the way that it comes out. But there may well be cases in the future where I'm actually, pleased at what Switzerland is doing. So, yeah, we'd all like them to do something different. We'd all like, the Gepard ammunition to go, and all the various other things. But yeah, it's just the way it is, and we're not going to sort of march in there with some kind of logical argument and have them buckle under that. They've made their decisions, and what will happen will happen. Let's see what can happen at a political level. But it's true that the Swiss have an enormous pile of cash. In business, people talk about when you're an entrepreneur and you make your first, I don't know how much it is these days, but 4 or 5 million, and it's called, well, in English, to be polite, up yours money. And the reason it's called up yours money is it's money that enables you to say up yours to somebody before you hang up the phone. And the Swiss have up yours money in amounts that we can only dream of, and they're living their best life. Again, I wish it was different, but I kind of understand why they're doing it. So we're not going to change that by anything other than perhaps a little bit of gentle diplomacy. But I don't think the Germans are going to go along and tell the Swiss what to do, because the Swiss have been standing up to the Germans for a long time.
And the Swiss are not going to listen to anyone.
That's the whole point of being Swiss, is so you don't have to. And as I say, I think a lot of us would like to have that little inner Swiss person. When you go to work, those of you who go to work, and even if you have the best boss in the world, there are times when you just wish you didn't have a boss. And there are times when you just wish that you didn't have this or that, limiting what you can do in the world. And the Swiss, they still have restrictions. They have their geography, they have everything else. But yeah, the Swiss have that kind of ability to go up yours before they hang up the phone. And I think we can all relate to that again, even though at the moment we wish it were different.
So, Nick, I actually want to come back to Swiss neutrality and weave in a discussion of Austrian neutrality. There, a lot of Americans actually only know that Switzerland is neutral. Austria is also neutral per its constitution. But before we do that, I want to go to John, and then I'm sure Axel will be back with us. John, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thanks for hosting. I just I noticed that tweet earlier on Marinka, which is town in near Donetsk. It was on the Ukrainian side of the the occupation until the full-scale invasion. And Christopher Miller, the author, tweeted some pictures of it. It looks like a drone's gone over, and
that's a very bad source. You know this, right?
well, I don't know. He's just I'm just
Christopher
looking.
Miller is the guy who's been trying to push Azov being Nazi. Main reasons why this narrative still journalism with journalisming and these tendentious accounts. So I'm sorry, mate, but you should ask Alex Backus to come back up here. He'll probably rip, and just like Bryce Wilson, our Australian friend, who, if when he was asked what he would do to Christopher Miller, if and when he met him again, which he was forced to do, because Christopher Miller never goes anywhere. He sits around in Kiev, drinks, and has a shit. Come on, please.
Oh, I wasn't talking about
Chris.
I'm talking about I'm just talking about the images that he's tweeted. I don't know where they come from.
Well, he probably hasn't taken them himself.
Yeah. Well, it looks like a drone has been over the town of Marinka. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not sure. And they may or may not be his.
Into the Daniel F.R. swear jar.
And they're quite stunning pictures because the city has just been rubblized. I mean, I spent quite a lot of time when I got interested in what was going on in Ukraine in about probably October, following the conflict on Google Earth as you could then, because you could follow the trench lines. And I actually sort of followed them from the Azov Sea up to the sort of northern Ukrainian Russian border, and you could see where the conflicts were, and there were occasional bits of documentary footage coming out, and you could follow it quite closely on Google Earth. So I spent many hours picking through that stuff and those images on Google Earth. And these drone shots are sort of an oblique shot, and as far as I'm aware, prior to the full-scale invasion, it was a pretty intact city, a couple of kilometers away from what was, the trench line, if you like, but behind the line. And there are some quite interesting street images on Google. There's particularly in the north of Donetsk, around the airport, you can see the last Google car to go down the street in about 2011, and then even prior to the full-scale invasion, you could see the same street in Google satellite images with trenches across it. That's like the main sort of ring road and the main dual carriageway into the airport. And Marinka has just been rubblized, so it's so badly destroyed that it took me half an hour to work out where the main street was, and I managed to collate two images. One's like an oblique image of what is the Drudgeby Avenue, which is kind of like the main drag that I screen grabbed off Google Earth, of kind of three. It's one of those sort of towns that they have a few in Ukraine. I think they're sort of Soviet designed cities, which is just one long city with a main street that runs forever, and sort of houses coming out off it. So it's not like a sort of central business district. It's like a long main street, and I think Preview reads like that as well. And you just can't tell one building from another. And I managed to work it out, and I've screen grabbed the two images, just a bit of detail from this picture and the one from Google Earth, and it's just taken me back a little bit. It's impossible to recognize the buildings, even though they were quite distinct buildings. And that Google Earth picture, the street view, last time a Google car went down that road is 2011. So I would imagine in the decade since that was taken, prior to the invasion, the city would have done a little bit of work on that kind of street, bearing in mind that sort of Ukraine was becoming increasingly progressive and recovering from the financial disaster of the years after independence during the last decade. So yeah, I just tweeted it. I did include a link to Christopher Miller's. He's got a thread on it with
Delete
some
the link.
pictures. But yeah, well, there's more pictures in there.
He's one
There's
of the
more
main
pictures in there
reasons why this,
to
as of narrative, is still
contextualize.
around.
Okay, fair enough. Well, there's some pictures in there that kind of contextualize the images
Copy
that
the picture,
I've got there.
find out who the author is, get rid of the Christopher Miller link.
Yeah, I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can work out where they come from. But yeah, it's just. I mean, we know what's going on. Well, we know some of what's going on. But I think every now and then an image comes out of this conflict that really does take you back. And those 4 drone shots, whatever the original source is, are just that they're just so shocking to see. And on the Google Earth images, there's like people walking around, dogs in the street, there's life, and it was so difficult. There's like I've spent about the last half hour trying to work out what's what, and there's a little round thing you can see on one of the drone shots. It appears in all of them, or about 2 or 3 of them. It's a very distinctive round piece of land. It looks like a miniature bullring or something, or like maybe a cycleway, perfectly round. And you can't see that on Google Earth, and that's because it's essentially in the back garden of a building covered by trees and foliage, and that's all gone. So that's why you can see it in the drone shots, just because everything around it is rubble. It's horrendous. And this has happened to city after city. Yeah, so I just thought I'd share that because it's just a little bit to fight. Someone who spends quite a lot of time just browsing Google Earth and those kind of stuff. I'm not an OSINT. I'm just interested in sort of the geography of it. That was quite an arresting moment, just to see what they've done to that high street. It's phenomenal. Every now and then an image comes up from, and as it have done over the years, and there's been so many of them that they kind of overlap. You just can't keep up with it. There's so many images that you think, oh my god, this is like the My Lai massacre, or this is like the kid in Syria in the ambulance covered in brick dust, or all those previous, or the Falklands, something from the Falklands, like the guy who was injured in the Falklands. All of those conflicts sort of conjured up one really distinctive image, and this just seems to push up a new one every few days. It's so it's so existential and fundamental what's going on that yeah, I retweeted it anyway. I'll see if I can find the original images, and yeah, thanks for listening to me share about that, and yeah, thanks for hosting.
Thanks, John. Yeah, those aerial photographs of.
Can I just, Alan? I'm sorry. I
Yes,
have
go ahead.
breaking news from a friend who is not just Ukrainian but very well connected with our space, and who is a very charming man and generally correct. He has found the right kind of spelling for this man, and it's much clearer in Ukrainian. I don't know whether I can. We don't have a chat function here, so I can't do this in this form. It's not Christopher, but Christopher, as in Christopher. It's a very bad swear word. Sorry.
Well, if you say it, you have to contribute to the swear jar.
I just agreed with Alex that I will do that. And I still read it out. I deliberately contributed to that.
Thank you for your contribution. If it's that bad a swear word, give twice. But these aerial photographs are absolutely, they take your breath away, and not in a good way. They knock your breath out of you. These are utterly destroyed cities, destroyed by Russian artillery and Russian missiles, reduced to rubble. Every house in which there were Ukrainian lives, Ukrainian futures being lived and developed, completely destroyed. These cities have been reduced to dust, not only in Bakhmut, but in Marinka, of course, in Mariupol, and the Russians just keep shelling. They just keep these artillery batteries going on every single day. 40 or 50,000 shells a day, all along the line of contact, and it's so many aimed at civilian targets, not at military targets.
I think the thing about that one, those images, Alan, and I'll drop off in a minute, is that what shocked me was because it's such a long straight main street. It's that kind of Soviet designed main street. You can see right down it, and you can see hundreds of people going about their daily life. And as you sort of wander down it on the little Google car that's been down there 13 years ago now, or 12 years ago, there's a dog crossing the road, and it's in several frames. It's you're really in that street, and you think, oh, I hope they get some money to redevelop this place at some point, or over the decade. I hope that happened. It's you can wander around that place sort of virtually in quite a convincing way, but it is so destroyed, it's almost impossible to work out what's what on the picture. And it's just a grid city. It's a really simple grid, and even then it's like, oh my god, what is what? Yeah, so yeah, I'll drop down, but thanks for that, and thank you very much for hosting.
Thank you, John. I'm sure Ukraine will rebuild these cities. They will rebuild Mariupol and Bakhmut and Divka and Marinka. But in every one of these Ukrainian places, there will be sacred places that commemorate the sacrifice Ukraine has made. Axel, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that in the meantime, and I've already alerted our team to it, in the meantime, with 63.5% of all eligible voters voting, and 405 out of 405 districts in Estonia counted, the party of Kaja Kallas, the current Prime Minister of Estonia, that's the blonde woman in the blue dress who typically smiles at you and says nasty words about Putin, and has led her country together with the president and the leading parties and the general majority of the Estonian public to support Ukraine to the tune of in excess of 4.5% of Estonia's GDP, and with a full commitment to defending freedom, democracy, and the Ukrainian people, has won the election, and it forms with an add-on of plus 2.3% the strongest party with 31.2%, and together with one party which absolutely wants to coalesce with her party, has a 51 to 50 majority in the Riigikogu, which is the parliament here. So if all goes well, this will be the new coalition.
That's important breaking news. Axel, I just want to go to Will for a moment for a quick change of subject. Will, you have some good stories for us tonight, and let's start with the one you mentioned to me. Well, here I am putting Will on the spot, and go ahead.
Sorry, I had a mic problem. Prince Heather normally brings the good news, but one of my Ukrainian friends in Australia sent me a link that I think is important today, because it's it's the birthday of a gentleman named Vladimir Ivasiuk, who was a composer and poet in Ukraine during the period of time it was part of the Soviet Union, and he wrote I guess one of the most famous songs in Ukraine, Chevrona Ruta, which I didn't know the song, but on the first days of the war, there was one of these new artists out, a pop artist, had with a band called Boombox, was singing it on the street, this song, and so today is Vladimir's birthday, and the interesting thing about him, it points out the long-term history of Ukraine in vis-a-vis Russia, is that this guy wrote this song that's very Ukrainian, patriotic song, that he disappeared in 1979 on the 24th of April, I think, and 3 days later his family was found, he was identified in the forest outside Lviv, where he lived, and he had been hung from a tree, stabbed with a bunch of branches from a tree. That is also important because this Kalnia branches are known as the branches stabbed into his chest were symbolic because of the red viburnum berries, Chervona Kalnia, which is a symbol that's been part of Ukrainian culture and resistance since ancient times. So he disappeared, was found by an officer testing his radio a couple of days later, and the Soviet Union claimed that it was, you'll love this modus operandi that they continue to use. They claimed he happy birthday, Vladimir Ivasiuk. And if you want to search more about that song, apparently it is very popular in Ukraine. And I hope all the Ukrainians are celebrating his birthday in their newfound quest for freedom from their neighbor, which has been going on for a long time, and obviously it was heavily repressed even up through 1979. So I mean, a big deal we wouldn't have heard about during the Cold War, but the repression of Ukraine has been going on through the major historical events we've noted, Holodomor and others, but also just through attempting to suppress popular culture and Ukrainian culture and language, which is disturbing. But we expected all this of Russia. So I just wanted to note his birthday, and I hope the celebration of his birthday lifts up spirits, and they sing Chevrona Ruta many times today in Ukraine. Alan?
I'm going to look for a recording of that song, Will. Ukrainians don't need to rediscover their culture. They know it already. But what so many people around the world need to do, as I have needed to do, as listeners here need to do, is to discover Ukrainian culture for the first time. And there's a lot of beauty in it, a lot of poetry in it. As I say, I'm going to look for a recording of this song and listen to it. Earlier this year, because the Kyiv Children's Choir traveled to New York City and performed at Carnegie Hall, singing "Carol of the Bells." They also sang it impromptu in Grand Central Station, which is a great acoustic space. We learned that "Carol of the Bells," often thought of as a Christmas song and as a Russian Christmas song, is not a Christmas song at all, and it was composed by a Ukrainian composer. It is absolutely beautiful. It has become a standard of the holiday season all around the world, and that's the kind of thing we're finding out. There have also been paintings by Ukrainian artists in major museums around the world, including the Metropolitan Museum in New York City, that have been now correctly identified as painted by a Ukrainian, whereas previously the artists were identified as Russian. So there's a wealth of information we need to uncover about Ukrainian culture. It's just one of the things we can do here. It's one of the things that so many of our speakers here help us accomplish. And this is this story, Will, that you just gave us is such an example. Thank you. And did you say you have heard this song performed?
Yes, I did. When I was just searching it now, I've also sent you a link in DMs to a version of it that he put on in the early 70s, which is considered to be one of the best versions. So I sent you that copy. But there's also a link to in the article to the Boombox, who is the name of the band, who the guy was out on the street early days of the war playing there. So there's a version that he was playing there too. That I guess you can pick your favorites: the more contemporary version or the classic version from the early 70s. But I sent you that link.
Thank you very much. It gives me more music to listen to tonight at some point. I also want to remind folks that you're listening to MriyaReport. Please retweet this space. Please bring your questions and observations up to the space. You can do that by tapping on the mic icon, the microphone icon, at the bottom left of your phone screen. We'll see that you're requesting to speak, bring you up, and when we do bring you up, just tap on the heart plus icon to the right of your screen, raise your hand, and we will get you in line to speak. So a few other things that are happening. There are roughly 2 weeks remaining in the grain deal that allows export of Ukrainian grain. A lot of this grain is going to Africa. It will have to be renegotiated. At the moment, Russia is standing in the way of that renegotiation. Originally, this deal was struck by President Erdogan of Turkey, and of course President Zelensky of Ukraine, with the support of the United Nations and the reluctant participation of the Russians, because the Russians have stolen thousands of tons of grain from Ukraine, and grain export information. Hundreds of grain ships have exported grain from Ukraine, and primarily from Odessa, Mykolaiv,
Hello.
etc. Oh, I'm sorry, Scott. Please raise your hand, and then we'll call on you. Although, Scott, this would be a great opportunity for me to find the information I'm looking for, and
you go ahead, Alan. Yes, Scott. Thanks for coming up. Mute your mic when you're not speaking, if you could, please. And then if you want to provide a question or add a comment, just raise your hand using the little heart plus button on the right, and we'll recognize you in order of people that have hands up. But as Alan said, nobody has their hand up right now. So Scott Emmanuel, if you'd like to raise a question or comment, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Scott, you're free to speak. Well, Scott, until you figure out the microphone function, I'll go ahead. So I was talking about the grain deal. There are about 2 weeks remaining in the grain deal. More than 773 ships have carried grain out of Ukraine. A lot of this is going to Africa, of course, but it's going all around the world. So 773 ships outbound. 694 ships have actually made their deliveries. Why is this important? Well, it's important because it provides Ukraine with a source of revenue. It means that Ukrainian grain is getting to parts of the world where there's the possibility of famine. That is looming. And the other thing I'll say is it's a positive step that Turkey has taken to support Ukraine. The problem, as always, is Russian participation. So these ships must be inspected. They must be inspected by Turkish inspectors, Russian inspectors, etc., to pass through the Bosphorus. And a dozen ships a day could be inspected, but because Russians either do not carry out the inspections that they're authorized to carry out or delay them, in some cases, as few as 4 ships are inspected and cleared for passage in any given day. This deal is coming to a close in 2 weeks. It will have to be renegotiated. I think it will be renegotiated successfully, but we'll wait and see. The kind of negotiation that will go to the edge of the cliff before it is agreed to. So, Will, I think we lost that speaker, which is okay. I'm not sure what he was going to come up and talk about, but
he was a new speaker. He was a new.
I'm always eager to bring up new speakers. Yeah. I think that first-time speakers, you have to break the ice. You have to get up here, raise your hand, ask your question, participate, and once you do it, you can come back again and again and become a valued member of Maria Report. And the best news of the day that I heard, Will, was that, and this is news that Prince reminded me of, Maria Report now has 60,000 followers. 60,000 followers here on Twitter, and that actually translates into tens and tens of thousands of more people who hear what we talk about, because significant interviews are archived on Spotify. You can go to Spotify and listen to any interview you want to that has been conducted here on MriyaReport. So you can listen to Ben Hodges, you can listen to Mick Ryan, you can listen to Thomas Tyner, you can listen to the head of the Ukrainian Railway and the Ukrainian Postal Service. You can listen to members of the Ukrainian Rada, their parliament. You can listen to the mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov. There are just so many interviews that you can add to your library of podcasts. It's worth doing, and I challenge anyone to listen to both Thomas Tyner interviews, one for 5 hours, one for 7 hours. Absolutely enthralling. You won't turn off either interview, and it makes no difference that these interviews took place several weeks, or in the 5 hour interview with Thomas Tyner a couple of months ago. How he talks about what Ukraine is doing to successfully fight back the Russians has value today. So I do encourage everyone to go to Spotify, download these interviews, take a listen, see what you think. It might actually give you some ideas for coming up and asking questions. Will, have you? Do you go to Spotify and listen to MriyaReport interviews?
Yes, I have. I was never on Spotify, but I downloaded it specifically so I could hear some of the stuff from people like Thomas Tyner, because even though he runs marathon sessions, it's oftentimes difficult for me to catch those from Perth. So I have started picking up those things off of Spotify when they become available. And yeah, I mean, invaluable sources of information. But obviously, since it's running 24/7, you can't pick them all up. So yeah, I'd encourage everybody to do that as well if you already use Spotify or if you've never have.
So, Will, because it's a quiet Sunday night here in North America, I'm going to one of my fallback questions, and I don't think I've ever asked you this question, and so I need to. How did you find MriyaReport? What brought you here, and what prompted you to become a volunteer?
Let's see. So I was following things on my own from day one, and it popped into a Walter Report thing at one point in time, but wasn't really following things on a Twitter space initially. I was just aggregating information as much as I could from literally day one of the war, because having traveled in Ukraine myself some, and noting how incredibly beautiful some of the towns like Sumy and Poltava are, and then seeing those on the first day of the war, getting destroyed, and really of no military value. I was became obsessively involved in trying to get information, and I was kind of floundering around on my own, if you will, putting in a lot of time collecting information. And then in about probably, I think, July or August, I actually stumbled into and checked out the MriyaReport thing and started listening from then, for a few months, and didn't say anything. But then when I got back from a trip, I went on a trip to America to visit some of my family up there, and noted that they were asking me lots of questions about it, because when you start talking to people about current events or whatever, unfortunately for me, all of my current events were focused around what's going on in Ukraine. And my family was quite interested in why I was so supportive of Ukraine, because I had spent the better part of 12 years living in Russia and working in Russia. So they thought that was strange. But once you get past the first issues, it's clear that the support, as you've noted in America, is very strongly for Ukraine once people understand the principles of the thing. And I came back from that trip basically committed to do even more. Right, I'd been doing countering disinformation myself, just on my own, floundering around. And as people have said about NAFO, I think mid-October when I came back, I first logged in on my phone and raised my hand to add something from my own personal experience of my time in Russia, and I found that was pretty well received. That, I mean, actually, surprisingly, I'm not a military expert. I don't have any specialty knowledge or skills that would necessarily qualify me to participate. But I did find that valuable, engaging myself to raise my hand and ask a question or add some context to the discussion. And interestingly enough, because I do live in Perth, and it is the end of the earth, if you will, and a massive area of time. Well, it's a time period that I think they called the graveyard shift on MriyaReport, because it tends to be the time when I'm easily on is obviously to listen to you first thing in the morning, and Daryl typically, which is the place I listened in. But then in the afternoons or noon to the late afternoon is a very quiet time in MriyaReport typically. And I found myself engaging regularly with Anda and Ryan and finance, and after participating for another couple of months, I noticed that when I was making a donation to Maria Aid, and then I was over checking out MriyaReport's site, that they said that they needed some additional moderators, and so I wrote an application up. With my qualifications being basically I live in the right time zone, and I'm interested in the subject matter, and here I am. So not a very exciting origin story, but that's how I got here, Alan. And I want to say that this is the actually first time I've sat in the co-host seat with you, Alan, but it is my great pleasure to do so, because you in particular are one of the people that drew me to MriyaReport, based on your passion for the subject, but your manner of delivery as a journalist and the way you examine things. And I think that you are an example that many of us could emulate. And so thank you for that time.
Well, thank you very much, Will, for that. And the fact of the matter is, I have no expertise whatsoever. I just ask questions, pretty much. And so Will, I'm going to ask you one more question. Then we can go to David, who's come up, thankfully. Did you find the reporting in Australia about Ukraine adequate, or was it inadequate, and that's why you came to Twitter and eventually found MriyaReport to fill in information that you couldn't get any other place?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. In that it was taking me hours and hours and hours aggregating stuff myself to try to find out what was going on. So the Twitter space is a very good resource to find out currently what's going on, and I think that's the experience of everyone here in Australia. As probably with America and most countries, that they tend to focus on the important domestic policies that are going on, and periodically cover the war in Ukraine based on events. Like in the last week, the discussion around Bakhmut has been significantly greater. Of course, the anniversary of the war was significantly greater. But the problem you get when you see mainstream reporting, Alan, is they often make, even though they're trying to cover the story well, because they don't look at it in the level of detail that folks on MriyaReport do, they oftentimes bury the lead, if you will, or miss one of the substantive issues that is most important. And the example I guess I'll make of that in relation to Bakhmut most recently is, the stories in Australia have been basically it's static, it's a stalemate, and you know, if all you do is look at a map, that looks correct, right? If you looked at the entire gains that Russia has made on the ground over the entire winter period, it's something like, I don't know, 1% of the entire map. So it doesn't look like anything's happening. And if you don't look any deeper than that, you can say it's a stalemate. It's going to go. I mean, the conversation gets set up as it's a stalemate. It's going to go on forever. So maybe, you know, maybe Australia ought to be pushing Ukraine to come to some peace rather than supplying it with the arms it needs to defend itself. And I don't think the mainstream media, which, you know, obviously they want to be fair and just report the facts fair and accurate and not do too much analysis. But when you're talking about the fundamental right of a country to exist and an invasion that relatively quickly became a genocidal invasion, and the history of the Soviet Union and the history of Russia through 1,000 years on what it's doing, and the fact that a country with a nascent democracy that has only just grown up has been fighting for its existence essentially since the Maidan Revolution, that it can be underreported. I think I may be biased. I guess I am biased, but I have a feeling that liberal democracies and the fourth estate in those liberal democracies try to appear balanced more than they actually are balanced, if you will. I think they go overboard on trying to do that. And, you know, like they say about reporting, as a journalist, your job isn't to look outside and tell me it's raining. You know, your job is to look outside and tell me what and how things are happening, not just deliver the facts. And the facts in this case, you know, are undeniably that all of the Western democracies, liberal democracies, I won't say the West, because there are a lot of liberal democracies that have grown up since the end of the Soviet Union or the end of World War II that are some of the most vibrant liberal democracies in the world, especially in Asia. And, you know, those liberal democracies and the if you look at the GDP, not the population that supports Ukraine in this war, the folks that are in liberal democracies are pretty much in lockstep behind supporting Ukraine's independence and its winning of this war. And I think the mainstream media is behind the public on this. If you were to give them a little bit more information and detail on what's happening. And essentially, I think that's what MriyaReport does. And that's why I was keen to get involved and stay involved to provide additional support to do what I was doing already. You know, give some money, spend some time doing research, act as the conduit for information into my circle of people and speaking to my representatives. But I just wanted to try to do more. So yeah, I put my hand up to help out, and I'll continue to do so until this war is over.
And every democracy west of the date line is, of course, a Western democracy.
Yes, that is true.
That is true, Axel. But the reason I always try to say the liberal democracies of the world is because some of the, obviously, you know, especially the Asian ones that have grown up, take a little bit of offense at
well, if you go west of the
calling
date line, if you follow, come on, Will, if you go west of the date line, you finally end up in Asia, right?
This is the same logic I have been known to employ when I feel like a drink and I say, well, it's 6 o'clock somewhere.
I knew that Nick would pick it up.
You know, Will, that's much the same way that I came to MriyaReport. You know, David is here with us. His hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Alan, for hosting, and Will. I've actually come up to salute my friend Deglan the Fuicha. It's more an ordums of who's and shy glad, obviously Asia glad, but Pavine Lumney's more who's asset. It's great to hear you. It's great to see you here, Deglan, and I hope to hear you speak and listen a lot and learn a lot more from you. That was the reason I came up to speak and to say that The funny thing about the prefix of West implies that there is some alternate in the East. And so I would say on the premise it is flawed. There is no West and East. There is free and enslaved. Those in the East refer to the West in derogatory terms, and us in the West, well, we don't think about those in the East, except the freedom. So yeah, I would think anywhere that bears true faith and allegiance to the cause of freedom, freedom for their own people and liberty, by definition are a free people. West, north, south, or east doesn't matter. Sure, it's only a small world. And that was all. Slav Ukrainian. Please retweet and share the space. Mas more the brachor the future.
Haram Slava and David Declan apparently has dropped, but I hope he will come back. And thank you so much for your support, David. You're a valued voice here always. Curry, please go ahead.
Thank you. I remember the person who was chatting earlier, but I don't remember the woman's name, but she talked about that a baby had been abandoned, or a young child, and who could have been a victim of rape. And she was very articulate in describing about the circumstances. And this reminded me of, I live in Minnesota. I have a friend who was a young child in Germany. He's now a professor in my city where I live right now. And he wrote an article some years ago, November 12th, 2020, I believe, titled "The America That Liberated Me Has the Strength to Overcome." And he describes, he was a young German boy, and he described about how it was living under bombardment. And I've heard many stories on the MriyaReport. I've read testimonials from various people who have been in Bakhmut, MriyaReport. In fact, one neighbor I didn't know, who a few years older than me, he was an early victim when he was teaching in MriyaReport. And just recently, this last week, or between 7 days and 10 days, a neighbor 60 miles away from me in Wisconsin fell victim, and as a volunteer there too. So this is personal in a way. I'm a retired fellow, but I grew up in the age when I heard all the stories of the Depression, World War II, and so on, and then went through the Vietnam War, so on. So my friend wrote an article here in 2020 and in the Minneapolis Star Tribune titled "The America That Liberated Me Has the Strength to Overcome." In another article, he talks about having to run down to the cellars, during the American bombardment. And he said it was really quite fantastic. And I know him personally. He said it was really quite fantastic. They hit the factory across the street, but they didn't destroy our apartments. And then he talked about what the women said. Who's going to liberate us? Will it be the Russians, or will it be the Americans? And he was maybe 5 years old, 6 years old, and I've talked with him about it. He said, "Well, let us pray that it will be the Americans because they don't rape." And in a conversation earlier tonight, I thought about that. Holy cow! This is a story I've heard many times. Where, in fact, when I taught in Austria many years ago, I worked with a woman who was actually the outcome of a rape. And so, I didn't think it would hit such a kind of a tone tonight, or strike a string tonight. But at MriyaReport, you have now 60,000 people, and I think, Alex, you mentioned we'll be here as long as we need to be till the war is over. But I think we're going to have to be like the Quakers. You have a strong force of 60,000 people. We want, when this conflict comes to a decent end, when the Ukraine has its borders restored, we're going to have a lot of work to do to rebuild it. I'm in for the game, and I don't think MriyaReport should. And you probably have thought the same thoughts, that at the end of the day, we can be like the Quakers. That was some of the first food my neighbor who lives close by here. That was the first food package they got, and out of that Quaker effort, that became sort of a stepstone, at least an inspiration for the the plan that rebuilt Europe. And we're going to have to do that. That's before us today. First, we want to win. Let's get it done, and let's rebuild. And I'm not how sure we can restore Russia to the world community, because we'll just leave it to that when it comes. But it's so that's what I want to say. We really have a duty. We really have a responsibility. And if I live good, I live in a warm house. I go out for coffee with friends. Come on, it's real simple. Any time I buy a cup of coffee, I'm giving the same amount to MriyaReport. And any one of my American friends can do that. It's real simple. You may not think it's much, but it matters a lot. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Curry. And you live in a warm house in a cold part of the United States. I think your story is very, very interesting for the following reason. You have experience outside the United States. You mentioned the woman that you came to know, and it was Prince Heather who brought that story to us. And she brought that story to us of the abandoned child because of the Justice Conference that was convened in Kyiv. It concluded today. But who attended that Justice Conference? Top prosecutors from the EU, Merrick Garland, the Attorney General of the United States, top investigators of war crimes from the EU and also from the United States. Why was this conference held? It was held because, as you pointed out, Russians continue to use rape as a weapon of war against women and against men and against children. It is a barbaric weapon that they have deployed throughout Ukraine. There are now more than 65,000 documented war crimes that are being investigated in Ukraine, committed by Russian soldiers since they invaded Ukraine 374 days ago. Every single one of these crimes will be investigated. They will be prosecuted, and we hope the perpetrators will be brought to justice. So I thank you for being here, Curry. I thank you for sharing these stories. It's a tragic time that everybody must be aware of what this tragedy means to them. It is an attack on Western values, but it's Ukraine that's paying the price. It's Ukraine that is protecting us. We owe Ukraine our thanks. And each of us, as you say, can go to Maria Aid. We can go to other charities, both organized in the United States and Canada, and give our support to Ukrainians because they need it. We owe them our gratitude. There are no American troops or EU troops fighting on the ground in Ukraine. This is Ukraine's fight. They've taken it on. It is their fight for survival, their fight for freedom and independence, but they are fighting for a way of life they want to join in full. And it's the way of life that we all benefit from. So do please, as Curry said, go to MriyaAid.org. Go tonight, make a contribution. Just a small one. It makes a difference because there are thousands of others like Curry and like yourself when you go tonight to make a contribution who are giving $5 or $10, $20, or even more, $100 or $200. That this will all make a difference almost immediately in Ukraine. These are humanitarian supplies, humanitarian deliveries that will save lives on the battlefront, save lives in Ukrainian cities. So please go to MriyaAid.org and see what you can do. And Curry, thank you for raising your hand and coming up and raising your voice in support of what we do here at MriyaReport. Thank you very much. So, Will, we were talking a little bit about how we found MriyaReport, and much like you, I was starved for news of the most important story that had occurred in my lifetime. It was a story, as I've said before. My father would say to me, "Alan, you see what's going on. What will you do?" And we all have to ask ourselves, what will we do? One of the answers is finding out the news we need to know. And I couldn't find that news in Western media, in American media. And after years of not being on Twitter, because we all know about Twitter, it's a kind of sewer. You don't want to step into it. But I knew that if I wanted to get news about Ukraine, about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I had to open Twitter because that's where the news would be. And only by chance did I find MriyaReport, what I call a nugget of gold in the sewer of Twitter. And it is a nugget of gold. We have civil conversations here. We convey verified news here. We talk to historians and people who supply humanitarian goods to Ukraine, one of whom, Ryan, was a co-host who was so moved by what he heard here. He went to Ukraine to work supplying, delivering humanitarian supplies throughout Ukraine. Absolutely amazing story. If you haven't listened to Ryan, when he's here, be sure you come back. Just an ordinary American boy bought a plane ticket, a one-way ticket to go to Ukraine. Well, he bought a one-way ticket home, and now he's back in Ukraine again, delivering what they need to survive. So my story is a lot like yours, Will. I didn't get the news I needed about the most significant event that had happened possibly in my lifetime. And I found the news I needed. I found the people I needed. I found the community I needed here at MriyaReport. Kind of amazing. Kind of amazing that this place could grow organically to 60,000 followers. 60,000 people have found MriyaReport. It is just an astonishing story and one that will be told, but there are more important stories that need to be told, and MriyaReport is telling those stories too, because these are Ukrainian stories. These are the stories with Ukrainian voices. Those are the voices we need to listen to. What they ask for, what they tell us they need, we need to hear them, and we need to respond. I know I've gone on. I apologize. I don't usually do that. I regard 30 seconds or 60 seconds as the extent of time you should use up on radio. And Twitter Spaces is the new radio. MriyaReport is the new radio news station. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, people ask me today, what are you doing with all your free time? And I say, well, I'm putting in several hours a day, typically in the afternoon, volunteering for an international radio show. And they're like, what? And I said, well, it's a Twitter space that's been open since the very beginning of the war. And I volunteered to help out there because they needed someone so that people in Europe could sleep. and yeah, it all started from there. But really, what you said about the community that builds up and the how you do find out you're not alone. Like I think Curry came up to speak maybe a month ago for the first time, and I was here listening at that time, and to hear his story about why he got involved. It was almost exactly the same motivation that I've heard from a dozen times. People that are starved for news and information, want to know what's going on, and want to know essentially they're not alone in the world. And as you engage with MriyaReport, especially as a speaker or just a listener, you find resources.
Will, I lost your audio. Are you with us? Well, this is why Twitter Spaces is a lot like old time radio, because we can lose folks. Their app crashes, or their Wi-Fi fails, or something like that. It's as I say, it's like old time radio. It could be 1938, it could be 1939, and you're trying to bring in the news report about what is happening in Europe, what's happening in London. But
I don't think it's an accurate analogy, because 38 and 39 led to world conflagration, whereas at the moment we're watching the Second Army in Ukraine losing.
Well, David, I'm just talking about the technology.
Oh shit!
I'm just talking.
Sorry,
I'm just
Alan.
talking about losing the radio news that you need to hear that night.
God. I beg your pardon, Mr. Brewer. Please forgive me.
1938, 1939, David, is when he had his 10th anniversary in radio.
And David, I also used the telegraph. Prince, thank you for coming up. Will be right back, I know. Prince, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. So I have to make a correction. Alexander Commission was head of the Ukrainian railroads when we've had interviews with him, and we are going to be having a great documentary, I believe, that was done by one of our co-hosts here, who spent about a month in Ukraine and had such adventures as having a drink with Boris Johnson, because he was hanging out with Alexander Commission, the head of Uka Salesnitsia. That's better than I think I've ever said that before, which is the Ukrainian railway. But he surprised us all. When was that? Just a few days after the 1 year anniversary. I have the tweet on February 27th. He surprised us all by announcing that he had resigned, or he'd signed his resignation letter. But boy, howdy, is he not? He's moving on up, is what he's doing. He is moving on up to the top, and he is now he's an advisor to the president, but in a non-paid position. Basically, he's advising the president and working in a position. His new job will be working on the integration of the Ukrainian transportation system into the European Union as part of them becoming part of the European Union. And even though I just told Axel to go back to bed, it's his fault that I managed to notice this today. There's a really cool tweet that Alexander Commission put out a little while ago. He was supposed to go to Tokyo to do the marathon this year, but of course, with what's happening in Ukraine, he was unable to go. But he made his own Tokyo marathon, and he ran. Oh, was it here? He ran all over the place. He ran from like Bucha to Irpin and I think Berdyansk, but all of those cities that we got to know the names of. And along the way, he posts pictures of buildings that have not been repaired, but he also shows pictures of the buildings that are being reconstructed on a Sunday, and road crews that are out working on a Sunday. And, he's showing what has happened, but also showing the resilience of the Ukrainian people to keep working to repair the damage that has been done to their country. So I could actually throw that up in the nest, I think, if you like. It's just a really cool tweet to look at. But I had to correct you. We do have recordings of the person who was the the head of the Ukrainian railways at the time, but man got a promotion, and you got to be sort of proud of that. So I just thought I'd come up and sort of give you a hard time, but also share good news at the same time. And I'll go ahead and throw that up in the nest. Thank you.
Thanks, Prince. Yes, Alexander Commission, the former CEO of the Ukrainian State Railway, has been promoted to a really very important position to integrate Ukraine into the EU. Why is this perfect for him? All you have to do is listen to Tim to the future. He was always talking to the future. He was always talking about the possibility that Ukraine has now, not just to repair what's broken, what's been destroyed by Russia, the infrastructure that has been attacked by Russia in its terror war on Ukrainian civilians. He always talked about the opportunity now to build something even better. Well, that is why Ukraine is such an exciting place. That's one of the reasons why they need to win this war exactly as they have set out to win it completely, recovering its sovereign territory in total, driving the Russians back across every border of Ukraine, and that means out of Crimea. Well, Alexander Commission has a vision for the future. It is a vision for Ukraine. And as Prince points out, yes, he was once CEO of the Ukrainian State Railway, but he's now working on integrating Ukraine into the European Union. Just exactly the person you'd want to be doing that job, I think. But thanks, Prince, for coming up and reminding me and helping me update my information. Hey, Dr. Nick, welcome. Great to see you.
Hey. So last night when we were talking about Bakhmut and the urban warfare thing after Colonel Spencer had left, you had kind of asked about like what Bakhmut might look like right now in relation to any potential urban warfare in that particular situation. And it just so happens that one of the Chechen battalions I follow that are fighting on behalf of Ukraine, they're not fighting for Russia, just to make sure everybody's aware. This is one of the Chechen battalions that has been fighting in Ukraine since 2014, 2015. They just posted a new video today of what Bakhmut looks like. Like, I guess this might be the more sort of. I haven't seen the whole video yet, but it's like they're going through the areas. Like these are clearly sort of residential areas where there's like you know, large apartment complexes, many of them, and stuff like that. I think they go through part of the downtown area as well in their truck, and they are unmolested by Russian troops the whole time. And it's about a almost 6-minute video. So that's just sort of interesting to see and to get an idea of what it looks like if you're interested. Hold on a second. My pig is messing around here. Dude, no, sir. No, sir. Go ahead.
They're going, her pig is making noise and it's cracking me up. I mean,
yes, he's a funny guy.
I was going to say, you're about the fact that your son came home and he's not getting the level of attention he used to.
Yes, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like it when I'm on the phone and talking to other people, and he can hear other people. But you know, he'll live. But come here, dude. Come here. Come here. Get your popcorns. Come here. Come here. Get your popcorns. But anyway, so I just thought I would share that because it's a pretty interesting. It's a pretty interesting video, and it gives you an idea of. I mean, definitely, these areas are not looking so good, but they're still kind of to Alan's point last night. They're still in a condition where an urban warfare environment would still be feasible. It's not completely leveled. Of course, all these buildings are destroyed to some extent, but you get an idea of what it looks like and why it would still be kind of feasible to engage in urban combat in Bakhmut. So I thought I would share that. Every a couple times a week they share these kinds of videos of what it looks like. So and sometimes they share videos of them like shooting at Russians and stuff like that. But anyway, so you get an idea of what it looks like.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nick. And your tweet is up in the nest. And there were reports today that there continues to be street fighting in Bakhmut. And so this is street-to-street fighting through a practically rebelized city. As Dr. Nick says, not every building is destroyed. And as John Spencer pointed out last night or the night before, a rebelized city like Bakhmut presents a dangerous and difficult arena of urban warfare. There's still plenty of cover. There's still plenty of opportunity to fight that urban battle inside the city, even though the city, for all intents and purposes, no longer exists. I just cannot imagine being in Bakhmut today, tonight, now. I just can't imagine it.
Yeah, like I think it was around the 13th of February or something like this. They shared a video. It was like the commander of the Sheikh Mansour battalion and a few, just a few of the people from the battalion. The battalion has like, I don't know, probably like 100 and some, couple hundred people. I don't know, just guesstimating. But they said that they are going to stay in Bakhmut, until the bitter end. And they are not going to abandon Bakhmut. So I don't know exactly what that means. you know, I mean, I hope that they would evacuate if that's what the Ukrainian troops were going to do. But they said that so long as they were, a battalion, that they were going to stay and defend Bakhmut and not to listen to the Russians or anything like that. That there was some sort of imminent fall or something like this. Um, but anyway, so it's just I don't know. It's just interesting to again to see these videos every once in a while when they post them, because they're one of the few that actually will post these sort of like driving videos where they drive around the town, right? I guess they're trying to make a point, that the Russians don't really have the control that they say they do. Yes, it's the little huggo. He's a huggo. He's making these little disgruntled noises right now. But I think they make these videos to try to make some sort of point that they don't have the kind of level of control that the Russians say they do of the town. But anyway, so I just thought I would share that. And yeah, it is up in the nest. So
I do appreciate that, Dr. Nick. I haven't followed them, but I will follow them now. And just so listeners can be clear, it's Dr. Nick's pet pig that is making the disgruntled noises, not her son, who is home briefly from college. I hope he's studying.
yes. No. He's in his room, probably talking to his friends on Twitch or something like this, playing a game or something right now. But yeah, no, my pig is making the disgruntled noises. But yeah, and every once in a while, I post things too from the Dudaev battalion, who's also one of the other Chechen battalions that is fighting on behalf of Ukraine. They have a detachment called the Atom Group, which is the reconnaissance and sabotage sort of detachment of the Dudaev battalion. And both of them will occasionally do these sort of fundraisers because they operate wholly separately from the Ukrainian military, right? They aren't under the command of I mean, they are, but they aren't, right? So they aren't part of the official Ukrainian structure, in that they aren't paid by the Ukrainian military. They Because of that, any anything that they need is provided by volunteers, is provided by people who donate and stuff. And I think part of the reason why they do that, I know he's got fur. Part of the reason why they do that is because they want to maintain that flexibility in case there is something that were to happen in the Caucasus, and that they would need to return back if they were part of the Ukrainian military. They would not necessarily be able to do that. But again, they've been fighting there since 2014. So it's not like, they're just going to up and leave at just the drop of a hat or something. It would have to be something where there would be like maybe a full-on rebellion or something in Chechnya, or Ingushetia, because some of them are from Ingushetia too, or Dagestan, or Georgia, or wherever, because they also have another battalion that's called the Caucasus Legion. That's also a combination. So while the Dudai battalion and the Sheikh Mansour battalion are Chechen led, they tend to have a combination of people from the Caucasus, or that are you know Muslim or something like this, but they all aren't, right? So sometimes they have some people that are Ukrainian, that are just Ukrainian, ethnic Ukrainians. They have like Tartars, people who are Georgian, people from, other parts of the Caucasus region. I think they have a few from Kazakhstan or, um, different places around. That's, the Caucasus and a few places from Central Asia. But um, so yeah, that's why they maintain their sort of independence from the Ukrainian military, but they do take orders from the Ukrainian military, right? So if whenever they're needed someplace, like initially at the beginning of the war, at the very, very beginning when the invasion began, both Sheikh Mansour and Jadayev Battalion were in Mariupol. But then when the invasion occurred, they were called to Kyiv to help defend Kyiv. And then they were circled back around towards, I know that they were involved in liberating Buka, Irpin as well, Izium, different places. Like they usually get sent to like the hottest locations. And, but anyway, so just something to keep in mind too for anybody who's unaware. Not all of the Chechens that you hear about are the Kadyrovs, the Kadyrovsky. Um, and, these Chechens in particular think that the Kadyrovsky, Kadyrov specifically are not really Chechen and that they're traitors to their people. So
And just to interject here, Dr. Nick,
go ahead.
A quick explanation. Why are Chechens fighting on the side of Ukraine? I guess my bottom line would be because they understand what Russia is trying to do. They've tried to do it in Chechnya.
Right. That's the most base explanation, but yes, that's definitely part of it. I'm actually working on an academic paper on this, and I hope to turn this into a book. Oh my goodness, Edgar Allan. I hope to turn this into a book also. But what, the reason is pretty complex, but also simple. At its most base level, it has to do with the fact that, Chechens understand what Ukraine is going through because they've been there too. When Chechnya was being invaded, when they had declared their independence, and the First Chechen War began, there were some Ukrainians who came to fight on behalf of Chechnya, right? And they feel, an honor bound duty to repay that back. At the same time, there's this sort of cultural, sort of spiritual element to Chechenness. There's this notion of Chechenness called Nohala, and what it means to be Chechen. And that's very tied up in this notion of they very much have this sort of like warrior culture, mythology, history, their religion. Like their Islam isn't like typical Islam. It's Sufi Islam. And, Sufi, oh my goodness, sir, no, sir. Maybe put him away, I guess, unfortunately. Um, he's starting to, he's very unhappy that I'm having a conversation with somebody. But anyway, so their religion is, they have this sort of, there's two sides to their form of Sufi Islam, right? It's got this mystical side, which you might be familiar with if you've seen like whirling dervishes. That's the mystical side of Sufi Islam. Then they have this sort of like warrior side of Sufi Islam, right? And the particular Chechen version of this places particularly Russia as the enemy, because Russia has always been the enemy of Chechnya from their perspective. And so when they see a situation like this, they have a situation where, they've gone through all the things that they've gone through, 2 genocides in less than 10 years in the First and Second Chechen War. Yes, I am. The First and Second Chechen War. Kadyrov being put in this position, first his father and then, the son. So, and everything that Kadyrov has done to the Chechen people. Oh my goodness, buddy, what happened? What happened, buddy? To the Chechen people, they see it. Oh goodness, what happened? Buddy, a pillow fell and he got scared. But anyway, so to make a long story short, they see this as, their, in some ways, as kind of like also a spiritual mission. Their first president had said that that Russia will fall when the Ukrainian sun rises. Dudayev, and they believe too what he said in that regard. And so they believe that, through helping Ukraine, through paying back this this debt that they feel that they owe to Ukrainians for helping them, at the same time that they could potentially help accelerate the fall of the Russian Empire through this victory in Ukraine, because their first president had sort of prophesized, in a way, I guess, I don't know, it's probably the wrong word, but he had predicted that Russia and Ukraine would end up in a battle, and that Russia would try to seize Ukraine, and Ukraine would not accept this, and it would lead to a war, a massive war, and that they would try to seize Crimea and all of that. And so
this is kind of a mystical take on the war.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, but this is the way they see it, right? And so, like, if you were to look at speeches by their first president, he like completely predicted all of this whole thing in relation to Ukraine. That Russia would go after Crimea, that the Ukrainians, and this was back in 1995. Of course, the Russians assassinated Zhokhar Dudayev. And so, this is one reason why they are involved. They believe this. They believe what he said, and that that Ukraine will be the linchpin that will cause the Russian Empire to fall. And so this is why they've been so dedicated since the beginning.
And this could, in fact, be well true.
Right.
Let's see how this war plays out, and
right.
Ukraine could be the reason why Russia collapses. It really could be.
Correct.
So, Dr. Nick, I want you to stay up here with us. And is your pig named Edgar Allan Poe or Edgar Allan Pig?
Edgar Allan Pig, but after Edgar Allan Poe.
That's what I figured. I was a little alarmed by the middle name Allan, because I share it.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Although it is spelled differently, and I do love Edgar Allan Poe.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Dr. Nick, I there are a couple of things I want to talk to you about tonight. One is the death of Stalin, not the movie, although
Right.
I would highly recommend watching that movie.
Yes, it's hilarious.
It is, and probably somewhat truthful.
Yes. I mean, they take liberty with some of the historical events, obviously, for purposes of I guess comedy and narration and whatever. But I mean, it's still funny. Yeah.
But Stalin died 70 years ago today.
Yes. He did.
It is an anniversary worth considering and looking at in terms
And
of
celebrating.
Well,
it's the one
and
thing Stalin did right. If only he had done it sooner.
He probably tried.
Yeah. I mean, good Lord. But at least it was then and not any later, So
Exactly. So, Dr. Nick, I know that Will and Prince both have questions for Latin, and Latin
okay.
probably has aviation news for us. So I just want
Sure.
to get into that conversation. But I want to talk to you about Stalin, and I also want to talk to you about your career as a Marine.
Oh
So
Lord.
please stick around.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Will, you have a question for Latin, so I'm going to let you launch that, and then go to Latin, then go to Prince, who also has a question for Latin. Will, go ahead.
Now that my Twitter's working again, thanks, Alan. Hey, I'm gonna defer to Prince, and hopefully Latin can stay on for a few minutes past his question, and then I'll follow up with him based on what Prince has. Go ahead, Prince.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Yes.
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, my question was actually for Dr. Nick. So I apologize, Latin. My question wasn't for you, it's for Dr. Nick.
Oh, well, heck, I got
Okay,
that
that's
on.
fine.
Go ahead, Prince. Ask Dr. Nick.
Well, my first thing I wanted to say, Dr. Nick, is I really enjoy Edgar Allan, and I started laughing hysterically because I have a green-winged macaw, and when she's bad, I call her Juniper Louise instead of just Junie. And as far as the noise of Edgar Allan Poe, I will send you in a private DM the noise of a sulfur-crested cockatoo and a macaw yelling at the same time, and you will understand that Edgar Allan Poe is cute as could be, and parrots make a lot of noise. But
Yes, I had a friend that had one of those African grays.
I have one of those
and
too.
No, you don't. Does it speak?
Yeah, I'll send you a picture of this one saying a couple of little words that would cause me to have to donate to the swear jar.
Yes, that's what hers did too. Hers did too. And then one time it got out. You remember this, Chris? The parrot got out, and she was so attached to this thing. She spent like hundreds of dollars making these flyers to go into like everybody's mailbox. That would be like, that they would go in the mail, right? That would be mailed out to people, like hundreds of flyers in the neighborhood. And like it was like a month later or something, somebody called her and was like, I think I have your parrot. And she's like, what? And she's like, does your parrot say anything like off color? And she started laughing. She said, yes, she does. And she said, what did she say? And she told her, and the parrot said, I'm going to F you up. Like that's what it used to say to people. I'm going to F you up. Like she heard her say that one time to one of our friends, just sort of laugh, joking around. And I guess it just likes that phrase and picked it up. And so that's how she knew. And that's how she found her parrot, was because of the off color phrase. So,
yeah.
But anyway.
Dr. Nick, Prince, this is why I have an aquarium. Fish never are noisy. They never interrupt a radio broadcast.
This is true. And talk on the MriyaReport just in case the birds start screaming. Because, like Edgar, when my birds hear me talking, they think I'm talking to them, and so they start making a lot of noise. But that's not the question I had for you. The question I had for you is, can you share links of these Chechen units that you were following so that others might follow them?
Yeah, sure. They're only on Telegram. They're not on Twitter. So Telegram has a I'm not sure if it's on all of them, but I think the battalions might have that function too, where you can translate. The only problem is sometimes they speak in Chechen, and even I don't know that, so that's not very helpful for me. I'd love to learn it, but it's very difficult to find any way to do that. But where they're talking in Russian, I think that there's the translate option. And sometimes they post videos from YouTube, and I think that some of them will have an option where it'll have like an auto translate. I checked one of the last videos just to see how that, because I know one of them did. They didn't used to have that option, but I think they started putting on their videos recently. It's not perfect. Sometimes there's like sections of it that don't get translated, or the translation isn't perfect, but you can at least get a good gist. But it's still good to follow, because you get a pretty decent idea of what's going on. But I'll put those links up after I get off here.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Yeah, a lot of people,
Uh-huh.
even me, I just barely started using Telegram when I started co-hosting, and so still getting used to it. But there are several people who do, and people who still don't. And either way, if those who want to be able to follow them, they can. So thank you, Dr. Nick. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Thanks, Dr. Nick. Thanks, Prince. Latin, on to you, then to Will. So Latin, go ahead. I think you should go first.
Alan, I don't know if you could see that G-Man has his hand up too.
I do see that, but I know Latin and Will have something they want to.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Nick. Latin?
Thanks, Alan. I actually had a question for Dr. Nick, and it might have been addressed earlier in the week. So if it's been spoken about and done to death, we can drop it. But on the subject of the Chechens, just wondering what, given some of the recent images that we've seen of Kadyrov and serious questions about his health, how, if he were to, due to his health or some other reason, find himself not in power, what would that mean for Chechnya? What would that mean for Ukraine?
Well, I'll be quite honest with you. These battalions have been looking for an opportunity to go back home and start a rebellion. And I think that if Kadyrov was gone, and given the state of the Russian army right now, they might think that might be more feasible, possibly. A lot of the Chechen people really hate Kadyrov. His son was recently in Moscow, and there was all those pictures with Putty and his eldest son. I mean, it could be that that's just pro form because he's of a certain age now, and they're trying to make this sort of dynastic, instead of any sort of attempts to try to pretend that there's any kind of an election or anything like that. After Kadyrov Sr., tried to become a cosmonaut, they did have an election. There was somebody else in power for a period of time. Putty didn't like that guy, and basically, just sort of put him aside and installed Ramzan Kadyrov. So, I mean, I know that they keep having these elections, but they're just completely sham elections. So it could just be pro form that he met him because, he's of a certain age. But he is looking pretty puffy. And pretty quickly at that. He didn't look this bad just even a few months ago. So for him to be eating his feelings and to have gotten that large seems kind of strange. But maybe. And it's interesting because at the beginning of this war, I don't know if he was either poisoned or drugs or both. But I remember at the beginning of the war listening to Kadyrov. Every once in a while, he'll do these things where he won't do like a video, but he will put like a voice recording on his Telegram page, and he sounded like he was on something. Like the beginning of the recording, he would sound like he was on crack or something. He'd be like, or speed. He'd be talking real fast and like real up and like, yeah, I'm awesome and blah, blah, blah. And, we're going to get you guys and blah, blah, blah. Like real fast and like really energetic and stuff. And then by the end, it was like he had taken heroin or opium or something. And he would be like slurring his words, like, and taking big, like, it really sounded like, and I can't even replicate it because I don't do drugs, like, but it just sounded like he was really on something. And it's been like this the whole war. So I don't know, who knows what's going on with him. Either he was poisoned, drugs, maybe he was doing drugs and, the poison made it worse if he was poisoned, or maybe it's just drugs, or maybe some, congenital thing. Who knows what's going on? I don't want to pretend to have any sort of other knowledge than what I can say and what I can speak to. But I think that if he were to fall, that things might go down in Chechnya, where they might try to seek some sort of independence. I don't know, So we'll just have to see, but it's possible. They've been talking about it for months now, even before this thing happened where he got all puffy. So
Thanks, Dr. Nick. Thanks, Latin. So, Will, you do have a question for Latin, and I think you two should handle that question. Then we'll go to G-Man. Then we'll go to Frank. So, Will, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Latin, thanks for coming in. I was hoping we'd see you over the last few days because I was noting that on the same day, I found there was a Su-34 shoot down out near Donetsk, and at that same time we were getting there was some battle damage assessment, sort of aerial satellite photographs of the Yelsk Air Base. And we often hear about these drone attacks or Tochka U, or what maybe this new Vilka missile that Ukraine appears to be fielding. But we often hear those and see smoke rising up from these places, but we never hear anything about the damage assessment later. And the flyby of the Landsat that was available at Yelsk.
Frank, you have a hot mic.
Oh yeah, Frank. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Frank. Can you? Yeah. Great. Now you're open again, Frank. If you can mute. So I'm curious about there were 8 Su-34s shown at this airbase on the 15th of February, then March 1st, down to 2 showing, and I don't necessarily think 6 were destroyed in that attack, or maybe any, but they lost one the very next day. And I got to thinking about these Su-34s. What sort of numbers of Su-34s would Russia have in theater to be able to help them in the future if they wanted to use them? Do you know how many they have in the theater, and what loss of those in numbers would be significant if we saw a loss of more of those? Because I think we've seen maybe 3 losses over the course of the war, and I'm just wondering how many you think they have to throw in, and what the significance of a loss of a number of those might be.
Well, the off the top of my head, I can't give you a number, and even if we were to have a number from public from open source. Everything depends on things, variables that have changed quite a bit since the war started, like pilot availability and just operational readiness of the units. But it's any threat to that fleet is it's a bigger problem for the Russians than losing, for example, helicopters or Su-25s, less sophisticated air-to-ground aircraft. It's the Su-34 is a really important aircraft for them. Its air-to-ground capabilities are pretty advanced. It may not be an F-15E Strike Eagle, but it's what they got, and it's whatever it was they were doing the other day was probably some kind of precision strike. And it is probably the platform of choice for that if they're going after a very high value target, particularly one that would be might be hardened, that might be like in a bunker. So I don't think they're interested in losing too many of them, and that is reflected in the fact that from about March of and then started experiencing losses, they really pulled them back. And ever since then, we haven't seen them. Well, part of it is, as we've discussed before, is just a lack of doctrine, lack of that the Russians aren't very good at. It's not really part of what they do is larger formations. So we've only seen through most of 2022 the occasional Su-34 strike into Ukraine, and they've had some losses. Because again, if you're using precision guidance, you tend to have to, as far as numbers, except to say that it is a very high value asset for the Russians. And if they decide to really use them in larger numbers as part of a push into Ukrainian airspace, they would have to accept losses that I don't think they are actually willing to accept right now.
Okay, I got a quick follow up to that then. If regardless of the numbers that they have now, if they have to pull them back another 100 kilometers from that 140, Yelsk is basically 140 kilometers shortest distance to the front line. If they need to pull them back farther, does Russia maintain and use any sort of in-air fueling like the KC-135? And if they don't do in-air refueling, wouldn't having to move them back even 100 kilometers farther from the battlefield make them less effective because they would have less time on target, I suppose, unless they're just coming in to drop precision guided munitions and then leave immediately. But their capability of flying over the area longer seems to be significantly reduced if they have to back up. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a good point about aerial refueling, because in Western doctrine, I mean, they play a very important role in supporting these larger operations that we would typically see with a NATO or the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy. The Russians have aerial refueling platforms, but I think there's serious questions about to what extent they've really practiced that type of operation. I think the short answer is that not much. And certainly not to the extent that you would see, because that type of thing, it requires a lot of coordination to do it properly with different platforms. So yeah, they could use them. To be honest, I haven't seen any visual indication of aerial refueling being used by the Russians in this campaign. You would think that they would probably want to use it to maintain their combat air patrol, to extend the flying time of some of the. Now that would not be the Su-34. That would be the combat air patrol would be the interceptor types that they have that sit back and use their long range look down, shoot down radars and their long range missiles to try and look down into Ukrainian airspace and pick out targets. But the other thing, when you're talking about pushing the Ukraine or the Russian Air Force back, and some of these assets like Su-34, one of the things that, and it may have been discussed today in the Doolittle wing, because I wasn't able to attend that, but I know in the back channels we were talking about what happened a couple of days ago with that shoot down. And one of the things that was being discussed, I think it was Goldman that suggested it, that possibly with the introduction of some of these Western SAM systems, that it may free up, and it could be what we've seen here, that it may be freeing up some of the Ukrainian, the longer range Ukrainian SAM systems like S-300, which if they are able to push those systems further to the line of contact with the Russians, and those have pretty good reach into occupied airspace, that would be an upping of the threat to all Russian aircraft, not just Su-30, like not just the strike aircraft, but the really anything, potentially even their AWACS and their combat air patrol, because the Ukrainians can't do it with fixed wing right now, not with the aircraft they have. And that would require Western aircraft with other missile systems. That's not on the map anytime soon. So that's something to watch for. And this shoot down the other day that was credited to a unit that before the war, up until the time of the beginning of hostilities last year, were operating S-300. So it could be an indication that some of those systems are being freed up. And given the kind of generally aggressive way that the Ukrainians go about fighting, and the creativity that they've shown, I wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what happened, that they just decided to push it up a little further, and that could create a lot of problems for the Russians.
Thanks for that. Alan, should we go to G-Man and then Frank next?
Yes, we should. G-Man, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Yeah, I had a question for Dr. Nick and about the Chechnya situation and sort of the history. I was writing a little article just on the rise of poo-poo, as I think you call him, Putin, and how basically the FSB bombed apartment buildings and blamed it on Chechnya just to give them a casus belli to go to war. And as part of that, I saw that Kadyrov was a rebel or a separatist at one point. I'm going to try and look up to see how come he turned into a Russian supporter.
Yeah, so that was his dad.
Ah, right.
So yeah, so it's kind of complex, but it goes back to, in part, goes back to the clan structure of Chechnya. The clans that typically are in the north eastern part of the country or from that region historically tend to be the ones that are most likely to be pro-Russian. And it just so happens that that's where Kadyrov's clan is from. At the time, yes, they were, at the set during the first Chechen War and at the start of the second Chechen War, and kind of the first year and a half-ish, 2 years, were involved in rebel activities. However, Putin was trying to, bring a close to the situation, and he basically he needed to find somebody who he thought might have some sort of legitimacy in a way. Kadyrov's dad was an imam, and so he basically paid off Kadyrov's daddy, right? And was like, if you come on over to us, look, I mean, you have to remember at the same time, Chechnya already had presidents that they had been installing themselves after the death of Dudayev, well, really even somewhat during Dudayev's time, there were some problems with corruption within the system, but it just kept getting worse and worse. That they didn't really have any help from the West or anybody because nobody wanted to touch Chechnya. It was a hot button topic. Nobody wanted to help the brown people. and risk, upsetting the apple cart and potentially getting Russia, because Russia was actually, believe it or not, in a very precarious position in 1996 at the end of the first Chechen war. Yeltsin's ratings were very low. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that he perhaps might have actually lost that election. And there was some election rigging that took place, right? And
No.
yes, seriously, the communists, right? The communists might have actually won that election, and so things were very, very precarious at the time, and so nobody wanted to upset that apple cart. And with this crazy belief that Russia was just going to democratize.
Yeah.
And so they just didn't help them. And so even around 2000, they still had presidents that they had been democratically electing. So even though they had this structure already in place, um, uh, Russia had run out the Chechen president, where he ended up having to flee the country. It was supposed to be temporarily, and while that happened, they installed Ramzan Kadyrov's daddy, Ahmad, and created this other structure and said, "This is the new structure now, like it or not." And since then, there has been a Chechen government in exile in Europe, and because most Chechens don't really recognize the rule of Kadyrov, even though they have to by proxy. They have no choice in a way. But I guess in their hearts, I would say they don't really. So, there's that situation, but that's how it happened. So yeah.
No, thanks for that. That's great. I would, yeah, that saved me a lot of reading. Thank you.
No problem. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but I don't want to take up tons of
Yeah,
time.
no,
But
I know.
that's sort of the Cliff Notes, broad strokes version of what occurred.
All right, thank you.
Hey,
No problem.
Nick, what you've just said there brings up an interesting point to me, and something I did not do all along. In Syria or Chechnya or anything like that, some of the places where these conflicts occur, where Russia is involved, it's difficult to get engaged in them because they are phenomenally complex, especially Chechnya inside its country. And we don't mean to be, I don't mean to be distant and aloof from it all, but sometimes it's very difficult to figure out what's going on in relation to these warlords and their motivations and the limited news. So that what you can find about the basis of them. But I from what you said before, the comment about Dudayev, I heard that whole speech that he gave before, and it smacks to me of exactly what we've learned from the Latvian, Lithuanian, Finnish, Polish, all the folks. The people who know the Russians and the Soviet Union the best from that period of time, they know exactly what's happening, and they're able to predict things as if they were Nostradamus almost.
Right. Exactly.
I was speaking to this just a common woman from Kazakhstan at that rally that I went to a week ago in Perth, a week and a half ago, and I mean, she just I just asked a number of people that I saw there, what brings you here, what's your motivation for, and she gave a short 30-second statement that was almost exactly along the motivational lines that Dudayev said. That I said, so what brings you here? Why are you in support of Ukraine? She said, well, I immigrated to Australia from Kazakhstan, and we see what's going on there. And he's doing the exact same thing that Russia has always done to Kazakhstan and everywhere. So, basically the common people have figured out because they're immersed in it. And we look at these situations that Russia gets itself involved in remotely. And because it's very difficult to understand all the motivations and the actors involved, and some of them, the world has been kind of scared of Georgians forever, or the people from the Caucasus. They're a bit strange and hard to understand. That we tend to not assume right up the front that Russia's in the wrong, but generally They always have been, it seems.
Well, see, look, what's interesting about what you just said is that Putin, Russia, before, even before Putin, has invested a lot of time and energy creating that myth, right? And I want everybody to think about that. And it's very true that they have invested a lot of time and energy in making you believe in this myth of the scary Chechens and the scary Caucasian peoples. Okay. And it's not, it's both complex, but at the same time, it is so simple. It boils down to what you just said, Will, what that woman from Kazakhstan said. But at the same time, you have to understand the position if you just put yourself in the position of Chechens, right? You finally, after hundreds of years of oppression, of Russification, of all of this, they had created a liberal democratic constitution, secular liberal democratic constitution, right? Trying to break free from their colonizer. And this whole thing occurs with the First Chechen War, this genocide, everything. Nobody helped them. Nobody helped them. And they were genocided during that time. At the end of this, just before that treaty gets signed, their democratically elected president is assassinated, right, by a satellite missile through a telephone. Okay. They called his telephone, and, that was really traumatic for them, you know. And then the whole time, um, Russia, even before, during the Soviet Union, was not doing anything about the Saudis who were importing Wahhabist clerics into the region. It was almost as if they were encouraging it. They had been asking for help for, to get rid of these Wahhabists. Wahhabism is, for those who don't know, is the same radical sect that ISIS is. Okay. And they kept trying to get rid of these people. Um, some of these people, some of the Chechens who were already, um, part of this sort of rebellious sect um, of the Chechen power structure, started to become radicalized because they were very disillusioned about how nobody was helping them. They felt powerless to do anything. Here are these other people who are telling them that there's another way, that maybe they should try, more radical methods, and, all of this kind of stuff. And, but at the same time, they were not, it was never an international jihadi type situation, right? There, there's a significant amount of literature about this already, like in the academic literature. But even though some of them were influenced by Wahhabist methods, because the rebels were broken up and they had split over this, right? Some of them refused to go down that Wahhabist path, right? Because they were like, that is not who we are. That is not Chechen Islam. That is not, that's nothing about what we do, whatever, right? And these other ones were like, well, maybe, yeah, but maybe we can use some of their methods to get what we want, which is to get Russia out of Chechnya. And so, they use some of these methods trying to get rid of Russia, but it was never directed in an international way, right? Across borders or anything like that. It was always directed inward at Chechnya. And then 2000, I mean, not at Chechnya, at Russia. And 2001 happens, 9/11 occurs. And, the whole time with the first Chechen War, the second Chechen War, when people across the world would condemn Russia and say, oh, there's these, human rights violations, clearly war crimes that are happening that you guys are doing to the Chechen people, he'd say, you need to leave, whether it was Yeltsin or Putin, you need to leave us alone. This is an internal matter, right? This is something that is internal and has nothing to do with you. You need to stay out of it. But this is the interesting thing. When 9/11 happened, suddenly it became an international jihadi thing because Putin was the first person to call George W. Bush after 9/11. And he said, I am so sorry. I have sympathy for what you just experienced. Now you finally get to see what we've been dealing with all of these years, and we were fighting it alone. Will you help us now? Right? So now suddenly it was this international jihadi thing that he was talking about. Now suddenly this internal conflict was turned into this international jihadi thing, right? And at that time especially, there weren't Chechen people going off and joining different groups like Al Qaeda or whatever. There are few that did later, right? But that was much, much later. So he turned this into this whole international jihadi thing. And you have to understand that that serves multiple things for him, right? And this is something I'm talking about in my research. Putin wants you to believe that because, number one, it serves his purposes so that he can deploy Chechens at will to, do his dirty work, to do his bidding, right? As a sort of buffer between him and whatever dirty deed he needs done, right? He can use them, deploy them as a method of psychological warfare, say, like in Ukraine, like he did, right? Remember at the beginning of the war, everybody was all scared of the Chechens at first until we realized what a disaster the Kadyrovites were. Okay. The Kadyrovites are not these Chechens that are fighting in Ukraine, right? There's a huge difference between these people and their capabilities. All right. Um, the people that have been fighting in Ukraine are people that were fighting, some of them go back to the first Chechen war and had been fighting the Russians. And so Ukrainians were very much interested in getting them there to help train Ukrainian soldiers, which is what they were doing back in 2014, 2015. So anyway, so he uses them to deploy them as a psychological tool, as a psychological warfare tool. But also he wants you to believe in these, you know, scary Chechens, because if for some reason they were to, like we've been talking about here, potentially bid for their independence, try to rise up and ask for their independence again, right? And start a civil war, not a civil war, start a war of independence. Okay. He doesn't want you to feel any sympathy for these people. He wants you to think that they are all that, that they are all monsters, that they are all terrorists, that they are all, just, horrible people, so that you will have no sympathy for them for when he has to, or if he feels that he was going to, go in and try to level Grozny again, or whatever was going to happen, and that there wouldn't be any international aid, like especially like right now, like what he's seeing, right? So he doesn't want you to feel any sympathy for the Chechen people. And that's why a lot of these myths are there. They're really not that difficult to understand. It takes an effort to learn a little bit about their form of Islam and their culture. Um, and they're really an interesting people, very hospitable, um, very democratically minded, fiercely independent. And one thing I just want to say before I shut up, and then I'll answer a few questions. But for example, in one of the videos that I was listening to, and this is something that they've been talking about for quite a while now, is that they're tired of the lingua franca being Russian, right? That they're disgusted by the fact that if they have to speak to a Ukrainian because, maybe they don't speak Ukrainian, but the Ukrainian doesn't speak Chechen, so they have to speak to each other in Russian, right? And they're like, this is like so disgusting to us. Like it makes us sick to our stomachs every time we have to like speak in Russian, right? And that the movement that they're pushing for is to speak English, people, right? Okay, think about that. They want their second language to be English, okay? It's because they see that as a connection to the West, a connection to democracy, a connection to independence, like all of that, right? This is a movement that's sweeping across both the Caucasus and through Central Asia. These former colonial assets of Russia that we perceive now as being either hybrid regimes or authoritarian regimes that had been Russified. Okay. They don't want to speak Russian anymore. They are advocating and they say, we hope that this is, that we are the last generations and that the second language of our people will be English, that we will teach our children English and it will not be Russian, So I want you to think about that.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. And so I think the order is, well, G-Man, do you have a follow-up then to Frank and Mark? G-Man?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I do have a follow-up to Dr. Nick. And it was just very much what you were saying there just made me think of something. In my previous life, I worked for Nortel and in Siena when we were bought out after our period of Chapter 11. But in 1998, I remember there was 3 installers, telecom installers, murdered, kidnapped first, and then murdered in Chechnya and Grozny. And at that time, it was supposed that it was Chechen insurgents that had seized them and then murdered them. But given what you're saying, and the way Putin was trying to discredit everything about the Chechen Republic, the nascent independent state that they were trying to build there, and tell lies about them and discredit them in the world's eyes, it's very likely to me, given the way he worked with his ex-KGB methods, that was a false flag. That the Russians or Russian Russian influence groups probably did that. So I just was interested in that. And also just one other thing, I've been watching Professor Timothy Snyder's open lectures on YouTube on the history of Ukraine, and one of the things he says about Russia is that how Russia would say Ukraine has always been Russian, or Chechnya has always been Russian, and it's a dangerous thing to say always. And I agree with that, except that it's probably true to say that Russia has always been this terrorist state, for want of a better term.
No, it's true, right? I mean, I can't speak to the individual situation that you spoke to in relation to, the people that worked for your company. I don't know. I know that many of the so-called terrorist activities, like including the, Beslan school
Yeah.
hostage and all of that, hostage crisis and all of those things, even the theater crisis and all of that, the Russian people, when they talk about that, the people who were involved, right, like the hostages, say that they didn't believe that the Chechens had ever intended on hurting them.
Yeah.
And for example, too, that the Chechens had guns and they apparently had vests and everything on them. It ended up being that the vests were duds. That's
Mm-hmm.
the other thing, number one, right?
Yeah.
But they did have guns on them, and even as the gas was coming into the theater, they knew what it was, because
Yeah.
apparently what the Russians, the ethnic Russians or whatever who were there, said that it took about almost a minute, for that stuff to like really fully take effect. And they could see the, terrorists. They could have opened fire on all those people if they wanted to
Mm-hmm.
with their machine
Yeah.
guns, and they didn't do it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And so that's something else to keep in mind too. And with the best law in school situation, of course, they shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have taken those kids hostage, But at the same time, the reason why people died is because Putin literally fired on where those kids were in the freaking gymnasium with a tank,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and people died. Like, they show these bodies of stacked bodies of charred children, and that was all because of Putin, not because of anybody else.
Yeah. No,
You
that's
know,
great.
so
Yeah.
something to think about in that regard. But yeah, so it's pretty interesting, to when you think about it from that perspective.
Absolutely. I think there's an awful lot of things we need to, in that region, we just need to revisit and break down those previous prejudices that we had based on lies that we accepted, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to believe those things. I mean, you want to believe. Why would somebody blow up apartment buildings with their own people in them?
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to say that for the longest time. Nobody wanted to believe that that was true. Because it sounds freaking crazy, doesn't it? It sounds
Mm-hmm.
batshit crazy. Who the hell would do that?
Yeah.
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 Who would do
Absolutely. Coming from where I come from, Northern Ireland, we had everybody knows that we had a 30-year terrorist action, but nobody went and blew their own buildings up.
Right.
You know.
Right. But that's you just don't imagine that level of depravity exists in human beings. And so, but it does, and it exists in Russia.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, G-Man. And so Frank, you put your hand down. Do you still have a question?
I did actually. I'm not sure why I went down, but I just had a quick comment earlier, and then as Dr. Nick keeps on going on, more and more thoughts come to mind. My original thought was not exactly groundbreaking, but has grown in such stature in the last few months as a preventative measure from being able to be pushed out a window. But but jokes aside, actually, Latin, thank you so much. You are making me extra proud of the keychain that I use for my car, because it is a small piece of a Su-34 that was shot down on February 28th. My friend Dima in Kyiv sent it to me months ago, as a small thank you for hosting his family at my house. But as Dr. Nick's going on here, I mean, this has been a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much, Nick. It leads me to wonder. I mean, is there? I mean, given that Russia is an 11 time zone across colonial empire, I mean, if they are soundly defeated,
in Ukraine and their army sufficiently weakened, is there a chance that and and the Chechens overthrow Kadyrov and all this kind of stuff? Is there a chance that Russia might actually break up in at least in its current form? Maybe small parts of it break away.
You know, maybe, maybe. There's it just came out like today. There was a new survey that came out that said that, the 5 major regions, all of them support separating from Russia, which is big. That's new because that wasn't always the case. So that's something to think about. Just a second. So that's something to think about. And the question is would Russia have won the military to respond to these things? How would those regions deal with some kind of an insurgency? What would that look like militarily? There's a lot of unknowns. Would Russia be able to manage something like that, or would it be smarter for them to pull their resources in back towards Moscow in case they're scared that, somebody might try to overthrow them or something? Those are all good questions that we don't have like 100% clear answers to. But there is suggestions that perhaps maybe we should give some kind of support to these various regions, let them know that we support them, whether it's beginning with moral support and, maybe financial support later or whatever, for any sort of independence movements that they might have. One of those regions, for example, Kuban, used to belong to Ukraine, used to be part of Ukraine. So that's something to think about. That's down there in the Caucasus, the very most western portion there on the Black Sea, where Sochi is, like kind of down over by Putiput's palace. But I digress. Anyway, so it is really interesting to think about, because even 6 months ago, a year ago, none of this seemed possible, and now all of a sudden it kind of does. And so it's a lot to think about, a lot to take in. I wouldn't want to overpromise anything, but I could say that the Caucasus, that would be the most likely. Other regions, possibly, yes. So we'll just have to see as things unfold what that's starting to look like. But that's just my sort of guess. In the past, there was a movement for a pan-Caucasus sort of alliance. So they might try to band together to work together for that purpose. Yes, it's a hog. He's a good baby.
Hey, I just wanted to mention that we've got a number of requests for speakers trying to add, and we've kind of got a full panel. So if anybody who's currently got a speaking role on the panel and you don't have a question, if you could drop down to listener for a short period of time and then request to come up again, we'll be able to get all the people who want to speak up so they can all have a chance. Thanks.
I'll drop down. Thanks so much, you guys.
Cheers. Thanks. And feel free to request again if you've got to add something, and we can rotate you back up again. I just wanted to give the new folks an opportunity. And I think it's time for Mark. Welcome, Mark. Good to see you back again.
Yeah, thank you, Will. I had a couple of comments and one question. Dr. Nick, I've got to say, this is a comment. I don't think you're selling the have a pig in your house as a great thing to do. I don't know how you go with that, but
Sorry. It's okay. He's actually really clean,
Yeah, you're still not making it a great. I don't think I'm going to go and buy one tomorrow. I'm sorry.
No, he's totally chill. Like, you got to go look at my page. He's like totally chill, sitting on the couch.
Okay.
He's jealous, is what it is.
All right.
Like, you
Okay.
know. Then once he gives up the ghost and realizes, oh, I guess she's just going to talk to people, and so then he came and sat on the couch.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But my comment next, if I may, and then my question. The comment is around with the war, or maybe I'm wrong. But on the other hand, he appears to be very clever because he says the things which he plays on our fears in a sense. So, or he says what we think any reasonable person would say. Maybe his call to Bush, President Bush, may have been that type of thing. He's trying to. He has a playbook, and he's trying to. But my question actually was for Latin, was about the S300s. I was wondering about I thought there was talk previously about concerns around the supplies for the anti-aircraft defenses for Ukraine. So do they have enough S-300 ammunition or missiles, whatever they're called, to help defend themselves and to use in that slightly more forward facing position?
Well, that's an excellent question, and it really is the $1 million question. This goes back to some of the analysis that our friend Alex was doing early on, and others. Quite a few analysts out there that had been, Justin Bronk had been mentioning this late last year. That the short answer is we don't know. That would be a very closely held secret. How many interceptors, how many missiles for that system they have. But being their long-range system, it would be critical. And the problem is that there's not a lot of S-300s that are really lying around in the former Warsaw Pact. There was some talk of trying to get them from, I believe, Greece or Cyprus. There's just not a ton of them out there, as I understand it, and that's a critical issue. That's a really important question because Patriot is an extremely effective system and can be used against ballistic missiles, but it doesn't have the range of S-300. So as far as being its ability to be able to push or keep the Russian fixed wing back, S-300 is a very valuable tool for that.
Yeah, there was talk of, I think it was Crete, getting the Greeks to take one of their systems away from Crete and backfill it with Patriot, I think. But yeah, that's the question I've got, is whether they can actually have enough of missiles to help them deter the Russians from getting too close to the front line, as it were.
So, Aaron, go ahead. And then I think we're going to move on to Bakhmut and take a very close look at what is happening there. Aaron?
Hi, Alan. Can you hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Loud and
This is for Dr. Nick and maybe Will. Earlier on, previously, I've heard, people say, oh, why don't they stand up? Why don't they rebel? And there's been talk of a Praetorian Guard, so to speak, that Russia has back around Moscow and St. Petersburg. And I'm just trying to get an idea of the numbers. So I'd heard 200,000. That probably might be wrong, but sounds wrong to me. It sounds like a lot of men. And that's essentially to protect the establishment and Putin from any uprisings and so forth. One is that do those numbers sound correct? And the other one was sort of like in these outer areas, let's say Chechnya and Dagestan and Kazakhstan or the outer areas would you think the first set of people that would get mobilized were the people that were sort of keen and Russian minded? When you saw the Chechens, they all looked super keen when they were heading off, and that you might have the more skeptical, the more people with a better head on their shoulders, so to speak, and how many men do they actually keep to subjugate those people? Like you're in the Russian mold and you'll do what the Russians say, or is it a case of if there's an uprising, they send people there? I can just imagine with all the people that they've mobilised, some would be this Praetorian Guard. If it was 200,000, I can't see how it would be 200,000. That sounds a lot of men when you're looking just to raise the amount of men they're sending to Ukraine, and whether there'd be any weakening of the guard system back in Russia due to the war. And then how much do you think, the old communist style of, oh, well, I really don't like Putin. Oh, well, if I heard you say that, I'll go tell the local commander. How much of that is ingrained in those outer areas? Or are they, when you said they're more independent and looking to speak English, do you think that's a sort of not as strong as some areas in Russia, in the outer areas, that they may not have as much control? They've got enough control, but not a lot. I'll step down. Thank you.
So this elite group is called the Dzerzhinsky, and I don't really know how large it is, and so I'm not going to pretend to give you a number. That sounds kind of like a lot to me too, but I would need to do a little bit more digging to see what I could find. Um, you know, as far as the periphery, particularly in the Caucasus and, even um, in the Far East, I think that a lot of the mobilization that occurred, I mean, we saw a lot of mobilization. The people that were dying were from the periphery, like Boratia and, other areas in Siberia, or, other people from the Caucasus, just these other ethnic others were dying disproportionately. Um, and, in part, I think that served a couple of purposes. Number one, obviously, it kept people from the big cities, like Moscow, Ekaterinburg, St. Petersburg, etc., which is dominated largely by ethnic Russians, to see the effects or feel the effects of mobilization. But it also had another purpose to, help cleanse these areas of, potentially people that could potentially fight against them later. So it's a form of different sort of ethnic cleansing. And even recently, Kadyrov, even though he talked about that, oh, we're not going to do any sort of new mobilization, that last mobilization call that happened in around October, November, whatever it was, because we've already met our quota. He was, the Kadyrovsky were kidnapping people who were speaking out against Kadyrov and all of that. And they were just, all these young people are disappearing, and some of them were ending up at the front, Edgar. And so, you know, it's a very complex situation, and like how that is all going to work out. Edgar, come here, baby. I don't really know the answer to all that. Again, I mean, this is all happening so fast. I think that there will be a lot of people who will rise up if the opportunity would present itself. And again, I think that those numbers are probably high for that, for the elite guard. And look, some of those people, like for example, when Chechnya broke away, those were people who were part of the Russian military, the Soviet military before. And then when they broke away, that region broke away, they turned and became part of the local military now, the new Chechen military, for example, right? So those people might turn on the Russians. Do you see what I'm saying? If they're part of that guard and they're in some sort of from the ethnic regions or something. So that's something to consider. There were Chechens from all over Russia, all over the former Soviet Union that came home to Chechnya to fight. So that's another thing to consider. So we'll have to we're just going to have to wait and see how this all plays out, because it could go in any number of directions. But those are variables to consider in how it could play out in a positive way. So we'll see. But I do have to run, unfortunately, because my son is home from college and we're getting ready to watch a movie. So, and my husband's getting ready to go to DC for surgery tomorrow morning too. So, but anyway, I
Thank you.
will see you guys later. No problem.
Cheers.
Good luck to you with that, Nick. Been following along with that. I hope everything goes swimmingly, and that your son and your pig get along.
Oh, yes. Oh, they do. Yes, they get along just fine. All right. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Thank you, as always. So, Will, we have a couple of topics to address now. One is, did Ukraine use JDAMs for the first time on the battlefield? And second is to take a look at Bakhmut, where the situation is critical. So I know Latin wants to talk about JDAMs. And maybe we should just clear one hand before we go to Latin and Zagolman, and take Phil, see what his topic is, and address it as quickly as we can. So Phil, go ahead.
My topic is JDAMs. There was a post by Stefan Gronk that was a massive explosion near Bakhmut, and that's why I was coming up. I was in DMs with Misfit, and we were kind of discussing it. And I was like, I saw Latin up here. I was like, I need to talk to Latin. So that was my discussion. Thanks.
Perfect, because we want to talk about JDAMs. So Phil, how do you know it was near Bakhmut? I haven't seen that confirmed.
I think it was a follow-up response from Stefan, who put in the original post. He's like, it said something like troops were watching on the other side of Bakhmut or something like that. Or I may have like overly interpreted that. I'm not 100% sure on that. So that was just from like a few of the conversations.
Okay, well, let's see what Latin and Zagolman can tell us. Latin, go ahead.
Well, the first thing is I'm going to say that it is a slightly unusual image, and it really, it's the first thing that jumps out at you is the obviously the size of the explosion. It's also very early, so we can't jump to conclusions. But I've been communicating with and Zagolman's been in on it as well. In the back channels, I was asking CJ and John Ridge about this just a few minutes ago. Those are two guys that I really trust on this kind of topic if we're talking about specific types of weaponry. And so John Ridge, when he saw it, he really reacted to the size of the explosion and said that his initial his initial feeling was GBU 31, which is JDAM. Now both of them dug a little bit into. Apparently, one of the soldiers in the foreground, you can see a unit patch, and apparently it's a territorial defense unit. And based on that, they were thinking probably not Bakhmut. And if you look at the terrain, my impression as well was that if you look at the terrain, you're not seeing any urban landscape really in the background. It looks like a very open area. And to CJ, it felt like a training ground. That could very well be much further west in the country. But again, those are just initial impressions. But I know Goldman was also impressed by the really the size of the explosion, and I was comparing it to some video of JDAM use in Afghanistan, and to my untrained eye, it certainly looked very similar.
Yeah, I agree.
So mine too, Latin. That looks to be about a 1,500 kilogram bomb from others I've seen, but I'd be interested in your view on the size of that and whatever Zagolman has to say. Go ahead, Zagolman.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing, and it's impressive. There was about a 4 second delay, or three and a half, 4 second delay between the blast and the sound, that distinctive crack it's something that I haven't heard on any of the other uh, videos from Ukraine, and it's like Latin said, when you pull up some stuff from Iraq, and it's definitely it's definitely something different. That's the way I would describe it. I mean, nobody really knows whether it's JDAM, but it's certainly different than something that I've heard on this battlefield yet. And it's a pretty impressive sound when you consider that it was 3 seconds away, 3 to 4 seconds away from the flash.
And so that's like 2.5 kilometers.
Yeah, I think CJ had it at 2.5 kilometers, something like that. I mean, he was doing the same thing I was doing, except he's probably better. And I used to be able to calculate in my head that, but yeah, it was a pretty intense sound. So it was a 2,000 pounder or something like that. I mean, that's would be my guess, just a guess.
I haven't seen a geolocation yet of that either, but the terrain, as you say, I think it looks a little bit more like out toward Krasnohorifa or Avdiivka, which has been an area of pretty heavy fighting just recently.
Yeah, lots of snow, and it's certainly in the northern part of the country, right? So,
Latin, what are your thoughts here?
I'm looking forward to hearing more opinions on this tomorrow. I'm sure there will be some of our European friends will probably be looking at this very soon, and then in North America we'll be having some opinions. I'm sure I'm going to be watching closely John Ridge and CJ's Twitter feed, see what they think of it. I go back to something that Goldman has been repeating several times, and I'm in absolute agreement with him, that when this weapon system was announced, and we've kind of had two stages of it, right? Because they announced JDAM in whatever it was, in November, thereabouts, early December. And unless I'm confused, the extended range JDAM was also announced. Goldman, do you remember if that was the case? Was that actually announced, or was just rumored? Or maybe somebody else remembers.
yeah, I think it was announced. Yeah, because I believe I remember a contract and people saying it was going to be like 9 months is the standard lead time or something like that. I remember the whole discussion.
Okay, right. So for everybody who's not clear on it, it's like, Alan, do you want me to just kind of go over what JDAM is?
Sure, that would be great. And if you can, cover any alternatives. If it's not a JDAM, and a JDAM is a glide bomb, as I recall. If it's not a JDAM, what else could it be?
Well, you know what? I'll try to I'll take a stab at that question first, that last question first, because as you've heard, a lot of us were kind of thinking this is whatever it was quite large, and maybe unusually large compared to some of what we've been seeing. And John Ridge, his first impression, he said, was GBU 31. So that's a 2,000 pound JDAM. So JDAM is based on the Mark 80 series American bombs, which are kind of a standard free fall bomb, unguided bomb that's just dropped from the aircraft. But it's GPS guided. It's a kit that you attach to it that gives it a precision guidance that otherwise it doesn't have. The extended range version is the one that has like wings that pop out and so make it. I think there is. Yeah, the Australians have. I think there is. Yeah, the Australians have developed that version, didn't they? Yeah, which really takes it over the top.
which was really, to me, it's important because it wasn't apparent that a standard JDAM could be launched at the altitude that it needs to be close enough to the line to make a difference currently, right? So, the ER version of this thing kind of made it more, in my mind at least, more uh, applicable to the battlefield today because it could be launched further away from the front line without putting the launch aircraft at risk as much, right? Because you could use that. Yeah.
And all three versions, I think, including that the boosted one, they can be toss bombed, right? So that lower profile that exposes the launch aircraft to less threat, because the alternative is what we saw the other day with the Su-34s at high altitude, where there's a great deal of risk there, a great deal of threat there.
And when you look at least the open source on the range of the ER, it's an 80-kilometer range. So now you're pretty far. You're getting far enough away from the front line that you're not exposing yourself too long to the air defense. And you know what I'm saying, it's more viable in this battlefield. The further away from the line that you can launch it. There's that trade of range and altitude.
And Goldman, we keep coming back to the point that you've been making for quite a while. I know you've been kind of adamant on it, and I'm in total agreement that why would they be announcing not just one but two of these systems? And I think there was more than one JDAM announcement initially. But either way, making these announcements of a very significant weapon system without an obvious launch platform. It's just my personal opinion. Now, John Ridge and I have had some conversations about which Ukrainian aircraft would be the one that would be able to carry this. Now, Alan, I'm sorry, I didn't quite finish answering the question that you had asked about what else could this be. Well, on the artillery side or missile side, I'm not sure. I suppose it is possible it could be something like that. I don't think my initial thought is that I don't think the Ukrainians have anything quite this large in their artillery or missile arsenal, but that's not definitive, obviously. Air launched, I know for a fact that they don't have anything in that category. They don't have anything equivalent to a 2,000-pound U.S. bomb. So anything that big, if it was air launched, that would make me lean a little more towards it being JDAM. But John Ridge and I had been speaking for quite a while earlier about a few weeks ago about this. Okay, so if they were to try to implement it into an existing airframe, and there had been some analysis out there, some writings that have been done on this possibility, as we continue to see that these were being delivered or being planned to be delivered without Western platforms that would be plug and play. And technically, the overall assessment seems to be that it would not be that big a jump to integrate it, because it's GPS, it's not radar based, so you don't have to integrate the weapon into the radar. And the Su-24, that swing wing strike aircraft that the Ukrainians use, John and I agree that would probably be the best platform for this for a number of reasons. You could do it into pretty much any. You could try to integrate it into just about anything the Ukrainians fly, which is basically 4 combat platforms. I argue that their interceptors, the MiG-29 and Su-27, I don't think so, because that fleet has experienced some attrition, and they're busy with the air defense role, and they also do SEAD. They also carry the HARM, so they're going after the Russian ground-based air defenses. So I don't consider those to be prime candidates for this kind of conversion. The Su-25, there's a very important reason why I don't think they would want to use it. The Su-24 is a faster aircraft. It has a much more advanced navigation system that allows it to approach the target at low level and in all weather conditions, which gives it an advantage for survivability. It's also much faster. And when it tosses the bomb, when it pitches up at high speed to toss a JDAM in towards the enemy, it would be doing it very high speed with the wings swept back. And what that does is that inertia of the aircraft would help to maximize the range of the JDAM ammunition. So that's why we think that it would, and Su-24s, it may be completely coincidental, but Su-24s, we were seeing quite a bit of open source images of them in the fall. And that started to peter out quite a bit towards the end of 2022. And so far this year, we haven't seen a lot. There could be other explanations for that. But I personally am convinced that that is the platform that they're going to at least try to integrate JDAM with. And we could be seeing that the fleet, a large part of it anyways, might be currently pulled back to work on that integration and training of the crews in delivery. And that's just my speculation.
Yeah, and just to add one other point, when there was a lot of concern about the quoted 9-month lead time for the kits, but if you think there was quite a few, the numbers of kits ordered was quite a few, and my speculation was the 9 months was what it would take to complete the order, that there would be incremental deliveries, and I guessed probably in the 4-month time frame that you would start seeing these kits being shipped from Boeing to Ukraine, that the 9-month timeline that was quoted was to complete the delivery of all the kits, and that there'd be incremental delivery. So it doesn't surprise me that we're kind of in that window of where the bomb availability could be like now. So those timelines kind of work out.
I don't know about you, Goldman, but I'm convinced that JDAM is going to play into Ukrainian offensive action whenever it kicks in. And, that's a weapon system they're going to definitely want to have in place for that, those offensives.
So Latin, Zagolman, the film of this explosion shows a pretty clear day. Number one. Number two, what would the richest target be for the first use of a JDAM on the battlefield by Ukraine?
Command and control, supply depots. Those are the first two that come to my mind. I don't know if Goldman thinks of anything else.
No, it's the same. It's kind of the same things that HIMARS has been doing. As a priority, fixed targets. We can put a GPS coordinate in and let it go. So it kind of adds to that. It's just a bigger boom.
Another trusted voice pointed out to me that there's no secondary explosion after this big boom. So it's not an ammo dump. Could be command and control. And then the other question is, where on the battlefield is this? Is it Bakhmut? Is it somewhere else? Latin or Zagolman, I think you suggested maybe a training ground. So it's kind of a demonstration that Ukraine has JDAMs and they're about to use them.
Well, my initial thought too, Alan, would be that on a supply depot, you might expect secondary explosions, but on a command and control position, I'm not sure. I don't think there would necessarily be a secondary explosion. But yeah, the idea that it might be a training area is based strictly on identifying the unit patch on the soldier in the foreground, and that being a territorial defense unit from Sumy, I believe. So but it could also be part of, given the snow, it could also be there's been more Russian activity in that northern front in the last few days too, so that's possible.
Alan, it might in fact be because there is quite a lot of snow. It might be up near Kupiansk, where we understand the Russians are concentrating a lot of troops, which has caused Ukraine to announce that they're evacuating people from that Kupiansk area. That does look like quite a lot of snow, and it doesn't look like down in Bakhmut or that area because there's very little war disturbance of the positions and things we're looking at in that video.
Yeah, I agree, Will. That's exactly what I was thinking. If it's actually in the battlefield, yeah, not a training shot. Now, obviously, the guy with the patch knew it was coming. He was waiting for it. So,
And there's no urban landscape in the film that I can see.
So, Latin and Ms. Goldman, you're saying that this takes the a similar role as Gimler's would, but given the fact that it hosts something like a 1,500 kilogram explosive, it could be devastating for if they were capable and now practice doing that lob launch, particularly if they're able to do that from the Su-24 and they get that launch method down, because they've been doing that with unguided rockets and things so far. But if they get that down, that could be a devastating explosion to fortifications, particularly like you say, where command and control is housed. During whatever you want to do it, active defense or when they go on offense.
correct.
The 2,000 pounder is the biggest. They do come in different sizes. The JDAMs have a few different sizes because they're all based on the Mark 80 series of bombs. But yeah, the 2,000 would probably be the one you would be looking at for the highest value targets. Try to make sure that you get it, especially anything that's hardened.
So the next big question is, did we make sure we sent them Mark 84s and that have they got those in country, or is that they're going to have these JDAM ER kits from Australia or the JDAM kits from America with no bombs to hook them for, or are the Mark 84 quite prevalent already, you reckon?
Well, it's not in the Ukrainian Air Force inventory. They use the Soviet series of bombs. I don't really think it would be that easy to adapt. The Soviet Fab series bombs are very different shape. There would definitely not be it's something you'd be able to just. It wouldn't be interchangeable. They'd have to find some way to adapt it. Free fall bomb use in this war yet, because especially in the Ukrainian side, because of the air defense situation, you need a little bit of altitude unless you're using free fall bombs that are it's called the retarded. They have like a parachute or some kind of aerodynamic drag that slows its descent to allow the aircraft to get out of the blast zone for low level delivery. I haven't seen much evidence of use of that in this conflict. It's been mostly rockets. So if we're going to be moving towards, if the Ukrainians are going to be using JDAM, yeah, I suspect it would have to be supplied with the American bombs. And the reason I keep mentioning toss bombing is because, again, given nothing's going to change the ground-based air defense situation anytime soon. The Russians have got plenty of missiles, so the delivery method would probably have to be something low level.
Yep, understood. And that technique of lobbing like that from a lower altitude is obviously something that they'd want to practice a fair number of times before they were sure that it was going to be effective in combat, I would suppose. So maybe this is a training run.
Yep, could be. And I guess when we had Nunu on the space a while ago, he talked about pilots kind of going away to do some training in aircraft. So he couldn't get specific, but this was probably 3 weeks ago, Latin, or something like that. Where
yeah, he was on the other day, and I didn't get a chance to ask him because I kind of heard it, and I was sure he said, and that it seemed that he had some kind of source on that, and he wasn't able to. It was kind of one of those where, mentioning that some of Ukraine's attack aircraft, we haven't seen as much of them, and that's about all he could say about it. I mean, he said, that's all I'm going to say about it. He seemed to indicate that he knew more about that. And I do think that the fact that the Su-24 force has been a little less visible lately, again, there could be multiple reasons for that, but it's something I've noticed because I've been watching all of their combat types very carefully, like very, very closely.
And so, given the size of the explosion, even at the distance we're seeing it, there really isn't an alternative to say it wasn't a JDAMS, it was something else.
Nothing that I can think of air launch wise. Whether they have a new, new ground launch thing, and they seem to be inventing their own ground launch system. So,
Yeah, that new Vilka, the extended range, basically fired from a Schmerz, but it's like the Gimlers, but so it's larger and it has a larger range, but nothing in the range that would produce, and the Tochka U, nothing in the range that produce an explosion, percussive explosion of the size you see there.
Right.
Like I said, my guess would be like a 1,500 kilogram bomb.
Yeah, I'm not
Look,
smart
it's
enough on that. So yeah, I'll believe you.
it's entirely within the capability of the Ukrainian arms industry to produce a larger free fall bomb. That's not a reach. They could easily have done that. But I know that pre-war, all I was ever seeing on their 24s and their 25s, their strike aircraft, was the smaller FAB Soviet bombs and KH-25 air-to-surface missiles, relatively small, nothing on that scale. So, but again, if they might have, to produce a slick bomb like that, a dumb bomb, that's not high technology. I mean, they could easily copy. In fact, around the world, there are many countries that have copied the American Mark 80 series. Aerodynamically, it's fairly straightforward, and so they could easily be doing something on their own.
Given the reports we're getting from Bakhmut, just to go to Bakhmut, probably the Ukrainians need JDAMs in Bakhmut more than any other place on the battlefield tonight. Conditions in Bakhmut are being described as grim. I don't know, David, if you're up and you can hear me. I see you as a speaker. I hope Gunny can come up, but the possibility of an orderly withdrawal from Bakhmut apparently has not come about. And look, here's Gunny with some reports from Bakhmut. Gunny, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, mate. Yeah, I mean, people like Defmon were saying 4 days ago that it was starting to look a bit silly. All of this, I know Thomas came out a couple of hours ago and said this is starting to become inexplicable, and I think a lot of us over the past few days have been really uncomfortable with this. Look, I think this place is totemic. I think this is a Stalingrad. I think it's taken on an importance far and beyond its actual relevance on both sides. I think where the Ukrainians were winning last year was mobile defense, and they are now in this, they've sort of gone firm in this place. The Russians want that. If it means 4-1 kills, they'll do it. They don't really care. They're more than happy to do that. And I'm just failing to see where the advantage of having veteran boys and girls in a pocket with a 2-mile corridor and the only road out under fairly substantial artillery fire is doing for the effort here. I really don't understand it, unless I'm missing something. I think there comes a point where a fixing operation ceases to be any good at all if your casualty rate is on the steady sort of march to parity. That just makes no sense to me whatsoever. I mean, a lot of people say, well, defensive battle urban areas, it always favors the defender. Well, the British Army disagree entirely, and there have been a couple of very in-depth studies done by the British Army on the limited evidence that we've got from places like Fallujah, Aden, places like that that say, actually, no, so long as they're competent or semi-competent and they've got good armor support and they do have artillery to hand, the attacking force usually suffers far less casualties. So I don't know if David's up, but we sort of expected blowing the dams, blowing the bridges as sort of prerequisites for an orderly withdrawal. We've seen the state the route out now. If they can't, if they're planning to do an evac and they can't use vehicles, they're going to have to tab out. And if they're tabbing out, i.e., pick up a Bergen and your weapon and walk, that's going to be pretty awful. The casualties are going to multiply exponentially over that. So I don't know what they're doing. If there's a grand plan, it must be a real rabbit out the hat. But this to me is just starting to smack of pride, to be honest. And they need to get the fuck out of there. It just makes no sense whatsoever to me.
So, gunning on a battlefield, a 2-mile wide corridor out is basically like walking down an alley.
It's going to be a miniature Falaise Gap in 1944, where the Germans evacuated a pocket, and they essentially had one route out, and it turned into a charnel house. You've really got to wonder what the purpose of this is, unless they're doing a nice steady withdrawal and there are just sort of rear guard units in there and they've got everyone out, or most of them out, then happy days. But it just looks like Ukraine is kind of nailing itself to that position, and the place is trashed. It's a ruin. I don't see how this is so important that it necessitates this sort of determination to hold somewhere when they could just long step back and get established somewhere else. As I say, this is how the Ukrainians won last year: mobile defense, not invariably not sticking to places just because they're geographic. Hitting, moving, ambushes, forcing the Russians to deviate from plans, forcing them to move their artillery all the time, using the terrain. And the one thing the Russians still do quite competently is mass artillery and smash the hell out of places. And if you go static, then you're kind of giving it to them on a plate, and they will just keep throwing people at it. I mean, I saw one account 18 attacks in one day. With the best will in the world, people get ground down by that. Even the very best people get ground down by that level of constant contact. So, why? Hopefully there's something. I mean, they've not, I don't know. I would imagine probably there are some NATO advisors, hopefully, saying, look, what's the plan here? What's your scheme? But to me, it just makes no sense.
And the Ukrainians have plenty of defensive positions prepared already to the west of Bakhmut, in Chaziv Yar, and on higher ground. Why not just go there?
Well, yeah, I mean, if I was a bayonet and 500 Ukrainians were captured by the Russians unnecessarily, I'd be pretty fucking angry, and I would be looking over my shoulder and saying, what is going on? Because it's unnecessary. Infanteers aren't stupid. They go there and they die as long as it serves a purpose. But this is playing to the Russians' only real remaining two advantages, I think, which is artillery and sheer weight of numbers. Now you can manage that for a while, as long as you've got supply route in. I mean, as long as you've got boxes of ammunition by the gun, and you've got a bit of food and some water, and you've got cold weather kit, and you got artillery on call, then yeah, happy days. But they haven't even got that anymore. It just feels like they need to get out of there. It really does. It's just not a good look. Hopefully they'll get everyone out, including the rear guards. If if they don't, and the Russians do manage to close this off, the Ukrainians have got two issues. They either do a sortie to relief, which is going to be quite hard, or they leave them to fight it out. Now, hands up here who fancies being captured by the Russians after the videos of them castrating POWs. So the boys and girls will fight to the death. They know what awaits them if they stick a white flag up. And that will be a tragedy, and it will be an unnecessary fuck up.
You know, I hate to leave on such a note. I don't disagree with Gunny. Just about everyone here in the past few days have been looking at Bakhmut intensely and saying it's time to go. So we'll see what the overnight brings us. It is, let's see. It's 0500 in Bakhmut right now. So we'll see what the dawn brings us, and I know Truck will have new maps produced very quickly in the morning tomorrow. But it is as I say, it's a bit of a depressing note to leave on. We're going to continue discussing Bakhmut. You don't need me to do that. I'm no kind of military expert. We have Gunny, we have Dryfly, we have Zagolman, we have David, if he can speak at some point. I hope he can. And with that, I just want to say bring us another 60,000 with information, and we need to march forward every single day. It's an army of help for Ukraine. So go to MriyaAid.org and send your help. MriyaAid.org. Join the army. That's MriyaReport now. Please do it tonight. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Gunny. Thanks, Will. Slava Ukraini.
Karam Slava. Yes, thanks very much, Alan. As you go away for a well-earned rest, I think Finance is probably joining here as co-host, and I'll run things behind the scene for him. And I'll just remind everybody that as you join the space, if you are using your phone, you can participate in the discussion by using your phone only. If you're listening on the internet, you won't be able to do so, but we'd encourage everybody to use your phone if you want to engage on the space, because we're always looking for new speakers, new perspective on what's going on, new questions, and we encourage anyone at all to come in and add your voice to the discussion here, because honestly, everybody almost certainly has something valuable to offer, and we'd be more than willing to hear your story, your comment, or your question for folks who are around that are available to answer it. And welcome up to the other co-host seat, Finance. Nice working for you for the first time, sir.
I think this is the first time we are actually co-hosting together. Pleasure to see you, Will. And also a pleasure that you admit that I have something valuable to offer. It's always nice that you seem to think that's the case. I'm going to absolutely take that as a personal compliment that everyone has something useful to offer. I think it's a nice thing Will's ever said about me. With that, we have an excellent discussion going on around the particularly grim situation in Bakhmut. That Gunny has been filling us in on the details of. We have multiple hands up, and I believe my order of hands is Dryfly, then possibly Aaron, possibly not, his hands up and down. Dryfly.
Sorry, I've been listening on and off today. I had some family stuff going on,
what makes Bakhmut so much more desperate now than it was 6 hours ago? Has something happened that we know happened that makes it so much worse than it was 6 hours ago? And I'm not asking to criticize anyone. I'm just asking straight up, because okay, and the Ukrainians know it's going to be hairy. And as of I don't know, 12 hours ago when I was looking at it really closely, the kill ratios still look horrific. I mean, and that's not just from the Ukrainian government reports. It's from people like Vasquez, who kind of gave a little bit of tidbits about his actions, and it sounded like it was just a slaughter on the side of the Russians, and they only had a few injuries. So I'm just curious, what has changed in the last few hours that all of a sudden, everyone's so much more worried? Or is it just we're getting beaten down by Twitter feeds? And I'll listen.
So
Gunny, this is you, or Will and Gunny.
I'll let you know what I have. I don't think there's been any official information that's come out, Dryfly, that would suggest that. I think it's probably due to Thomas Tyner and some of the other expertise looking in. Mick Ryan and others have suggested it's probably time to go. And if you look at where the advances are on the map, the discussion they were having, that the ratio of killed to losses would go up significantly once you are facing fire from your flanks as well as your front. And we know that the Ukrainian forces have backed up across the canal. So clearly they've ceded a certain amount of the eastern portion of Bakhmut to the Russian advance. And the Russian advance had just been grinding and slow, and eventually it appears like they're getting a foothold there. So I don't know that there's any official news, but perhaps Gunny, you know more, and then we'll go on to Aaron and back to you, Dryfly.
Yeah, so once they're properly down in the ruins, the basic military doctrine says the casualty rate is going to go to the Russians' favour. Some people will disagree with that, but as I was saying earlier, British Army, they've done the studies. Urban exceptionalism, I think, is the management speak kind of word, but it's sort of fascination and conviction that if you defend in urban areas, you'll sustain less casualties. The British Army says is absolute crap. Well, look at it this way. If that was 600 US Marines in that town, and they had a 2-mile corridor, and there was only one traversable road, and it was under constant artillery fire, would the US Army seek to widen up the pincers? Or would they leave them there and then just watch the Russians grind and then eventually close the circle? That's what we're talking about here. The Russians can keep doing this because they do not care who dies. In that pocket are Ukrainians, many of whom will be veterans, and with the best will in the world, if they die or they go into a cage, people given an abbreviated infantry course at Brecon Infantry Battle School and then sent back to Ukraine are not going to be an adequate replacement for a long time. That's before we even go into the psychological kind of side of things. If I was in that pocket and my unit had been holding there and then we were encircled, I'd be pretty pissed off. And I think everyone else in the Ukrainian army would be pretty pissed off, because there seems to be no good reason for it. It's the rest of the Ukrainian army seems to be reorientating, ready for this, and yet the boys and girls are still stuck there. And I cannot think of any instance where you're down to a single, very difficult to traverse road to get supplies in, and you're injured, and other units out, that's turned out well. Unless there's going to be a sudden, very substantial Ukrainian counterattack to kind of stop these, these two prongs from closing. When do we say, well, that was a stupid move? When the pincers close, and then the Ukrainians have to say, well, what do we do now? Do we attack and the ground's still unfavourable to try and get them out, which is going to be costly in itself, or do we leave them there? And I think leaving them there, it's just not going to be a good look. I just think this smacks of pride. And actually, I think a lot of people have been scratching their head about it for the past week, sort of 10 days. But there have been some echo chambers to say, well, it's great. We're killing loads of Russians. It's serving a purpose. That's not how you win. That's not how the Ukrainians won last year. The Ukrainians didn't dig their heels in and then just fight constantly for every square inch of ground. They boxed clever. They used their maneuverability. They used everything that NATO had taught them about mobile defense. They gave ground when they had to. They stood firm when it served a purpose, and then gave it up if necessary. And I think this just, as someone very kindly reminded me, the Bakhmut flag, Bakhmut stands flag that went out. I think it's just pride, dry fly. I think someone somewhere has made a really bad decision. And I think they've gone down that road of, well, we've done it now. We might as well stick to it instead of who cares if Bakhmut falls? In the wider world,
Can I
no one
comment
cares.
on that? I hear what you're saying, but here's the two things that I was asking, I guess, is that has the situation changed? In other words, are there still lots and lots of people in Bakhmut? Do we know how many people are in there? And then secondly, do we know how easy it's going to be for them to close those pinchers? I mean, I hear what people are saying, and yeah, if there's 5,000 people trapped in Bakhmut and there's a column of them marched out, that's really, really bad. 500 is bad, but do we really know? Because from what I've been reading is that there's been just enormous amounts of speculation, and a ton of it has been propagated by people who are a little bit suspicious on the internet. I'm not saying that they're Russian trolls, but there's a lot of panic, and I just don't know what is fact and what isn't. And so at the same time I'm hearing these horror stories, I'm also hearing that there's an awful lot of armor and reinforcements coming up from behind in Bakhmut, but no one can verify that either. So all I'm saying is that I would just love to see some actual facts instead of conjecture, because I hear what the nerves of what the other generals like Ryan and others are saying. I mean, it looks horrific, but I don't know if they have any real information, do they? And I'll listen.
Well, I think if those kind of people are saying get out of there, then that's your indicator. I mean, but
well, based on what do they
what's
know or don't know? Because some of these guys are saying stuff and they may or may not know what's really happening either. I mean, I
well,
understand it looks scary, but I'm just saying that do we really know? And that's all I'm asking.
I think if people who've held higher command positions are actually publicly saying what the hell is going on, get out there, that's enough for me. I mean, where do we say actually, yeah, it is quite bad when we see white flags going up and Ukrainian POWs in the mud with a boot and an AK in the back of their head? No, we're hearing enough stuff, and yet I don't listen to Trollstoy. I don't listen to the Russian embassy. I look at stuff from people who are normally bang on, like Thomas, like Defmon. I look at the stuff from people who usually go, yeah, it'll all be great, and then frantically delete tweets. I have a look at the trenches and a frankly chin-strapped Ukrainian section commander who looks like he's about to drop, talking about 18 attacks on his position in one day. And I look at the two Russian kind of enclosing arms and I think, well, if they've not closed yet, then that means that they're coming up against opposition. If they're coming up against opposition, that means Ukrainians are still there fighting. Therefore, there are going to be substantial units there holding them back. But why? Why would you do that? At the start, it made sense. You killed 15 Russians for every one Ukrainian. Great. But the casualty ratio, if you can get past the OPSEC, which as usual, the Ukrainians have slammed down tight, but stuff is sort of coming out. This is only going to be a matter of time. The ground isn't particularly good. And as I said, and I know that if they leave it too late, they're going to have to walk out. They're not going to be able to use wagons. They're going to have to walk out. They'll have to blow everything up in place that they can't shift. And if they're walking out, then that's just going to be an absolute cluster. So I don't think this is unnecessary panic. I think this is just, if you look at a map, and you look at the situation and you look at the videos, you can see that the Russians just are not going to stop. They are ideologically pinned to this, which is great, right? Served a purpose. But if the Ukrainians are ideologically pinned to it, someone's going to come off worse. And at the minute, it just looks like the Ukrainians, and I just don't see why. It just escapes me why this rubble-strewn bit of wreckage that you could stick loads of claymores in is so important that they potentially might sacrifice veteran units for it. Well,
All right, it looks like I'm up solo running our hands for a moment. I was hoping Will would stay, but it seems like my co-host Nafo Deva for the evening is here. Welcome up, Nafo Deva. Please stay for a bit, Gunny, as you are our military expert at the moment, and for quite unfortunate reasons, our discussion is military and the quite dire situation, as far as we can tell, in Bakhmut right now. Aaron.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I think what Gunny touched on with well, from what I've heard, even a month ago, they sent a lot of territorial defence into Bakhmut because they wanted to save their more experienced troops for a counterattack or an offensive. And then a few weeks ago, they started sending in more experienced troops. Now, these are the troops that are needed for this offensive. So, like Gunny said, these aren't replaceable. They've got a real problem. We've heard from numerous people with training. A lot of the Ukrainians are being sent in after 5 days training, and they don't even know basic tactics. Maybe a week, 2 weeks training, but they're being told they'll be second, third echelon, but they're being sent straight into Bakhmut. So, not to be cold-hearted about it, but they're sort of replaceable. You've got the population, but the experienced troops, they're just completely irreplaceable. So there is a lot of loss happening, like you said, in this area that doesn't seem.
But do we know that? That's what I keep asking. In the last 6 hours, I've heard that there's a lot of losses, and there's really no indication, including from some of the guys who have been there, like James, just let me listen. Like James Vasquez, who was there and said that his unit had a major action yesterday, and he says the slaughter on the Russian side was colossal. They had 1 wounded. Okay, so I'm just saying, do we know there's a lot of losses? I mean, the Ukrainian military, their whole staff, they're monitoring this. I presume they're looking at the numbers. They're looking at how many are in there, who's in there, and what the losses are on both sides. I don't think, and I'm wondering, do we have any visibility on this to even make these kind of guesses?
I'll just go with Gunny that I've seen people that I trust on Twitter, and they seem to, and from Ukrainian sources to Ukrainian, what do they call it? When they do, they do their own sort of research without government, open source research and so forth. And I've seen the numerous channels that I trust on that seem to point to this, and other American commentators spoke about this a month ago, that it was that they were sending in territorial defence, and that soon they'll have to back out because they need these men. I trust that over an anecdotal account of Vasquez on Twitter. So that's just my opinion.
I think the bottom line is, if everything was tickety-boo, why were they down to a 2-mile corridor? If it was all in hand, they wouldn't be down to a 2-mile corridor on one road. There you have it. So therefore, things are not going well. It's really easy for us just to say, well, I'm sure it'll be all right, but it just doesn't look it. And as Aaron said, you got to call it. You got to call it out, Dryfly. If that was 600 US Marines in there, that would not stand, would it? One road in, one road
Well,
out.
I'll tell you, I'm old enough to remember Quezon, and I knew people who were there. And so, before before you say that, there were times where we could have easily just pulled people out of Quezon. Okay, we could have easily just lifted those guys out, and they did not. And
Yeah,
they
but
were
you were
there for
flying
months.
C1. You were flying C1 30 flights in every day, dropping ammunition and picking up. That's not happening with this place. It's a urban area. There are going to be no Ukrainian flights in and out. I think that's a completely wrong kind of
Actually, they weren't
comparison.
flying in. They weren't flying in that they were flying helicopters in, and the helicopters were getting shot down. Quezon was on the top of a mountain. Okay, that was not. It was not an air base where you could fly in aircraft. I think you're thinking of some of the other, like, what was the coastal city where the port was. They could fly in and out of there, but Quezon was an airdrop from helicopters. And it was hairy. I mean, it was really, really hairy. And they stayed because they wanted to block that area during the Tet offensive, and it lasted for months. I mean, it was just awful. And yeah, Marines died there. A lot of them died there. Not as many as died in Hue, which also looked like a waste, but we pushed them out of that too. I don't know what the Ukrainian army is thinking. Okay, I don't know, but the fact is, I don't know what they see. I don't know what their data is. And yeah, it may be awful, and I'd be the first one to say it. But I don't. I just that's why I was asking the question. We hear all this stuff on Twitter, and and some of it's from people that are there, anecdotal. And yeah, that isn't everywhere. That's his vision of one battle, one time. And then you hear other people who have experience, who look at the maps and look and say, gee, that looks really, really bad. But are they getting the data? Are they getting the numbers? Do they see the reserves behind? Do they see the plans? And that's why I was asking, because I get it. And I understand, and I have the anxiety too, man. I wake up every in the middle of the night and check to see what's going on, because I'm worried about it. I'm worried about those guys. But I keep going back to saying, what do we know versus what is just flying around? That's my only point.
Well, I think the thing is, when things are going well, we get these people in who've done higher command, and we get all excited and play with ourselves because they point out that things are going really well for Ukraine. I think this is one case where things aren't really going very well, and these people are saying it doesn't appear to be going very well. And then we're in real danger of going into echo chamber. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure the Ukrainians will know what they're doing. Yeah, you might be right.
I don't say
There
I don't
might
say the
be.
other thing, because I'm not saying it's going to be fine. I'm saying, what do we know? And what I 6 hours ago, 12 hours ago, I kind of went into, well, 6 hours ago I went into radio silence, but about 12 hours ago I was watching it close, and it didn't look good. But then I go to the sites that have been the most panicky, and some of them aren't panicky. And then I go to some of the sites that are panicky, and they are. And what I'm saying, what it screams to me is, in the lack of information, okay, that has been coming out, that radio silence, the blackout. What has happened is people are really going nuts. We don't even know if those maps are accurate. I mean, you look at 6, 7 different maps, they're all different. You know what I mean? They show a pincer, but they don't show the density of the forces. They don't show the positions or how many people there are, the depth, or are they fed? Do they have ammunition? All of that stuff. There's so much we don't know. So I'm not trying to just shut it down and say we shouldn't say anything. I just asked that question. What do we know versus what is the noise?
Well, what we know is Ukrainian units are in Bakhmut. There's a 2-mile corridor that's under constant artillery fire. The road looks pretty shot. They're struggling to get vehicles in and out. And militarily, usually that is not a good position to be in. Will there be a sweeping Ukrainian armored counterattack on the left or right flank? Don't know. But at the end of the day, if people with higher command and experience in various theatres say this is not good, they really need to be getting out. And they were saying this a few days ago. I think it's probably time for him to get out, to be honest. But hey, we will see, I suppose.
Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. I think it's a reasonable. Minds can disagree. Certainly, there is plenty of information to be concerned about. And while I am all for supporting Ukraine, and I think I would hope you all think that I do. I am sometimes the wet blanket of our co-hosts because, if the information is bad, I don't believe we should shy away from it. And right now, the information is clearly not clearly good at the least, and it sounds hazy at best and pretty rough at worst. And certainly, I'm sure we are all in agreement that there is a heightened death rate right now in Bakhmut, and that is not a good thing. And so, for our friends in the Ukrainian armed forces, I wish them Godspeed and hope that they are as healthy as possible. And I'm going to move on to my next hand, Will.
Yeah, I kind of just repeat what you just said. Finance and I share your concern about the anxiety dry fly. This is, I was hosting 10 days ago, I think, when they blew that dam, and we were trying to figure out what was going on, and there was no news at that time, and there was this report of a potential counterattack and things like that. But the truth is, the map just keeps creeping. There's a creeping advance to the north that appears to be approaching a point where they would be at risk of envelopment. Obviously, there's oversight, as Dunny said, on the main road out to Chasiv Yar. If that's happening from both the north and the south, and as the experts say, you're starting to face flanking fire from the north and south and east if you're being attacked from three directions, and you've allowed them to enter the city, the casualty rates will go back to parity, and back to parity is bad because, as Gunny said, even 3 to 4 to 1 is considered an acceptable ratio from the Russian side, and that would be rubbish troops taking out good troops. So just as the map, I think the lack of information is really what's fueling the anxiety dry fly. I'm prepared to sit back, look at the map, be concerned about the map, but note that Ukraine, I can't think of a time when they have lost one of these battles, meaning that sure, they'll end up giving up Bakhmut, but the attrition they will have reaped in order to get that is significant, and most importantly, will be significant once the weather holds. Because the other thing that causes a bit of anxiety here in relation to this is, I think it would be very much more difficult to do a counterattack and help a breakout, if you will, from either the north, potentially the south, but because the counterattacks that have occurred down in Ivaniski have been quite effective, right? But the rest of the map around Bakhmut continually creeps in and closes in and envelops, and so that's, I think, where the concern is from. Just that the map keeps creeping, and we don't have any good information about what the plan is. But I'm prepared to sit back, trust the Ukrainian military for knowing what they're doing, because in each and every instance in the past year and a couple of weeks, they've been proven that they do know what they're doing. So I'm just going to prepare to sit back and hope that they do this time, and not get too concerned about the people that are ballyhooing or spreading discord from the Vatnik side, I guess I'd say. Yeah. So I share the concerns, but I also share a bit of your anxiety about not having any new information. But I say we just wait and see, basically.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. If anybody has another question on Bakhmut or anything else to say, I have comments in my DMs from regular listeners that range from significant concern to not concern and faith in the Ukrainian armed forces. I'd say that right now all are reasonable positions, unfortunately. I certainly, with no military background, have absolutely no clue what is going on. I've heard our multiple experts here. Gunny, nobody's given a sunny disposition. Gunny sounds a lot like Thomas Tyner, also quoting places like the Kyiv Independent, all of whom I trust their analysis well. Definitely bringing us the more negative view, and certainly difficult to see evidence that the sun is coming out tomorrow, except on top of another horde of human wave zombies. So, sadly, that just is what it is. Anyways, welcome up, NAFO Dave. You've been silent so far. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. I was just, except my son is yelling in the background, so you'll probably hear him. I was just reading through the Kiev Independent report that you mentioned, and it's pretty grim. So it talks about, they talked to a medic that got there in mid-December. There were 500 other soldiers with him, and he said they're down to 150 now. That's quite a bit of loss in that time. And they are complaining about shortages of ammunition, shortages of drones, and not having backup from artillery. So it sounds like they need to just get out of there. They're playing to the Russians' strengths, like Gunny said, and they're not having good support. So anyway, it's I hope to hear that they have gotten out of there very soon.
I think your son is very excited about the MriyaReport this evening. We appreciate his supporting fires here on the show.
Is it too distracting? Should I just not talk when he's yelling?
Fine. I taught my kids to say Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, well, he's not. He doesn't speak. He's nonverbal, but as you can hear, he doesn't. That doesn't mean he's quiet.
It's no worse than birds, so it's all good, Dave.
Yeah, you're good to go, Dave. All right, moving on. I would say that for those who didn't see, there was some interesting footwear that some captured Russian Mobics were wearing. Apparently, on the battlefield, they picked up some people come to fight in loafers. Kama Camila put that. So we here at the Atacams Brand Cigarette Company, I want to thank them for the finest in battlefield combat wear. I don't think it's a standard military issue, but it certainly looked kind of pretty. And we decided we would let them know that they can sit back, relax, and have a nice smoke with Atacams, especially if they're wearing those loafers at the command post. If you're curious what I'm talking about, below my lovely advertisement to the nest, I have retweeted the excellent and quite hilarious original post by Kama, the OG fella, as it were. And I just want everyone to enjoy the latest in Atacams brand marketing. From the Atacams brand marketing team, we thank you very much for all of who you are. Many people are on the Atacams brand marketing team. It is a job you get by just starting to post Atacams memes. I do not actually make the memes. I just voice them. Gunny is actually an excellent Atacams brand meme maker when the moon strikes him. Hopefully he is feeling salty enough that he gets those excellent old school British Atacams brand memes kicking out again at the Russians. Because, as I was saying to a Ukrainian friend earlier today, when I was in a particularly bad mood and just started poop posting all day, this is what I do. Some people call therapist. I poop post the Russians. We all have our things. Clyde, welcome up to the space.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for hosting. It's a big job. But Trent Talenko had this analysis about the medical logistics of the Russian army versus Ukraine, and how he thinks that the longer this battle of Bakhmut goes on, the worse it gets for the Russians, because their logistics are so bad. They lose so many people. They can't get to even a field hospital for 40 hours. And that the Ukrainian medical logistics are pretty good, and they're going to have people turned around, like the ones that are just have minor issues by the summer will be turned around and back in theater where the Russians would have lost them, and it's going to really come back to bite them in the what. And I just, being a non-military person, I was wondering if somebody had thoughts on that. I'm sure a lot of people here read them, but Gunny and others, if they have thoughts on, is that how much does that really make a difference? Because his point is that Bakhmut is not without a reasonable outcome hanging in there because of what it does to the Russians down the road in the summer.
Gunny, Will?
Well, I agree with you that. That's a good point, Clyde. But I think the analysis would show that high attrition rate time is past, and it's probably time to move on. Once the envelopment starts from the north and the south, that you're facing fire from three sides, and you've been forced to back up across the canal in above the Bakhmutka River inside the city, and you're fighting house to house. The odds are not then in your favor. So this is why over the past 10 days that we've been watching this, since the blowing of that reservoir and then the bridges afterward, that people were that the next advance by Russia into the city might find positions empty and just find booby trap locations, and that they've managed to withdraw. Maybe the next thing we'll hear is that they have managed to withdraw toward Chasiv Yar and straighten up the lines up to the north toward Kramatorsk in a way that favors them, because that is what Mick Ryan was predicting that would happen, that the withdrawal from Bakhmut would occur. The Ukrainian forces would straighten up the lines and retreat to their positions to the north and west that have been prepared, since 8 years from. So well prepared second positions, and that then let Russia fight from the destroyed city of Bakhmut, which might be an easy place to defend from if you're in rubble, but is a terrible place to live, right? They'll be moving from wet, cold, crappy trenches outside Bakhmut to wet, cold, crappy Bakhmut itself. And the Ukrainians can withdraw to well-defended positions that are on high ground and are well established. So, they'll have all the best creature comforts that they can get in their secondary positions, and that they withdrew at a time before they faced any significant losses themselves in attempting to defend. And that's where the anxiety comes from, is we're all now anxious that maybe they left it too long. And maybe they did, but as I say, I think we wait and see. And hopefully that Ukraine was smarter than we're giving them credit for, if we're looking at a little bit gloom and doom.
Yeah, this analysis is he went back. Trent went back and looked at like the Americans in World War II and what their medical recovery rate and logistics was like, and compared to what the Ukrainians have now. And he said the Russians it's just awful for them. I mean, they're losing soldiers to trench foot and a lot. And he just can't see that whatever goes on now, as long as we keep it there, as long as Ukraine is engaging them somehow, that the summer, that come summertime, the numbers are just going to drop from what's available for them. But anyway, thanks a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I don't know why people waste time assessing Russian medevac procedures and casualty clearing. They don't care. You might as well assess Russians' love of dogs outside of killing them, carving names on noses, and eating them. The Russians do not care about medevac. They're not interested. If you get shot or if you get some fragmentation and you're lightly wounded, you make your own way back. If you're badly wounded, you die. If you get to a casualty clearing point, you will probably die. They do not care. They'll grab your rifle, they'll chuck it at someone else. Your turn, comrade, away you go. So I think this kind of, I did think sort of quite a while ago that we try to imprint Western values, Western military values on a military that looks at you as an individual soldier and sees right through you. You're nothing. So why even worry about the Russians not being able to medevac people when if you've got chronic frostbite, get on a trench, comrade, man that gun. Well, I can't. Well, lie there in the mud then. Nobody cares. You get up, man the gun. That's what it is. It's we have to remember just how brutal this machine is. Unless you are of use to the state in your physical state, you are not worth worrying about. Cold, die, whatever. Well, grab your coat, grab your weapon, give it to someone else. You're only of interest if you can be temporarily fixed and then returned where you'll probably die anyway. But they've got a lot of meat to keep replacing that with. So, but of course, the problem with Bakhmut is if you've got a 2-mile corridor, how do you medevac? Just gets harder and harder, doesn't it? You know, you're going to need to medevac because it's under artillery fire. So you're going to need to use armored vehicles to medevac out. And if the corridor's 2 miles, then you can be seen from both flanks. So that just complicates things even further. No one's going to be flying helos in with a MERT team to do medevac. So they will probably have to try and medevac at night or by foot. And again, that's just morale sapping. You don't need that. I don't care what anyone says. You don't get to that stage where various units are on the point of being surrounded unless there's a really, really, really good reason. And I think the clock's kind of wound down on this now because if the pincers do shut and units start surrendering, you're going to see butchery, right? Because these boys and girls have held out far too long. They have massacred Russians. The Russians will be moving over ground littered with dead Mobics. So if you think they're going to be treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention, you're in surprise. You know, it is going to be horrific for anyone who is caught in there, and that means that they'll do. Hopefully, what I would do is fight to the death. You know, this is not good. It's really not. So hopefully they'll get them out. Get the rear guard units out. They'll need to be rear guard units. They've served a purpose, and then hopefully they'll learn a few lessons. But I think a lot of Ukrainian units are going to need to be pulled back from this, and they're going to need a bit of time to rest and refit. And my God, they've earned it. They have. But they can't throw these people away. Can't throw these people under a bus just for the sake of a fucking town that they said they'd hold. It's immaterial in the grand scheme of things. Russia's going to lose. So why waste people unnecessarily?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'll take myself down. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Clyde. Do appreciate it. Thank you for your perspective, Gunny. Certainly. I wish we could get there's no way to ask the questions to the people we want to ask in this one, because up to this point in the war, all analysis is suggesting that the Ukrainian, senior military staff has been very stingy with Ukrainian soldiers' life, from what I've read and what I understand, and from what I'm hearing from lots of people today, is that doesn't seem to be the case right now. That they are having fighting in such a way that is sadly incurring significantly more casualties than normal. So I'm really curious to know what the thinking is, and the people who do know are absolutely not going to tell us and shouldn't. So here we are. Daniel.
Hey, Danny. I read a lot of this night. I read Kaufman, I read Edmond. Everybody is very, very frightened and passionately saying how catastrophe is in Bakhmut. And it looked weird, you know. Imagine there's not something funny there, but to talk about a catastrophe there. Yeah, front resolution can be different, but also where they got so dreadful in this coincidence. So is an article on Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, I don't know, with Kaufman, or that they want to have a good image usually, but when these black images from it looked to me like more like I don't know, feeding their expectations here. Everybody knows World War battle is horrible. Everybody knows Ukrainians die. How can you go from this to catastrophic view? I don't understand. How from everybody knows they are retreating from there. Everybody knows they are some control the fences from Russians to close the gap. Everybody knows they put the troops out. Everybody knows where you go with this attitude.
Hello?
Can hear you. Could you hear Daniel? NATO? Could you hear him earlier?
Yeah.
Excellent. I don't have a good answer for you, Daniel. Gunny, could you hear Daniel? He was a little quiet, but you could make out. I could make out what he's saying. I don't know if you could. Will, maybe?
No, why don't you paraphrase? I also have a hard time hearing Daniel this morning.
Daniel,
If
you were
paraphrase
very,
the
very
question.
quiet this morning. We were all struggling to hear you.
I unmounted my headset. Is better.
Much. Can you paraphrase for us and we'll get a better answer to your question?
How we got this idea is a catastrophe in Bakhmut. I read a lot. Where this come in this night? Everybody pointing is a catastrophe there.
So so Daniel, this is the question that Dryfly raised earlier about why is all the what's all the consternation and concern about Bakhmut? Why is it a catastrophe today? I don't think it is a catastrophe today. I think basically, as we said, Gunny did, others, that essentially we have a slowly creeping map around Bakhmut, which looks worse and worse each day. And the folks who are in the know about it would have expected an orderly withdrawal earlier than now, given the extent to which the map has progressed. And I think that is aggravated by the fact that there's basically a bit of a news blackout in relation to what's happening there from Ukrainian sources that we normally get a lot more information from. So I don't think there's a catastrophe. I think it's what did Chuck say on his map? He said, it's a concern. It's not a crisis, but it's obviously a disturbing situation that appears to not be getting better. So I think that's where the sense is coming from. But I would just encourage people, if you're anxious about what's going on in Bakhmut, to find something that is also interesting, but more uplifting for you, because the news will come through when the news does come through on what the exact situation is. And I'll note that the Ukrainian military has had success after success after success in this war, and are very smart, and they act smart, and they act, as Gunny said, in a mode like the folks in NATO would expect for survivability of their troops. And I don't for a minute think that they are at this point sacrificing thousands of troops to fight to the death as yet in Bakhmut. But that's where this sense came from, and yeah, I don't know what else more we can answer you at this point, other than have a look at the maps and see for yourself whether or not you think they're of concern. And you can read Thomas Tyner, you can read Mick Ryan, you can read the other experts that have chipped in on this. But I think the expectation is that it's probably time to go from Bakhmut before the ratios of killed to dead get anywhere near parity.
So I guess finance is reading something, but I have a brief interlude here. If we wanted to, at least I think I would like to move on to more uplifting topics. I think at least personally, is, um, talking more and more about Bakhmut just makes me more and more stressed. But so in Florida this weekend, there's a conference of for the U.S. different U.S. defense firms, and there were some Ukrainian special operators there, and they made the announcement that they are would like they would like anybody that wants to test their gear in a real world situation against Russian forces to contact them, and they'll be willing to beta test whatever things are ready for that. I thought that was creative to go to directly to the industry, and rather than waiting for the government to work through all their contracts with the industry, go straight to the industry and say, send us your beta stuff, we'll test it for you. Well, that's a way to get a real world data, which is invaluable, I think, to developing really effective weapons. Has anybody else heard about this conference?
I have not, Dave. Tell us more.
Well, I don't have a whole lot more to tell. They also talked with. They sent some people to work with different satellite communication companies because they would very much like to have a alternate to Starlink in case Musk. I mean, he's been shown to be very mercurial in his decision making lately. It would be, relying on Starlink, and all he has to do is have he has a bad night or something, and decides, hey, I'm going to cut off Starlink. That's not very secure. So they talked very much about getting up other satellite communications that could be as a backup if Starlink goes down for some reason. And they also focused mostly on different types of drones. They want to expand their drone capability, both for surveillance and for attacking. And it's something that I've noticed in this. I think this is really drones have been used in war before, and they've been used quite a bit in Afghanistan and Iraq. But I think this is the first time that just every single group, everybody has their own little drone that they can send up and use for surveillance or drop grenades or other things, and I think it's really changing the face of how we fight, because you have to assume that the enemy, if they have drones up, you have to assume that they know exactly what you're doing, and so it becomes much more difficult to trick somebody if they've got eyes on you. And the same for the Ukrainians. If they have eyes on the Russians, they know exactly what's coming. I think I wonder if we will also use of if they'll start using uh, like masses of drones, like a whole array. And we have arrays of drones that, if I don't know if you've been to any fireworks shows recently, but at least out here in the West where it's really dry, a lot of fireworks have been replaced by drones because drones don't crash, they don't set things on fire, which is generally good when you live in a desert. So they have drone synchronized flights with all sorts of things. You can synchronize a massive 2 or 3 thousand drones, all of them carrying just a little, a hand grenade, but 2 or 3 thousand hand grenades delivered at once. That's quite an attack. I'm wondering if we're going to get to that situation here if this continues with the advancement of drone warfare. Does anybody have any comments on that?
So I've got a little comment on that, Dave. That it seems like the drone swarms is another thing that people might think, especially if the Chinese get involved, right, with the number of drones that they could provide Russia with, that it might become a concern. But I'll note that as each new weapon comes up, the new counter weapon also seems to come up, and the equipment that has already been announced that's going to be shipped from Germany is the generation of surface to air point defense to replace the Gepard. Will be the next shipment from Germany, and that includes a system. I forget the name of it, but it is the next version up of the Gepard, and it includes a ammunition firing that is a proximity set, such that they demonstrated in the video of it taking on a drone swarm and knocking all of them out because of the manner in which it shoots a pattern of shells that are proximity fused so that they blow up and take out a wider body of things, much like how the S-300 or whatever don't try to hit the thing that they're attacking. They get it close, and a proximity switch then makes them explode and throw shrapnel over a wide area to kill things. So yeah, drone swarms sounds like a concern, but I think that they can be addressed with the same sort of surface to air equipment that is available in range now, and obviously being improved all the time, and also those drones in formation. As I'll note, the same thing here in Perth, where it's very dry, so they move to away from fireworks into these big drone exhibitions. Some smart aleck obviously had some EW equipment that would homegrown EW equipment, and they put up this drone display, and they had to cancel the next one because some idiot was able to knock about a third of them out of the air. So they're also subject to the electronic warfare equipment that's already out there too. So yeah, it's a concern, but I'm not sure how much of a concern. But it is interesting that somebody is saying, "Hey, if you want to get your equipment out there and be battlefield tested," that they're advertising interest or capability of doing that. Because if you look at the innovations that have taken place in this war, and where it would lead to people buying stuff later, right? Because I don't think anybody could dispute the fact that somebody says, battlefield tested, the Challenger 2's one's never been taken out in combat. Would it's a pretty good advertising campaign. And if I was looking toward the future defense industry, and I was Ukraine, I would be advertising the Stugna ATGM they've got, the Neptune anti-ship missile, these new Vilka Gimler's long-range rocket systems they're producing. I mean, they're really innovating their way through this war, and you'd have to think that is going to impact on their capability to be a major supplier of equipment into the future, where I see multiple people saying now, like Colonel Fisher came out when that Su-34 was shot down, and he basically said, if I was in procurement for any military, I would definitely not buy any more of these, right? So the performance of equipment in this wartime, it is an interesting thing that somebody's advertising they can test out your equipment, because clearly real world conditions is a good ground to be know whether or not your system can actually work or not, because there's all kinds of things that can screw up your vaunted new super weapon. Like the Russians keep trying to say they've got the new super weapon that is going to change the face of the war, and then 2 days later we see a dead one. But I'll note that we still haven't ever actually seen an actual dead M270 anywhere on the battlefield. And believe me, if there was a real one out there, I think they would have shown it to us.
Thank you, Will. Two things. One, I've put in the nest the thread which you shared by OSINT Technical about the BM30 based Vilcha M long range precision MLRS, some different MLRS rockets. I have a question from the audience. There was a topic earlier about some big explosions and potential use of JDAMs. The host did not share the video, and the host did not have open DMs, so it was hard to follow. Can somebody please send me some JDAMs imagery or a thread from a good source, and we can put that up in the nest? It is an excellent question. I would love to help out the listener who is asking for some sources on that. So if anybody has those, please send the JDAMs sources, an article or good tweet thread from a source we trust here. I assume our regular listeners know who that is. Please send that on over to me or NAFO Dave. We'll get that up in the nest for our listeners' questions. It is a good one. I can barely follow any of the topics on military systems, so I admit to being every bit as confused as our listener. But for me, that's just normal because they're talking about a system. With that, we're going to Aaron.
Just a quick question on
on
that.
that.
For Aaron, before you go, just a quick question. Do you mean you want video and details of the suspected use of JDAMs, that video, or other uses and description of JDAMs?
Both would be nice, but I think the suspected use of JDAMs recently is what the listener is asking for. I need the idiot's guide to what a JDAMs is. I will admit to having to hastily Google to ask what in the world that was, and I still don't understand why you call a rocket that. So to be fair, I need the idiot's guide version. I think our listener is quite better off understanding these things than I am.
Okay, I'll run that down. Aaron, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, this is why I do banking regulation. That's the easy thing to me. JDAMs, I got nothing. We're gonna go to you, bud.
Okay, I'll get in here. I found it interesting, this idea of Ukraine or Germany creating a Panther factory in Ukraine. Now, whether it's for a whole Panther or whether it's just the turrets, they might just make the components. I mean, 22 million doesn't sound like a lot to what would they want? 200 a year, 800 a year? I can't remember how many they were thinking of making. And then sort of the to and fro between them and Russia, and Russia saying, well, as soon as you make that, we're going to blow it up. And then the Rheinmetall saying, well, we can easily put air defense around it. And that whole, I don't know if Rheinmetall have got the orders they wanted from Germany. I've heard that Germany's spending $100 million on defense, but it's not going to be a lot for ground defense. It's F-35s, which I found interesting again, because I've been sort of following this idea of Eurofighters throughout. And so would that give Rheinmetall more opportunity to then sell? Because they're not, at the moment, they seem to be a bit tied politically about moving gear. And are they just trying to stay afloat by getting into Ukraine, and then they're not maybe as bound by the German government with supplying who they want and selling these tanks to? It's an interesting development. I'll step down.
Will, do you want to take that?
I can't. I was sorry. I was reading, doing research. Can you paraphrase? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
The Panther factory that Germany's discussed opening in Ukraine, whether that is like Rheinmetall and Germany have copped a bit of flack. So whether it's like, look at us, we're good, we're doing the right thing, or whether it's a idea from Rheinmetall to be able to then sell product, because at the moment people are looking at them and going, well, we can't on sell your stuff, you know, even Sweden saying, well, we can't send your tanks unless we get the go ahead from your government. So if Rheinmetall bases a factory in Ukraine, it might give them more flexibility with the gear they sell then to who they want, and then those people also having a contract to be able to sell the gear or move it on as they want as well. It just seems Rheinmetall's been held back a bit by the German government. This might give them a bit more flexibility moving into Ukraine.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. And Rheinmetall obviously is looking toward the future and wanting to sell its equipment into the future. But I think Rheinmetall will still be bound, regardless of if that factory is built in Ukraine, of the same export restrictions as a defense manufacturer that they would be inside Germany. But I don't know that to be the fact. I think basically they are probably just trying to extend their manufacturing capability in Europe to meet the current need and what they're expecting to be the future need. Because, as like I say, the discussion around, are they going to get Challengers? Are they going to get Leopards? Are they going to get M1A1s? And the strike aircraft type thing often has to do with a political and an economic discussion in addition to the current military needs discussion, because these are very small customer at relatively small number of production units that they make out of these defense factories other than ammunition. So the United States, or providing all Challengers if they were capable of doing it, and they served very well, would mean that whoever is producing the Challenger tank might have the best opportunity to sell equipment into the future, because like we were just talking about with Dave, if you've got a demonstrated capability in the field, it's highly likely to attract customers. And I think Rheinmetall is just setting itself up for a capability of being a large producer of that equipment in a country which, of course, is a lower cost of manufacturing country than is Germany. So it probably behooves them to try to move to that area as well. But a lot of that's going to be determined based on how well the Leopard 2 performs in this service, because that it's clearly a lighter tank. And I guess we'll see what its performance is, but it could be a real boon to Rheinmetall to be able to have the Leopard 2 really perform well, and then have a factory that is set up to produce them, because I imagine there'll be a rush of customers to them if it produces a really good result. And the other concern is, I'm sure that all of the European manufacturers, BAE, and all the companies that are in the defense industry there would not like General Dynamics to move in and take over the market for equipment, because it's not a European. They're not European based. They're U.S. based, and the U.S. defense industry taking over more customers and reducing the size of the supplier market is probably not a good thing overall in the world either. Rheinmetall is definitely a venal, self-interested company, and I imagine they're setting it up for their own personal interest rather than any sort of altruistic intent, I would say.
I think there was mention of this earlier, where part of the reconstruction of Ukraine's going to need, a lot of money and a lot of investment. So there was a lot of talk of that investment being arms manufacturers because of the lower cost of wages and the high capabilities of the Ukrainian sort of people. So it may just be them trying to get in early, and you might see more to follow, hopefully. Thanks.
Quick update on the J. Oh, I don't need to update the JDAMs from what LATAM. Need to quote him or paraphrase him. I'm just going to let him speak. Latin America, please let everyone know what you sent me by text, because that way I don't have to try to pretend I know what I'm talking about when it comes to military stuff. Latin, you're up, sir.
Hey, thanks, Finance. Yeah, we had been talking about this in the last hour or so, couple of hours, when that video got around. I think it was Goldman that posted it on one of our aviation back channels, and then I had a look at it, and I quickly forwarded it to CJ and John Ridge, and so we just came up with some very initial thoughts on it because it's early. We all agreed that it seemed different. It looked a lot different from what we've come to expect, and some of the ordnance that's been used in the conflict so far. Both CJ and John both agreed that it was that there's a good possibility it was JDAM. John told me that he initially, when he saw it, was thinking GBU 31, and that's the 2,000 pound. It's the larger JDAM. I agreed with that, and I thought it was possibly air launched. Now the question then becomes, this goes back to the conversation that a lot of us have been having, and there's been a lot of analysis outside of the space. Some really good writing been done on this in the last few weeks about how are we going to integrate some of these weapons that have been either announced or rumored, because Storm Shadow continues to be, it's kind of out there, like there's no official announcement, but it's still out there. And there's no Western platforms to launch them officially confirmed yet. So that's probably coming later in the year. So the question is, what would they be able to integrate into what existing platforms that they have? And there's been a lot of thought put into that, and some ideas. I know where I land on it. It's probably Sukhoi Su-24, their Ukrainians' primary longer range, more sophisticated strike platform. And so they may have done that by now. That may be ongoing. But what else can I tell you about that? It's still pretty early. I'm looking forward to seeing some other opinions on this tomorrow. But CJ also said, now that, yes, John and CJ had a look at the unit patch on the soldier in the foreground of the video. It's a territorial defense unit from Sumy, from northern Ukraine, and that we also all agreed that it doesn't look like Bakhmut, because it's very open, and you're not seeing any real urban landscape there. It seems just like an open area. CJ's gut feeling, and I trust him on this. He's been in a lot in a lot of training exercises and a lot of training areas. That's what he felt it was. He felt that it looked like training. But the weapon itself did seem like it potentially could be JDAM, and so if it is, and if the Ukrainians have integrated it with an aircraft, and they have already announced that they'd be getting the standard JDAM and the extended range, that is significant. And I'm personally convinced that it will be with the Su-24, and that it's going to play a very important role in any future offensive operations.
Thank you. So what's the supply of these like? Like how many of these can Ukraine get their hands on, and how many do you need to really, obviously one artillery shell where you happen to be sitting is lights out, but how many does Ukraine need to make a dent? What is their place on the battlefield that it's such a good thing for offensive operations?
Well, generally, you're talking about much lower numbers than, say, artillery shells or even artillery rockets. It's a precision weapon, so you're looking at it as something that's being used for very high value targets. Something like a command post or a supply depot, and they would be able to make very good use of a few of them. When I say a few, I mean we're not talking thousands. I don't think it potentially, um, even 50 would make a real difference on the battlefield. And I think the Ukrainians' targeting has shown so far that they've got that down, which the Russians don't. So let's just wait and see what happens. But this is going to be a weapon system that's it's going to be important to watch. The Ukrainians, it's going to give them a reach that they've really. There's some of the artillery systems or artillery rockets that they've modified that appear to be going in, reaching that same level of kind of 80 kilometer. But this is just going to give them a lot more of that, and with the flexibility of it being air launched. So they're going to also have to figure out how to do it. The air defense situation is not going to change, so they're not going to be launching these um, from high level, because with that Su-34 attack that we saw the other day when the Russians lost an aircraft, that's what that looks like if you try to do. Typically, precision guided munitions have to be, well, or at least more efficiently launched. They're more accurate. You get more range from higher altitude delivery, but that's not really an option for either side. The Russians were doing it the other day, and you saw what happened in the very surface to air missile rich environment that both are operating in. So the Ukrainians are probably going to have to use some kind of a lower level method, which is nothing new. That's something that those are methods that exist, and I guess at some point we're going to see them used operationally. But they're being provided, and Storm Shadow is another GPS based system that the bulk of the opinion that I'm seeing is that they can be integrated into Russian airframes because they don't have to be integrated into the radar. So it's looking pretty good that they can probably pull this off if they're not already in the process.
Can you tell us a bit more about the booster system the Australians have developed on it that you said, does that give it more altitude? We were talking about that earlier. I'll step down.
Yeah, I believe that's a rocket motor, a small rocket motor that's attached to it. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's a jet. And it gives it more range. It gives it more forward momentum. So because that Australian, it was co-produced between the U.S. and Australia. I think it was an RAAF initiative initially, and it has those small winglets that fold out once the weapon is deployed, and that enhances its glide and gives it more range. So whether you're firing it, whether you're releasing it from medium or high altitude when possible, that's ideally when you have air superiority, or whether you're doing more of a toss bomb release from much lower altitude, which is what I think the Ukrainians are going to have to do. That system would give them quite a bit of. Now I'm not sure that one specifically has been announced, but it's a little bit murky. And the other thing that's not clear is whether it's the JDAM kits themselves or whether they're being delivered as well with the American bombs that they are attached to. But that's not a big reach. And as I mentioned a little while ago, the Ukrainian arms industry is totally capable of producing maybe under license or something very similar to the American Mark 80 series bomb, because those are already produced around the world, or bombs that are based on it and look very similar to it. But you would have to have something that the JDAM kit could be attached to, and maybe the Americans will just deliver it complete, the bomb and the guidance system.
Thank you very much, Latan. So these are precision guided things, and they have longer range supposedly than what we've seen from the Ukrainian HIMARS, which is even longer than what they've been advertised, correct?
It depends on the circumstances. Depends on the munition itself. There's different sizes. Not all JDAMs are the same, and you've got but yeah, you're kind of in that range and a little bit higher. And anything that you could look up um, is there's a lot of variables. There's a tremendous amount of variables in weather and the type of aircraft. If they're delivering them from Russian aircraft or Soviet era aircraft, that's new. So that would be a whole new. Like John Ridge and I agreed. We were talking about why would the Su-24 be the best platform from the Ukrainian point of view for delivering this weapon, and one of the reasons is that it's a very high powered, very fast aircraft. In the launch phase of when it's about to release the weapon, it would probably swing its swing wings back, and it's capable of very high speed at low level. That's what it was designed for. So that would help to increase the range of the weapon when it's released. But it's never been used from that aircraft before. So that's a whole other set of parameters, and you can't say for sure how long they'll get the range that they get, and I'm sure the Ukrainians are going to figure out a way to maximize that.
Yes, I think the JDAMs, it gives them a lot more flexibility because you can basically bolt one of these guidance modules onto most any bomb, right? That so you can put on like the explosion looked like. I think I saw people speculating that was a 1,500 to 2,000 pound bomb, which is pretty large. Um, I've got a article here up. I'm reading about it, but Will, you have your hand up here. You fill us in.
Yes, just to add some clarification to what Latin said there, because I think when we talked about it more, he illuminated this point a little bit more. The JDAM's ER, meaning JDAM's extended range, does have a little jet, a rocket pack on it, as well as the wings. And so the way Latin was describing it before is essentially because the airspace will always be contested, likely during this current time. In the near future in this conflict, the capability of using that bomber, the Su-24 particularly, if they can connect up a GBU 31 or one of the NATO bombs, if they are capable of connecting up and allowing release of a NATO style bomb, a Mark 84 or whatever, with these JDAM ZR systems on it, they'll be able to fly low like they have been, point their nose up for a short period of time without exposing themselves to surface to air radar in particular, launch one of these lob, if you will, lob one of these bombs off of themselves. The rocket motor on it kicks in to give it the elevation it needs, and then it glides down to the location where it will land, up to a distance of about 80 kilometers. So it's not really a replacement for a Gimler's or a HIMARS thing. What it's better at is much more like an air-to-ground missile, an AGM, like a Hellfire or something like that. It kind of turns it into something like that with a really big punch. This can be a 1,000-kilogram bomb, and with the capability of it gliding and the ER provided by this little extra rocket boost it gets to gain some elevation, it can be used and not expose the plane that delivered it to interdiction the way we would expect, basically, when anything flies. Like that Su-34 that was shot down the other day, had to be at about 10 or 15,000 feet. And if you get up to 10 or 15,000 feet in this environment in Ukraine, you're going to attract a whole lot of attention from surface to air, S-300, S-400 complexes and all that. So I just wanted to add that clarification to what Latin said.
Yeah, thank you. So it's kind of like a softball pitch, then, like or a fast softball pitch, where it's lobbed up and comes down at just the right spot. Latin, you have some more to add here?
Yeah, that the mechanics of putting the weapon on the weapons pylon is really just a question of an adapter, which is what they did with the harm. So I mean, because there are different mounts, essentially from the old Soviet Warsaw Pact systems to the NATO standard. Um, so the fact that they've already developed in workshops sometime last year, they started working on an adapter for harm. It would be essentially the same for JDAM. Now, for some of the larger ones, they might have to make something that's stronger because the harm is a much smaller missile. But they know how to do it because they've been building adapters for NATO standard weapons. So that part of it is pretty easy. Then it'd be a matter of getting the weapon to where it needs to be released. And based, I guess, on the GPS targeting information that you would feed into it, whether they do that on the ground or in the air, that'd be part of how they would figure out how to do this. But again, going back to the particular features of the Su-24 that make it, I think, probably the ideal platform, because they could really do it with any of their 4 major combat types that they have. But their fighter types, the MiG-29 and Su-27, are pretty busy with other taskings. With suppression of enemy air defense, they're the ones that are carrying harms, and they're also operating the air-to-air role. Very important, especially trying to shoot down drones and that sort of thing. So there's also the Su-25, the tactical aircraft that it's an air-to-ground attacker. We've been seeing a lot in Bakhmut on both sides. Not so much the problem, but the disadvantage of using that aircraft is that it's not as fast as the Su-24. So you're not getting the increased speed of a launch platform that enhances range of a weapon like JDAM. The other advantage is that, again, like Will was saying, because of the air defense situation and the surface-to-air missile threat, even if the most, other than F-35, which is not going to show up anytime soon, but any even if fourth generation Western fighters show up anytime soon, they still have to be at low level because of that surface-to-air missile threat. So that means that whichever aircraft launches this has to be down low, like we've seen with the helicopters and the Su-25s. And the 24 has a pretty sophisticated navigation system and a terrain following radar. They can get in pretty close in all weather and at night to the line of contact, where they probably wouldn't want to go too deep into that. And then from there, they would do that maneuver, very similar to what we've seen with the unguided rockets. Everybody's seen those videos where it noses up, and instead of launching rockets, it releases. In this case, it would be releasing JDAMs. So it's not the ideal way to deliver a JDAM, but given the circumstances, it's probably what they're going to have to deal with. If it's okay, can I mention something about, because Will was talking about procurement on the tank side and some of the politics behind that. Can I just mention something quickly about some developments during the week on the aircraft front?
Oh, feel free to do that. Both finance and I are not very knowledgeable in this area, so we would always let you go first.
Okay, so there was a couple of comments. Well, there was one comment from the Ukrainian defense minister during the week, specifically talking about 2 or 3 types of Western combat aircraft that are going to be delivered to Ukraine. And he indicated that it's going to be kind of like a coalition effort. There will be one primary type and maybe 1 or 2 secondary types. So that's indicative of the politics of this, because no one country wants to be the sole provider. That's been made very clear. Now, on the 28th, which was, what was that, like Tuesday, I think, in the French Senate, there was a hearing, a French Senate hearing, where the French Minister of Defense was being asked questions, and a couple of senators were asking very specific questions based on information they had about aircraft that France may be providing to Ukraine. And the French defense minister said that, well, the priority right now is ammunition for artillery, but that conversations with the Ukrainians are ongoing for training and provision of aircraft. So that was a very specific, a few more specifics there than we've had from the French, but the French have been pointing in this direction for a while. The aircraft in question really is the Mirage 2000. That's the one that we're looking at, I think, is probably coming from France. And I have a feeling it may be the first country to really make a move on that because of some of the characteristics of that aircraft. They'll be able to characterize it as very much a defensive aircraft to help take down drones and cruise missiles. And that's something that I don't think anybody would have any worries about escalatory possibilities, or because that seems to be something that's an issue, but maybe overblown. I hear reports about how the U.S. administration doesn't want to, is worried about providing F-16s because, again, of that escalatory fear. That may be there, but as far as I know, they've made it clear that if Europeans want to transfer their F-16s, that's okay. That they wouldn't, they would approve that. As far as I know, I don't know if anybody has different information on that. But it seems to me that, again, procurement is a political process. And from what I'm hearing, it seems that the U.S. administration right now, where they are, is that they want Europe to make the first move on this. For whatever reason, maybe because they feel they've done enough so far in other areas, and for their own domestic politics, I'm not sure. But that's what I'm seeing is that they want Europe to make a move. And I'd have to check. Alex, our friend Alex, posted something. I could check in a minute the name, but I believe it was the. And Colonel Jeff is up. I see. Maybe he's got some info on this, but I believe it was the Undersecretary of Defense in the U.S. was made a comment on the same day as that French Senate committee on the 28th of February. Made a comment about how the Ukrainians should not be so focused on the F-16 right now. And he specifically mentioned there are European partners that could be providing aircraft. And he specifically mentioned Tornado, Mirage, well, he said Mirage, which means Mirage 2000. And I forget which, and Gripen. So I really do think the U.S. is, having said that, I mean, the F-16 is going to be in Ukraine's future. It's for reasons that I know Colonel Jeff has argued very effectively, and others, that it is really the aircraft with growth potential and development potential and lifespan, that it's really the way to go. But the political side of it, I think, may push for a European move first in the short run before we get more into that phase. But hey, that's just some thoughts on that.
Nice to see you, Colonel Jeff. I think this is the first time we somehow hit the same hours together. It almost never happens. Got about 30 minutes sideways with your secretary, Bastard. Welcome up.
Yeah, thanks. I live in one part of Austria and I work in the other part, and I have an apartment out there, so I had to get up at crack of the ass early morning to drive, and I was decided to listen in. So congratulations, you got me at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning in Austria.
That sounds like an excellent time to be on the MriyaReport. Welcome.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, so I think Will's right on the issue of France. I think the likelihood of France being the ones to come around and do this. I did have a couple other, perhaps a couple other points that would lead us to maybe get to where we're at. I'm not sold that that Europe has to act first. I think Europe can act a little bit in a partnership, right? I just don't think that the United States can go alone. So I agree with them that Europe has to be part of the answer, but I'm not so sure it has to be. They have. I find fascinating is I think that you're seeing some amazing realpolitik behind the stage, or behind the scenes, which to me is pretty pretty fascinating. And what I mean by that is, um, I I would suspect that the United States has moved from multilateral diplomacy on this to bilateral diplomacy on this. Multilateral, obviously, being NATO, bilateral being individual countries, and the country that they're putting the most pressure on right now is France. And historically, that makes a lot of sense to me, right? I mean, France has a very strong history for wanting to have freedoms. I mean, you can kind of point to a revolution or two. You know, that their military has been extremely active in Northern Africa and Mali. That they do actually project power, and you know, and have a in their hearts they have a place for entities and nations that want to have democracies and freedoms. So if you know, if the Biden administration can somehow get France to go, yeah, we're going to give airplanes. Now you've got Germany in a situation where France and the United States are acting, and you know, what does Germany do? They can't, you know, they it becomes much harder to sit there and say no, we don't support this, when other nations are obviously clearly moving forward and doing this. Where it really hurts Germany, to a degree, is the place that it hurts them is in their defense industry, right? Because if Mirage 2000s go, then the Eurofighter, which was, you know, Germany, the defense industry was sitting there saying, "Hey, dude, we're trying to get this asset into country. You got to freaking help us." Well, now you're late to the game, right? And it's not lost, but it's far easier to be in the lead going into a race than it is to have to be coming from behind. So, very, very fascinating situation that Undersecretary of Defense for Policy did say what Will had said. Let's all be clear, though, he was also the guy on Sunday, last Sunday, on ABC News that said it takes up to 18 months to train a Ukrainian pilot. So clearly there's a lot of political undertones in his comments.
Thank you. That's you know, we have a hard time, I guess, at least I do, understanding a lot of the implications of these things. So we appreciate people with actual world experience like you. I'm in the process of reading through about the that it was the JDAM ER version, according to Bloomberg, that those were actually have been delivered. So it's highly likely they have been already in use in some instances. Finance?
Yeah,
have
no,
anything there?
look, I just wanted to comment on the part you said, Colonel Jeff. Yes, the French want to project power in Mali. Their forces seem pretty inadequate for the task as they are pulling out of Mali, and we have plenty of evidence that Russia is going in with Wagner for their corrupt ways. Am I missing something here about the problems of Mali? Susie, please. Mute that mic. Thank you. If you'd like to talk, Susie, you're welcome to. Just please raise your hand. We go in order here. So, yeah, I can't say that I'm totally on board with defending French leadership here. We see a lot of French companies more than happily operating in Russia. They're definitely lagging in the part where they pull their business out of Russia. We see a significant amount of French attempts for appeasement and pushing for appeasement narratives in public. They call it peace, but their idea of peace is Ukraine trades land and gets nothing, and they claim to get security guarantees, which Poland rightfully pointed out worked really well for them in World War II. So I have to say I take such a more skeptical view of France. My comment is I wonder when Macron is going to move his capital back to Paris, which is a lovely city for Vichy.
Yeah, hey, finance. Everything you just said is 100% true. There's no doubt about that, right? I would be remiss to even try to defend France against any of the things that you just said. My point is this: historically, right? France is in the French mindset is in a greater position to actually go and defend freedoms, to go help nations that want to foster and grow democracies, right? That I'm talking about the French mindset. I'm not talking about their ability. 100% agree on you. I'm not talking about their plan. New world.
Did we just lose him?
France often resonate versus a nation that's lost 2 world wars that has.
Hey, Jeff, you're coming in and out. Jeff, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Jeff?
yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Sorry, you had so many breaks on your last comment. Last we heard is you wouldn't argue with what I said 100%.
Hear me now? Is that
in
better?
and out so much.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better. I probably you're driving, so you just broke up a bit. You just start from after you said you couldn't disagree. Then you went to make some good points, but we couldn't put it together because you were breaking up too bad. Jeff?
Someone hung up on me. Someone turned me off. You got me now?
Yeah, there we go. Could you start from? Can you just give us a quick start over? We last heard you say a complete sentence of you kind of agreed with and wouldn't argue with anything I said because that's 100% true. And then you went to make a point, and that's where you broke up.
And
their desire to actually.
All right,
kind of...
Jeff, please come back. We're having just horrific issues with your connection. Please try restarting Twitter and come back in. I didn't know how to get the message to you since I can't tell if he can hear us or not due to his connection. We love Colonel Jeff. He's a regular co-host. Please cash the dish with fish when he is on later. He does this every week. What is it, Thursday, Dave? When do we have the dish with fish on? Either way.
Yeah, I think he's had several different times, so I think it's Thursday.
Right. Okay. So generally on Thursdays, catch the dish with fish. He brings a guest onto the show. Has definitely an interesting panel of guests that he brings up. I do love him here, but I do not love his connection right now because it's very difficult to talk to Jeff when you cannot hear or understand him. So hopefully Jeff's connection decides to sort itself out, and we can have a nice conversation where we hear what he has to say.
Finance, can you hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Sorry for interrupting. Dish with Fish is typically Tuesday mornings. Well, Tuesday mornings for me. I would have to go and look up what time that is UTC, and my brain doesn't have that right now. And Colonel Jeff calls in while he's driving sometimes, like he is this morning, early in the morning, and he breaks up a lot. So that's all it is. It's 1600 UTC, I'm being told. So at 1600 UTC on Tuesdays is when the Dish with Fish is on.
All right. The fishy dish himself is back. Sorry, Colonel Jeff. I'm just hoping your connection's better.
Yeah, I think that I recycled out and came back in. How do you got me now?
Much better.
All right, sweet. So yeah, so my point is that France and Germany come from very different places historically. And again, one more time, I'll say you were 100% correct. Just because I know that makes you. Who doesn't love that reassuring feeling, right? But you know, France is a nation that has won 2 world wars with help, obviously, from the West. But they're also a nation that has proven that they're willing to go out and help democracies flourish. They're willing to take on bullies around the world. I'm not talking about how well they've done that, right? So your points again about how their military's performed are salient. I can't disagree with that. But they're in a much different place than Germany, right? So Germany is a nation that's lost 2 world wars. They have a population that's not so fond of their military, right? So the notion of a German military to Germans is more of like defense minded. We're about ourselves. France is very proud of their military. They're more like the United States, where you revere your soldiers, and they still have like the aspirations, not aspirations, but the fond memories of the Napoleonic times and stuff like this. So I think it's important to remember that if you can get France on board to do stuff like that, if you're from I'm talking about now from a diplomatic perspective, right? You're working on the 5th floor at the Truman Building at State Department. You're like, okay, who can we get, to come around on this and kind of be on our side, and then kind of force the hand of the Germans to come around. That's where I was coming at. Like all the stuff you said. Yeah. I was using the point that they've actually projected power into Mali, not how well they performed or the fact that they've left.
I agree with your characteristic of the Germans. Yeah, only 50% there with you with your characteristic of the French, starting with the fact that they definitely only won 1 world war. I would say that when they have to get liberated from the Germans in their entirety, I can't really call that a win. Kind of difficult. As a perfect example of the lack of winning of the French in World War II, please find me some French Jews that were alive from that period. I challenge this one to find them, and they're not dead. So with that, we do have an excellent question. While I have some nice military panelists here, both Colonel Jeff and Will, I have a military question that does get us back to Bakhmut, but it's a sort of more positive question, or at least a technical question, which is, this is one of the listeners that's been going back and forth with me about some of the problems that the Ukrainians fighting in Bakhmut. Fine. All things have been discussed in space. The question is, what steps do they need to take for an extraction? Right. So if the Ukrainians decide that they fought in Bakhmut enough, they need to pull back to these defensive lines. We know they prepared to I believe the west of Bakhmut. What steps do they need to do that in the safest way possible for whatever men and women are still there? Colonel Jeff, Will?
Yeah, so I read a note that that the Ministry of Defense in the UK, I don't remember which official it was. It said that it's actually become so dangerous in Bakhmut that pulling civilians out has now had to retrograde all to the point where it's actually foot traffic, because in vehicles it's too dangerous for them to drive. Evidently, Russians or Wagner, whoever the forces are there, have got spotters and recon elements that are far enough forward to actually see vehicles and movement of vehicles, and actually call in relatively effective artillery or mortars, fires, whatever the fire is, right? So if things have changed over the night, like I said, I've been asleep for the last 8 hours. So Will, you might have a better answer on that.
Will going once? Will going twice? Colonel Jeff's answer takes the cake. Colonel Jeff, I also have a air-based question for you, which is right up your alley. Finally heard some news that's different than anything I'd heard recently. I've heard a rumor that apparently I've seen evidence that there are probably some Ukrainians training on the F-16, possibly as far back as last spring, because there were definitely Ukrainian pilots being quoted in articles in Politico, or being quoted as existing for meetings in articles in Politico, and they were doing some kind of training in the U.S. I recently heard that there was Ukrainian training on the A-10, which I know is all sorts of questions, and the Air Force not liking it, the Army liking it, who should have it, should we retire it, etc. But we know there's a lot of them, and we know we want to retire them. And I think there's some people who would love to have some attack aircraft in Ukraine. Do you know anything about this? Is this confirmed? Are there Ukrainians training on the A-10? Is there any color you can give? Is this unconfirmed? Is this baloney? What's the story?
Yeah, so let's tug at all those different aspects. So the issue of the Ukrainians training on the F-16, they've trained with F-16s up until the two that we're talking about now. So I'm talking historically, right? And they would fly mixed formation. In other words, they would fly MiG-29s and F-16s together and see if they could develop tactics. Because when you bring two different platforms together in the air in a section, in other words, a two ship, right? You have challenges, but you also have opportunities, right? And how do you maximize those opportunities while mitigating those challenges? So just as one simple example, right? The F-16 and the MiG-29 have their air-to-air radars operate on very, very different frequencies. So if you put the two guys up in a section and someone tries to jam one of their airborne air-to-air radars, they might be able to jam one, but if they want to try and jam two, they'd have to open up that bandwidth so wide that the amount of energy that's going to get into either victim radar is going to be relatively small. So you if you're the jammer on the ground, you can pick one or you can pick the other, but you can't pick both, right? So those types of things. Now you might not have a data link where you can actually share information between each other on what's going on, but you can definitely verbalize things, or you can use hand signals if you're close enough to actually do this. So that's actually really cool. So when we talk about training on the F-16, I would say a better preposition would probably be they trained with F-16s. The reason that actually came up was, another one of the lawmakers or political appointees under the Biden administration had made a off-the-cuff comment that said Ukrainian air bases are not capable of operating the F-16. Anyone with half a brain knows that the F-16's air intake is sitting right behind the front tricycle gear. It's a scoop right underneath the main airframe, and when it has a scoop underneath that, any kind of rocks or pebbles or broken apart cement will get sucked into their air intake, and it'll damage the engines, and these engines will be destroyed. And it's just a horrible, horrible situation for F-16s. Okay, right. What that political appointee failed to do when he did his homework is to realize that in 2011, in an exercise called Free Skies or something like that, the United States National Guard took a bunch of F-16s and were actually flying out of Ukrainian airfields. And there's tons of pictures of F-16s operating out of the airfields back in 2011. Arguably, airfields in Ukraine since 2011 have actually gotten a little bit better. So really, really hard to kind of stick by that argument that F-16s couldn't operate out of Ukrainian airfields. Kind of makes you chuckle afterwards, right? So everyone's kind of abandoned that argument from the Biden administration, and that's fine. That's good. Now we're on the training one, which it is what it is, right? And now going to the A-10. So I don't remember the name of the private Ukrainian citizen, but he was relatively wealthy. He, in his mind, was convinced that the A-10 is the absolute 100% correct answer for Ukraine to go in. And on his own, he actually went out and bought A-10 simulators and brought them into Ukraine. I love the idea because as Ukraine has been losing airplanes, they have a glut of pilots, right? Because you don't have a 1-to-1 ratio of airplanes to pilots. Usually it's 2-to-1 or 2.5 or 3-to-1. So every time you lose an airplane, even if you lose that pilot, unfortunately, he didn't get out, he didn't eject or whatever. You have a situation where now you've got a bunch of extra pilots. So these pilots have been training on the A-10 at the behest or at the help of a Ukrainian very wealthy millionaire who bought them some simulators. I know that there's a lot of people who would love for the A-10 to go into there. I actually had a recent exchange with Dave Deptula, retired 2-star general out of the United States Air Force, He's a brilliant strategist. As a matter of fact, he was the one who built the air campaign against the Iraqis in Desert Storm One. And as we all know, that was a huge success from an air campaign perspective. And he's look, he loves the A-10 as well. I love the A-10. This is not a slam on the A-10, but even the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense is not asking for the A-10, and the reason that they're not asking for it is a lot of our A-10s, the wing roots, in other words, where the wing joins onto the airplane, where there's maximum amount of stress. A lot of those have exceeded their flight life expectancies, their FLE. They would need to be replaced. That there's a lot of challenges. Many of the part supply system or structures that existed, a lot of the companies who built supplies and parts for the A-10 have kind of dried up, and those companies didn't go away. They've just transitioned to like the F-35 or something else, because the United States military has signaled to them that, hey, dude, the A-10's going away. So if you're a business that wants to survive, you're not going to keep building parts that nobody wants to buy. And I mean, I kind of chuckle about that, but it is what it is, right? So I think in my diatribe right there, I've answered all your questions. If I missed any, please let me know.
So is that a yes or a no they're trading? I actually missed the really simple version of that. I heard a lot of reasons why there's a disagreement over whether the A-10 is the perfect or the wrong item for the Ukrainian armed forces, but I actually didn't get I totally missed the short answer to whether they're training on it or not. You said there's definitely training simulators in Ukraine, but is there any coordination with, say, America or America specifically on this?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, there's not any ongoing training between the U.S. and Ukrainian pilots on the A-10 in the United States. But look, I think it's important when I say that they got an A-10 simulator. I think that's important, right? Yeah, the avionics are going to be different. Yeah, the characteristics and the flight profiles of the airplane are going to be a little bit different, and that's fair, right? But what is going to be the same, and what can give these guys a lot of situational awareness, is both the A-10 and the F-16 use what's called the Link 16 data link, right? Or what's a MIDS data link, which is air ground controller into the airplane, air ground controller into the airplane, and this is critical for them, right? Because as I've talked about what the AWACS or the AN-50 mainstay can do, these things actually work on for making sure that everyone in the airspace has the same air picture, right? And when you get information through a data link on enemy aircraft,
Did we just leave Colonel Jeff again?
I don't want you to target that. I want you to go after this. Those things down. It all comes in digitally, which is really impressive. So they'll learn that system, which is something that they don't have right now, which is really impressive.
Colonel Jeff, we just heard about 1/3 of the last 10 sentences. So you said they'll learn that system right now, which is really impressive. But whatever you said before that for the last minute, that was dead.
So I was talking about Link 16.
Thank you. Still don't understand what Link 16 is, but I sure appreciate it.
I think Link 16 is when the AWACS, so the AWACS flies over, gets a overall overhead picture, transmits it to everybody, so everybody has the same base map that they're working with. Is that correct? I guess it is.
And to everyone's favorite Romanian tornado, good morning, Mr. Arfire.
morning, Mr. Finance. Do you hear me well this time?
Perfectly, as best I've ever heard you this early in the morning.
Yeah, because when I talked earlier, was at home and my daughter sleeping, my wife was just woke up, so I need to be kind with my voice, not waking up all the neighborhood, no? How are you? How is everybody? What happens with our mind? We are stupid?
I mean, I'm in America, so that's an unfair question.
Okay. Be evil more than me. No, for real. People having difficulties, and people, I doesn't want to look patronizing, but still, what happened with us? How we can jump so easy to topics like, look, what happened? Wars are tragedy. People die. Soldiers die. Soldiers are horrible wounded. Strategies usually look good on paper and are some difficulties on terrain. Always is trouble. Always there are horrible images in any war. That's why I hate war. I'm total anti-war. But also, to see something like, I was a bit pissed. First time I look a bit shady, I read Kaufman and say, I was with Lee in Bakhmut. And yeah, it was a disaster. And he put a link to that American journal. I stayed a bit and I wonder, what the fuck you do this shit? Okay? Okay. Let's imagine what he says is true. Let's say he has first-hand experience, he has grand strategy image, he knows the numbers, and everybody knows it's a catastrophe. Let's assume like this. What do we want to get from this shit? Credibility, to be an expert, internet celebrity. What the fuck you want? For me, this annoys me so much. Is anyone head twisted so easy in a flood of information and start wondering, oh, let's write a letter to Zaluzhny. Let's call Zelensky and say, look, guy, you made a horrible mistake in Bakhmut. Retreat your troops, start the peace negotiations. What the fuck they have in their head? How can be so blind? I don't have any hope in this, except, I don't like invasions. I don't like children raped. I don't like city bombs. Searching for, I don't know, relevant people to listen. We can be, I don't know, more rational, more realistic. When I listen, Ghani, I listen carefully. Even if he is always more concerned, more pessimistic, more British, I listen carefully to him because he has experience. He's a soldier. He see this firsthand, not like me, from a telephone or television. And always I will listen to him. But I will not listen to a clown like Michael Kaufman.
sorry guys, it's not acceptable to push this shit narrative. Is imagine this. Let's say situation is bad. I read all the Telegram channels in this morning. Everything. Yeah, it's for sure an Ukrainian, how you can say, blind cover to not put information for Russia. But nowhere with a conclusion there is a catastrophe there. Bad situation, fighting inside the city, wounded people. But hey, you know, this happened past 8 months there. Yeah, they are pressing the north, they are pressing the south. Okay. But how we can go from there to apocalypse? How we can get from, you know, generals are in fighting in Russian army. People scream each other, try to kill each other. Oh, look, our side is in a deep shit. Maybe everybody needs to look a bit at their skills, their experience, their view of the world, and work softly and understanding we know very little. Most of the time we are stupid, mediocre, and we don't understand anything. And to jump to judgment is maybe not just counterproductive, but usually is not true. I don't know. Maybe reason will prevail. I hope so. Yeah, usually Ram from Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. I want to go quickly to Colonel Jeff, who I believe wants to respond. Also, I would note that Mr. Daniel Arfire, in his opening monologue today, reached about a new record of curse words per word for him for his opening monologue. So if you'd like to see Mr. Arfire continue on the space, please donate to the Daniel Arfire Curse Fund. Notably, MriyaReport is now a charity, but don't donate to us. You can't even find a link because we don't have one. Please donate to MriyaAid.org. You can find it up at the nest at MriyaAid.org. And please, if you do donate to the Daniel Arfire Curse Fund, please note that in your donation. And we love to see those posts because it's both hilarious and is the reason we keep him on the show, given his incredible non-family language. With that, we will go to Colonel Jeff.
Yeah. So look, I love Daniel's passion. Right? So I think that's it's important to realize. But you know, Daniel says, "What do we do? How do we fix this? How do we how do he hates war? Look, I'm in the military. I freaking hate war too, and I've lived it. There's many people who hate war. They just have seen it in books and papers and on TV. So here's my simple answer, right? In 2014, when I was the senior U.S. military diplomat assigned to OSCE, we took a bunch of ambassadors from OSCE to the Hohenfels training range so that they could actually see what military training was like. And what was shocking to me was these people were ambassadors who were working in a security and cooperation organization that literally had zero clue on how military operations work, how training works. And it was truly sobering to me that these are decision makers, right? Or at least recommenders to the decision makers on what was going on. Daniel, if I was king for a day, here's what I would do. I would take President Biden. I would take Schultz and a couple others that have kind of demonstrated that they want to take a piecemeal approach into Ukraine and kind of incrementally add military capability. And I take them on a field trip, and I would take them to a place called Verdun. And in Verdun, I would sit there and show them that this is what this is the end result of trench warfare, right? And if anyone's been to Verdun, it is one of the most horrifically saddening places that you can go. Now, granted, Verdun, the actual war was years and years, decades ago, right? But the pockmarks on the topography, the huge divots from massive shells of artillery are all still there. Yeah, they're really pretty because they're grown over and there's grass and there's trees coming up. But then you go to the memorial, and all you do is you look in each little window and you see so many human bones and human remains. They don't even know who's who. There's so many of them, they can't even tell who's who. They just say, well, this was the 5th Regiment of the 8th Cavalry, and we can separate the horse bones from the human bones, but we don't know who's who. And say, look, this is the result of the war that you're allowing to have happen right now, right? You've delayed the fact for tanks that are coming in. You've delayed long-range strike capability. You've delayed aircraft, or you've said no to aircraft. This is the war that you've built. By your policy making, this is the war you've built. This is the result of such wars. So, and I think I would like to believe that as they saw that there'd be some spark in their heart, some switch that came on in their brain that would say, okay, yeah, dude, I get it. We can't let this war continue like this. That we've got to open the aperture. That 51 to 49 is not a way to go in to try and win a war. We've got to go in and try and go 99 to 1.
Yeah, I would say that you may have to take a few more people, at least in the U.S. administration, to Verdun with you. We seem to have an entire political intellectual class around the military that is dead set on Russian imperial integrity and slow rolling equipment. You can find at the Rand Corporation and Jake Sullivan and his friends. Tri-Fly.
Here's a question for Jeff. Okay, I've been having some conversations on Twitter with some people tonight after shooting my mouth off a little bit earlier with Gunny. The reality is, from my perspective, is that that's all fine and good. Get them the jets, get them all this stuff. It's going to be months from now, if not years from now, before they're fully stood up on that stuff. Okay. Meanwhile, Bakhmut is getting hammered. There's discussions now coming out of the Russian general staff, Shoigu, that they're going to repeat the same effort at Voldahar. If Bakhmut if they pull back from Bakhmut, it's very likely the Russians will repeat immediately at Chasiv Yar. This idea that there's going to be a pause, I think, is insane. They've got the bodies. They've shown that they don't care about their people. There will be no pause. So whatever happens in Bakhmut will be repeated almost immediately at Chasiv Yar. Probably be trying to do it up at Kupiansk and at Kreminna and pushing towards Seversk. That's the thing Chuck has been talking about for some time, that whole organization, that whole group of cities is tied together as part of that push by Putin ordering his people to take Donbass. So the question comes down, do you kick off maneuver warfare early, knowing the stuff isn't in place yet, that it isn't exactly the way NATO would want it, it isn't the way the textbook actually says, but you just can't go through another Bakhmut, or you're not prepared mentally to just have another grind while you're waiting to stand it up. What would your suggestion be if you were standing in front of the general staff of the Ukrainians, telling them it's time to go? And I'll be honest with you, I don't have that answer because I don't have the facts. But I'm just want to hear from a guy like you who's been in that position what you would think, and I'll listen.
Yeah, so I think if I was king for a day, and I had Zelensky's ear, I'd say, look, I know things in Bakhmut are ugly. I know things are really, really, they're not good, right? that's my technical term. They're just not good. But time is on your side, right? Time is on the side of the Ukrainians, and taking some level of a strategic pause and doing what you can to defend Bakhmut, I think is completely acceptable. I wouldn't come out and say that. Zelensky, and I think a lot of his senior leaders in the military are getting a lot of negative press right now because it feels like they're losing Bakhmut, and that's okay. Press is what press is, and you got to use the press, right? And to be fair, there's a lot of people on the Russian side who are pretty happy that looks like Bakhmut's going to fall, and they've come out and they've made a lot of, hey, look, you guys, we're strong. I'm like, okay, so I would come up with building some level of strategy that capitalizes on that, right? And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but these are the kind of things this is an example of something that could happen in the MOD in Ukraine, right? So you want to feed on a narrative that exists out there, right? You don't want to try and immediately create a brand new narrative. So slowly bring your Leopards in, slowly bring your Abrams in, get them in place, get them ready, and then just kind of keep quiet about it. Get your your long range strike capability in, whether it's more HIMARS or ER. You can do a couple strikes and that's fine, but then then all of a sudden do a tactical withdrawal, right? Kind of say, hey dudes, we can't hold Bakhmut anymore, and actually do a decent sized retreat. And I'm talking maybe a 10, 15 kilometer area of retreat, right? And let Russians kind of walk right into that, right? And then as they walk into that bulge, if you will, right? Because it's not going to be a full line, it's going to be a bulge in the line. You've got Abrams and Leopards tanks set up on either side of that, and then all of a sudden you go on the offensive, and basically you create a situation where you encircle all those Russians and Wagner guys that you've just captured into that trap, and then you have basically a two-part mission now, right? The first part of the mission is actually to capture and hold those guys, and then do a boatload of intelligence gathering, and then actually use that for your own propaganda to say we caught them. And then you line those Abrams tanks and those Leopard tanks, and you push back and you go get Bakhmut again. And you just, as long as you've got the logistics for it, you keep pushing. You do long range strikes in to actually cut the supply lines for the Russians, so that they don't have any more supply lines that come in. And you basically create your own bulge going the other way, knowing full well that the majority of the stuff that the Russians had actually tried to move are now in that pocket that you've created, that bubble, and you take 6.2 rounds from them, and you take.
Thank you very much. Moving to dry fly.
I like that idea. That's exactly the kind of thing. My problem with everyone who's been pushing the retrograde back to Chasiv Yar or the new line of defense or whatever it is, there's no indication that the next line of defense is going to be any better than what they got in Bakhmut. It could be an absolute reset unless there's some kind of strategy to change the narrative. And that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. Send him your resume. I think they need you, and I'll listen.
I definitely can say that we had an earlier military expert point out that after a tactical withdrawal from Bakhmut, the Russians would have to attack over open terrain and open roads and across minefields. So the terrain would be a lot more like Volhadar, where if they're going to be that stupid, they have significantly worse terrain for the style of warfare that they are doing. That would be the in favor from what we heard earlier.
That's after Chasiv Yar. Between Bakhmut and Chasiv Yar, it's pretty much more of the same. They're so close together; they're almost a run-on city. So you would have the same fight again in Chasiv Yar. In fact, I was listening to some of the Ukrainian channels, and there was a Ukrainian guy that they translated him, and that was exactly what he said. He was a soldier who just had been left Bakhmut, and he says, "Well, the reason we're fighting here now is because we'll have this same fight again in a week or 10 days in Chasiv Yar." So the point I'm trying to say to people who are saying retrograde is that the retrograde really has to be, like Jeff suggests, way the F back. I mean, 25 kilometers or something like that to get enough space to be able to disengage from the Russians, or you're just going to continue having this same fight over and over again because that's their mode now until we break it. And what Jeff described.
Colonel Jeff, welcome back.
Thanks. I'm through my look. The Austrian Alps are absolutely gorgeous. The sun coming up is beautiful, but they're not the most conducive for cellular communications capability. I've gone through my last tunnel. I think I should be with you for at least the next 52 minutes until I get to work. So I apologize about that.
Thank you, Jeff. Lexicon.
Your input was helpful. Thank you. And I'll drop down.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, it was really interesting. What I don't understand, I'm just getting clued into the Michael Kaufman stuff and what Daniel was ranting about. I guess I've been really out of it. But anyway, so then Colonel Jeff says all this interesting stuff, except that he even had the word Abrams in his intervention. And what I don't understand is, yeah, you get together, you keep bringing in your leopards and and Abrams or two. I just thought, I don't understand how they're going to have any significant number of leopards or what have you with trained people in them who've trained together to do an operation like that for a few months. I don't mean some will be on Ukrainian terrain, yes, but people have said you cannot train on your own terrain out in the war site and so on. Anyway, I do not understand how this can happen. I thought that's the whole issue, that by the time Ukraine is able to muster any sort of counterattack, it's going to be several months down the road, not to mention the fact that how do you do a counterattack kind of maneuver war in the mud season? So I just don't understand.
Well, Daniel has his hand up. He probably has a response.
Daniel and I have been debating a totally different issue the last 2 days. Please.
It's not necessary. Lexicon. Remember 8 months ago was a horrible, horrible battle. Call it Severodonetsk. And Lysychansk. Okay. If you remember, because I saw footage recorded by the soldier who defended that city. I don't know, half an hour, maybe an hour of footage of war there. And it looked horrible. It was totally depressing. There were rumors, there were foreign legion soldiers coming to defend. Was a clusterfuck of information about how bad it is, and it was very, very, very bad. Ukrainians needed to retreat. They retreat to Lysychansk. After that, they retreat from there also. And everybody, I remember very, very, very well, everybody told how bad it is, how horrible it is, how depressing it was, how many Ukrainian soldiers were killed. Some were taken prisoners, civilians, city blocks. I look at my city blocks, which are very similar with Ukrainian. And they were smashed, No windows, no people, no walls, constant artillery shooting. From then to now in Bakhmut, which will withstand a defense for much, much, much longer than Severodonetsk. Severodonetsk was an end of campaign which started, if I remember well, in Rubizhne, which again was totally leveled with aerial bombs dropped by aircraft, huge, huge bombardment made it by Russian artillery. That's the record, about 60,000 projectile fired in one day. And now it's similar. If we take away our impulses, our fears, and remember well, it's a similar situation. They delay the Russians. Russians want to build up an offensive operation, probably Kremina, probably Vuledar, probably all of them, you know, a huge campaign from Lugansk to Zaporizhzhia. I have no idea. Again, I'm not military. I have zero experience, but it's so similar. They trade human lives, human Ukrainian soldier lives, to get time, to get the mechanized and armored brigades to work each other, to become an offensive battle group, to maneuver. They need time. So people are sacrificed. That is the reality. In Bakhmut, people are sacrificed. So this results, these soldiers, to become the fifth in the face of the Russians. And probably will be a tragedy, Bakhmut. Probably will see losses, equipment, tanks, soldiers, civilians, cities, villages. It's horrible. All the wars are horrible. It's not something like in the movies, you know, the guy with the flag and people shooting, standing in their feet. It's nothing like Hollywood. It's just horrible grunting, people dying because, you know, some shrapnel wound in their heads and they die. And they were wonderful persons before becoming soldiers. But what I not understand is this panic building for a horrible situation which persists for months. Months. I remember September, October, November, December, January, February. We're still talking about this Bakhmut. It's so hard to understand they trade this conscious, not because they are blind or stupid and they are surrounded by the Russians. They build up this exactly like Severodonetsk, trading for time. Time is essential, extremely important. And when they say, okay, now we spend too much to gain so little, they probably will take the decision, retreat, I don't know, cut the military operation there. And it's not about Abrams. God knows when they will come there, or Leopard. It's about time to train. Leopards are in Ukraine at this moment. Bradleys are in Ukraine at this moment. I don't know about the German IPV situation, but we know the stuff is there and people are training, not only in Ukraine, but also in all European countries, including United States also. Is something which people escape. I don't know, we are blind. We love the flashes. We love, you know, the triumphant attitude, forgetting is about war. And war is nothing beautiful, heroic, wonderful. They are human beings slaughtered by technology at range. Rarely you'll see the face of your enemy. And it's a horrible tragedy. And Ukrainians are in their right to be frustrated, feared, pushing, asking, begging, doing all the stuff. And we need to understand them. But us to judge their generals, their officers, their soldiers, their strategies. I think it's hubris. We cannot act like this. What kind of ally we are if we are scared of, I don't know, bad signs, you know? If you act like scared schoolgirls. And about PR, communication, press. Sorry, guys, is nowhere the situation we need to cover our backgrounds, you know, to not lose political interest or support of the people, or, you know, these kinds of stuff annoy me. We are so easy to shaken. This demonstrates to me. We are so easy to shaken. Very easy. You don't need to bomb our city. It just look the tragedy. Look how bad the things are. Really. Really. We are a generation of complainers. Weak, and very hard to focus. Very hard to stay on your feet. Very hard to keep going. And I can bet next month, when things will look interesting and triumphant, you'll see very, very happy voices. Because we jump. That is the human nature. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's true. I mean, we don't know, a lot of us, most of us don't know very much at all. And so it's really scary. And yeah, you tend to get influenced by people you're reading. I mistakenly got drifted into another space when I was trying to open this one. Oh my God, there's apparently 5,000 people over there discussing all the daily Trump headlines, etc. Oh my God, that's anyway. Yeah, it's way.
Well, that's one topic we stay away from here
I guess
because
so.
we focus on Ukraine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, I'm just saying, if you were out there, you want to see degrees of knowledge, lack of knowledge, people who too stupid to know they're too stupid. But anyway, and then, but yeah, I think it is very, yeah, it does cause people to be very unsteady because they rightly feel they're ignorant of how this can be done, should be done. And as you say, Daniel, rightly, the point is Ukraine's fighting through an extremely difficult situation. And the weather is completely unchangeable, and the timetables of arrival of materiel is a little somewhat unchangeable. But I appreciate your perspective, and I appreciate all I can learn about what can be done. And yeah, I wish it could all be done without any Ukrainians dying. And it's heartbreaking to see young women, medics, and wonderful men, friend of mine, people who've died. So that's why people do this, I guess. It's scary.
Yes, that's why we're here 24/7 to at the MriyaReport to help raise funds for Ukraine to help get the support, the non-lethal aid that is needed there to help keep people alive, so that they can be alive when this war is over. So go to MriyaAid.org. Do not go to MriyaReport.org. We do have a website, but we do not accept donations. Only we support MriyaAid.org, or go there and contribute. And you can go ahead, as indicated before, contribute to the Daniel R. Fire Swear Jar Fund. You put that in there, and maybe somebody will send you a beer mug that's blue and yellow. We have that on the table. We're still working on the details. Anyway, Curry, you have your hand up.
Well, I was on here a little bit on Maria.org previously, and I just want I came back on just a little short while ago, and I am not a military expert, but I do know is if you're listening to some of the commentary on Maria Report about some of the strategy and thinking that was going on about, do we hold Bakhmut, or do we retreat to a kind of a more tenable, defensible position, and how, and some of the discussion that went on about that. But my main thrust tonight was I was listening to a few of some of the discussion that was going on about taking care of younger children, and that what I mean by that is um, I want to be sensitive about that. There was a discussion about that there were kids who had been abducted in the different provinces. Those who had suffered abuse, probably, or at least trauma. You know, I'm an American guy. I'm retired right now, and I made this appeal before. I'm at I just got into the retired status. My life is good. I can go out and have coffee, have lunch with my friends. We have a real, I mean, I have grandchildren. We have a real thing happening in Ukraine, where, I mean, I have grandchildren. I got to go this week to see my grandchild get a nice little award for being a peacemaker and so on, and participate with their teachers. I have friends I don't even know in the Ukraine whose kids who have endured bombing, who have been raped, or have lost their parents. I'm a grandparent, and I want to say this: for each and every one of you here, I can go out day by day and have have coffee with my friends. You know, $2.75 or $3 a cup of coffee. You know what? I'm already kind of a, you know, I've already contributed to MriyaReport. Tell you, my friends, you can afford to donate whatever cups of coffee you go to. You know, just contribute the same amount every time you go out with your friends and have coffee. Contribute the same amount to Maria.org. We are helping kids who have suffered serious trauma in the Ukraine. We can contribute to MriyaReport that directs our aid, our contribution to things that matter, and yet we can still live in comfort. Let's just do it. anytime you get a cup of coffee at your local coffee shop, just do it. Contribute the same amount. I'm a grandparent. I have language abilities, and probably 6 months from now, maybe even earlier, I'm going to go back to Germany and teach people to learn some German who are refugees. I've done it before. That's all I want to say. Each and every one of us can really do our part. You may think it doesn't matter much, but it really does. As I look upon my own grandchildren, I think about the grandchildren and the children who have really suffered in Ukraine. I mean, it's not a far stretch. We can do this, my friends. And over and above that, contact. I'm an American. Contact your local representatives, locally and senatorial, and as well as presidential. You make a difference. You just have to raise your voice and put a few bucks in too. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's we appreciate you coming in and talking about how you donate and encourage others, because that's that's how we can make a difference here. Some people have the ability to go over to Europe to help. We have like Ryan, who has just gone back to Ukraine. He's a regular co-host here, and we're hoping to hear from him once he gets settled in. And you going back to Germany to teach German to Ukrainian refugees. Those kind of things I personally can't leave, and so I'm kind of I guess jealous that some people have the chance to go back and help there, but I can help here. I co-host and I donate to MriyaAid.org, and I 100% of whatever I donate goes towards Ukraine. There is no overhead. There's nobody paid. It's not like the Red Cross, where only at most 20 or 30% of your donation goes towards what you're donating to. We have no overhead at all. We all volunteer our times just so that 100% of it can go to Ukraine. Curry, you have a follow-up? Hello, Curry?
Curry, your hand is raised. All right. Curry seems to be stuck. Curry, speak.
Well, sorry, I was off, but I want to clap my hands to each of you if you're hearing me. I don't have a follow-up. Thank you very much, and for my American friends, just donate, contact your local representatives, and stimme mich auf Deutsch gesagt. That's all I have to say. Thank you. I have nothing else to say. Thank you for giving me a little space to express my views. Bye-bye. Ciao.
Thank you. Thank you, Curry. Always a pleasure. Our new friend Mighty is up. Sir, if you want to raise your hand, click the heart button. And all the way on the right, you can raise your hand. And we are happy to call you here in the Maria Report. And that is how people get to go. But if you have something you wish to add about the war in Ukraine, or something about Russia or Ukraine, now would be a great time. Welcome up to the space. Mighty, can you hear me? Mighty going once. Mighty going twice. Mighty is more than welcome back when he is at the mic. Colonel Jeff, I see your hand is raised.
A little bit. I know Will was earlier, about an hour ago, was talking about there's reports that the JDAM ER has been employed. And if that is true, and I know that there's just rampant speculation at this point, and we need a little bit more clarity on that. But if it is true, this is a huge effort. And I will tell you the technology and the effort of aeronautical engineers, avionics engineers, to get that to happen off of former Soviet Union Eastern Bloc fighter aircraft is truly a remarkable feat. And I think this is on the magnitude of maybe 5 to 10 times more challenging than just shooting an AGM-88 harm. Huge effort. There's a lot more that goes into enabling a bombing precision like that, from the computer aspects to the digital data links to the feeds that actually from the inside the aircraft to the bomb, and the reporting from the bomb to the aircraft. It's absolutely impressive. If there are any in the engineers out there that are listening that were, or the companies that were involved in that, my hat's off to you, because I know how hard